I hope you enjoyed this show. I hope we put an end to the flat earth stuff. I hope you're not feeling too brainwashed. Certainly hope I haven't brainwashed you into believing the earth is a sphere. If you want to continue to believe it's flat, please, by all means, go on. Tell people it's flat. You get yourself a flat earth map and feel like you're part of a team, part of a movement, and that you have an aha moment that nobody else has. And so you feel like you have extra information other people don't have. If it makes you feel special, knock yourself out. Until next time, I'm Matt Napo. Thanks for listening to the Mind Dog TV podcast. Are you being brainwashed into believing the earth is a sphere? We'll talk about it on this episode of the Mind Dog TV podcast.
Is everybody ready for the Mind Dog Magnificent Show? Start the clock!
And welcome, my friends, to another episode of the Mind Dog TV podcast. I'm Matt Napo. Thanks for coming. It's great to have you here. Tonight, we're going to do a follow-up on the flat earth stuff. And a lot of my friends who are globers, globetards, globe believers, whatever you want to call us, a lot of them want me to be really aggressive tonight and kind of put this guy in his place. I don't want any of that. I really don't. I know a lot of people are interested in it, but before we get too much into this, I just want to say, flat earth people are not crazy. They're not. They're like you and me. They just have this thing. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but to just think that somebody's crazy because they have a different belief system for you, that's kind of dangerous. And David Weiss is thought to be an authority on the flat earth. He's one of the people that has been suggested by a lot of the flat earthers I've talked to. You got to get David Weiss on your program. He's the guy. So I'm really happy to have him here tonight. I encourage you to keep an open mind and listen to what he says. But again, there are those things about the conspiracy stuff that we got to hold him accountable for, right? When you say something like they, you better be able to back it up with who they are. Things like that. So let's welcome him in. Let's keep an open mind. Please open up your ears, open up your mind, and welcome David Weiss. David Weiss, welcome to the Mind Dog TV podcast. Thanks for coming. It's great to have you.
Hey, Matt, thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Going good. Do you ride?
Do I ride?
Motorcycles.
Like motorcycle?
Motorcycle, yeah.
I do not.
The reason I ask is, I forget what the word now, the doppelganger. You have somebody who looks exactly like you. And the guy was the leader of one of the outlaw groups on Long Island, used to come to the Freeport Mile all the time and sing with the band. You are a dead ringer for the leader of this group. So
Interesting. And you're out of Long Island. I'm in Connecticut, right across the way from you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So you don't ride. So, okay, I'm looking at this as you are the teacher. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to let you fill my head with information and our listeners' heads with information. I'm going to just let you kind of educate me and educate the listeners, okay?
Well, yeah, this is recorded, we're not taking any calls. I'll give you a quick intro, and I love it when people ask questions because that's the only way we really learn on this topic. I can give you just a quick summary of how I got here.
Yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, so I did a podcast 3 years out of New York City called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, where we investigated all the conspiracies, false flags, hoaxes, all sorts of stuff, and my mind was blown with the amount of information that we were coming up with. In the third year, I started getting people messaging me saying, hey, check out this Flat Earth video. And I did as any normal thinking person would do. I deleted it and I banned them from our social media because it's ridiculous and it's not worth a minute of my time. This went on for several months where I was getting them every once in a while. And then one day I was speaking with another researcher and she said, I said to her, I said, you know what? This world has so many deceptions, it's blowing my mind. And she goes, I think it's worse. I'm like, what do you mean? And she goes, I think the earth might be flat. And meanwhile, I just spent the last 20 minutes banning people from our Facebook page and other social media. And so she forced me to watch this series by Mark Sargent called Flat Earth Clues. And I said, okay, that's it. I'm going to go in. I'm going to debunk this the best I can. And 2 weeks, no sleep. I came out the other side going, there's huge problems with the globe. And that was about 5 years ago. Now I'm the host of Flat Earth Podcast. I do a TFR radio show on Monday night. I've done a lot of big interviews, and I love talking to audiences that think Flat Earth is stupid.
Well, I think crazy is a better word, but
So, good.
Are you a religious person?
Absolutely not. So I was the type of person that I'd be listening to some researcher talking about whatever the topic is, and the second they mention Jesus or anything religious, boom, tune them out, and I discarded everything they said my entire life. I looked at all different religions. I was the standard, the evolution, and there is no God, and we're just random specks in an infinite universe. Until I discovered the true cosmology of the world that we live in and that it's intelligently designed. And that's where I'll stop. It's intelligently designed. It wasn't when nothing exploded and became everything. And then lightning struck and created an amoeba that morphed into a fish that climbed out and turned into a monkey. And then the monkey had a deformed baby that was a human. I believed all of that. Okay.
Well, that's a very unique way to describe it, but go ahead.
That's basically the gist of what they teach the nonsense in schools. So again, when you say Flat Earth is crazy, what the funny thing is, once you understand it, you realize that the globe Earth is what's crazy. Here's the thing: there's people that will fight against Flat Earth, and they have no idea what Flat Earth is. They go to the Flat Earth Society, which we have nothing to do with. That's a government-controlled opposition site to make people think Flat Earth is stupid. It's got a little bit of truth in there and a bunch of nonsense. So we're not Flat Earth Society people. It has nothing to do with that. And the other thing that they know even less about is the globe Earth. Let me ask you a couple questions, and I'm asking the audience.
Okay.
How fast is the globe Earth spinning?
1,000 miles an hour.
Hey, very good. Most people can't even answer that. You know how fast it's orbiting around the sun?
Once every 365 days.
Well, so the speed that it's going at is 66,000 miles per hour. Okay, they tell us 66,600. That's an interesting number.
Right.
And then the sun is traveling, rocketing through space. So while we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, which is faster than sound, while we're going 66,000 miles per hour around the sun, we're chasing the sun at over 500,000 miles per hour. Okay, we're moving billions of miles every year, but somehow on the exact date, a year from now, all of the stars will be in the exact same position that they are tonight. Okay, and the answer to that is, well, they're so far away that the billions and billions of miles that we've moved makes no difference in parallax. That's just nonsense. There is, and then here's the other thing, and then I'm going to let you ask a couple questions. People say there's so much proof of the globe Earth, and there's no proof of flat Earth. That couldn't be farther from the opposite of the truth that we're going to discover in this conversation. And here's what I say: there's zero proof of the globe Earth, and there's so much proof of the flat Earth. I can't even list them all, but I'm happy to go through and point people to where they can find this stuff and learn from themselves. The last thing I'm going to say is belief is the enemy of knowing. You can believe is easy. I can tell you something and go, oh, okay, and you have your whole day free. Or I can tell you something and go, that's interesting. Let me research it and find out and take time and effort. So don't believe me tonight. I'm just pointing at a door, as Mark Sargent would say. He's a Flat Earth Clues guy. I'm telling you this door over there. Go look at it and figure it out yourself. So.
Well, I'm
What?
all about
Good.
encouraging independent thinking and keeping an open mind. So,
Yeah.
and I encourage people to do that. And I'm not trying, I have no intention of trying to debunk your belief or even, to be honest with you, I don't care enough. I really don't
Well,
care enough. If somehow you proved the world was flat, I'd be like, okay,
okay.
okay.
Well, that's good, but I have to. I was kind of that way too. The thing that what happens with people when they're researching this, they think they have the gotcha questions. They got five of them, and then the person like myself just dismantles each one of those questions, and they throw their hands up in the air. They go, "Well, what difference does it make for me? I still have to go to work. I still have to do this. The shape of the planet has no effect on my life." That is the farthest from the truth. It's not the shape of the planet that matters. It's the lie that matters. They want you believing that you are in a prison, that's a ball, that there's no way, there's nothing more. There's limited resources. We're going to be hit by an asteroid. A nuclear bomb's going to go off. And so we living our lives in lack and fear, and we give away our true power. We don't know
Who's
who we
they?
are.
Who's
Who's
they?
they? And that's always the next question that comes up. They are the controllers of this world. We know some of their names, and lots of them we have no idea what their names are. The Rothschilds, the royal families. These are the secret societies that run the world, that own everything and control our minds with the news media. I mean, you know that all of the news is fake. It's all scripted. I mean, about this the other day. ABC talked about a terrorist attack on where it was. It was somewhere overseas where there was this huge bombing attack, and they used actual footage from a Kentucky gun range, but they edited it to make it look like they took out the audience that was watching, right? And they were exposed. Somebody found it to put it together, but none of the other news media, their competition. If the competition was real, they'd be leading with that story every hour on the hour, going, "Don't trust ABC; they're liars." But they're all in on it together. It's all to control your mind.
Even the editor, the young kid who's doing the editing and putting it together, he's complicit.
They're all. Sometimes local news, a little truth gets out, but all of the news is scripted. You've seen I think it was Jimmy Kimmel that put it together, or somebody put it together. A clip of all of the different news stations across the country, all the different services saying the exact same thing.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. So that's just the beginning of it. Yeah. You know what? The other thing is on YouTube, they're hiding flat Earth. If you go on YouTube and search flat Earth, you're going to get pages and pages and pages of propaganda. The millions and millions and millions of videos that have been made on this topic are hidden. Well, why are they hiding that? They're not hiding alien videos. They're not hiding Bigfoot videos. They're hiding flat Earth videos because this is the secret that will make them lose control of the population. Because when you wake up to the flat Earth, you stop giving them your energy. This is more of an energetic spiritual war, which is crazy for me to say. But once you understand the depth of what this is, um, you wake up and you become free and you stop giving away your power because we're not a random speck in the middle of an infinite universe flying on a speck like billions of other specks in a vacuum. None of it makes any sense when you look at it. So, good.
Can I ask you some questions? Because this is really really important to establish here. Do you have a degree in physics?
Well, no. See, here's
no. It's important to know who the teacher is. Don't you agree?
Yeah, well,
if you're going to take a class,
I'm
do you want to
question.
know the teacher's credentials? I'm not saying it's bad, you're wrong or not. I just want to know what your story is.
I gotcha. I will explain. I have a bachelor's degree. I took 4 years of astronomy, and I got 8 straight A's in it. But I realized that was a complete waste of time and nonsense. But the people, here's what it is: the controllers of this world, the Rockefeller family, for example, they write all the textbooks. They're the ones that publish textbooks, and they sell them at like a tenth of the price that they actually cost to be made. So all of the schools can only afford these Rockefeller textbooks. This is the information they want you to learn. Then whoever is the best at memorizing and regurgitating becomes the teachers. Okay,
they mathematics isn't real. Is that what you're telling me?
So no, but they teach us junk math. They teach us algebra. They teach us basic geometry. They teach us calculus, right? They don't teach us vortex mathematics. They don't teach us sacred geometry. They don't teach us the math that moves pyramids. They don't teach us any of that stuff. Okay. But that's all out there. I mean, just go on YouTube and look up vortex mathematics. Spend a day looking at that, or sacred geometry. Once that starts clicking in and you see, why don't they teach this in school? You know, it's mind blowing what they hide. So no, I don't have a physics degree.
No
but
mathematics degree?
I know I have math. I took a lot of math, but it's all junk math.
Optics. What's your experience with optics?
Well, my experience with optics is whatever I learned in school and the last 5 years of studying every single day, as much free time as I have. But speaking of optics, let's talk about optics and why. Here's the number one proof. If I ask you for proof, you might say ships go over the horizon, right? From the bottom, they disappear from the bottom up, and that proves the Earth is a curve. Would that be a proof that you would use?
I wouldn't try to prove it again, but I've heard that offered as proof, but I wouldn't try to prove it.
Yeah. So the top proofs that they use are Aristophanes proved it with sticks and shadows back 500 years ago. We can see ships going over the horizon, disappearing from the bottom up. Why can't we see England from New York? Why can't we see Mount Everest from everywhere if the Earth was flat? And there's answers to all of these. So which one would you like me to address? And again, on a radio show, it's a little difficult to do it, but I can do it in short segments.
I would really, before you address any of the specifics, I really want to learn as much as I can about you to understand where you're. I need to know, if the teacher's teaching me, I need to know his credentials on everything. And it doesn't mean I'm attacking you, I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I told you my credentials.
No, you haven't. I got a lot more questions on that. Propulsion systems. Do you have any experience with that?
Not formal experience. No.
Military experience.
0.
You do?
0.
Oh, 0. I'm sorry. Ordnance systems.
Nope.
Video and film production.
Yeah, I did some video and film production.
Okay.
I used to make pretty good videos. If you check out my channel, DITRH on YouTube.
Good to know.
I do all short videos that just basically give you a little taste and point out some things that you can't resolve otherwise.
Okay. Photo manipulation.
I'm pretty good at Photoshop, but I don't use it that much.
Okay. Government agency. Do you ever work for a government agency?
No, never.
Know anybody that does? Friends?
Not really. No, that's what I can think of.
Have you ever worked for a company that's partnered with a government agency?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You own a telescope?
I used to, yeah.
Okay. Have you visited an observatory?
For the 4 years I was in college, I had access to the Copernicus Observatory on our science wing, and we used it probably 3 or 4 nights a week.
Okay.
And we used it, and we observed so many things, and it's amazing what you find out after the fact.
Good. And are you married?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, and you hold a steady job, or is this your job? Is this your living doing this?
I hold a steady job.
Okay. Just need to know these things. If there's a living in it, I want to be part of it.
Well, if you want to look at it, I mean, I'm not in flat Earth to make a living. I'm into flat Earth because I want a life for my children beyond the 5G control grid slave system they have planned for us.
All right. How much time of your life do you devote to this stuff? A lot?
Every free moment outside of work.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, here's the thing. And before we get into, letting you just kind of explain why you believe what you believe and all that stuff, I'm telling you, I'm what you would call a globetrot, okay? And that's fine. That's fine. But I have a television channel on Roku, and if you want to be on that platform and reach 75 million homes, I'd be glad to give you whatever time you need, because I have a lot of time to fill. I'm putting that out there.
Sure.
I don't care about this either way, but I know my audience is really interested in it. So I want to let you kind of explain your position and your beliefs and all that stuff. I just thought it was really important to get this stuff out there and know who they're talking to and who's talking to them.
Can I, all right, is that enough information on
Yeah, that's plenty. I'm happy. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. You say you're globe tired. I think that's very rude. I think you're just a globe believer. That's fine. And that's I used to say 99% of the world, but I think it's less than that now. The flat Earth movement, if that's what you want to call it, is growing at a rate that is insane. It's just so gross. There's a conference that's coming up in Brazil, and when they announced it sold 1,000 seats, it sold out faster than a Fish concert. Now they're looking for a bigger venue. There's 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. There's a conference that I'm actually presenting at in Dallas, Texas, on November 14th and 15th of this year, 2019, and that one is going to be amazing. So if anyone's in the Dallas area, come on down, and I guarantee nobody leaves there believing in the ball. So my question to you is, you are a globe believer. What can you give me one reason that you believe in the globe?
I've been around the earth 4 times.
Okay. So where'd you go? You went from the USA to Japan, China?
I went from New York to Japan, back to New York. More than once. I went to.
Did you come back the same way, or did you keep going in the same direction?
Kept going the same direction.
Okay, so New York to Japan, you can go east or you can go west and get to Japan, right?
I went east, and then we stopped back in Hawaii and LA,
and so you went west. Perfect. I absolutely believe. And this, by the way, is not proof of a flat Earth or a ball Earth, because it works on both. The North Pole on the flat Earth is in the same place it is on the globe Earth. It's at the center, right at the north, underneath Polaris. And if you hold a compass out, it points towards the North Pole, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's miniaturize this. You have a table, put a magnet on the table, and put the compass a foot away from it, so it's pointing towards the magnet. Now, the magnet is pointing towards the north, east and west, or to the side. So you start sliding that magnet around the table. You have to keep turning that magnet, turning that compass, so the needle keeps pointing at the north, and you can go west or east if you remain 1 foot from the center, and you can circumnavigate that flat Earth or that ball Earth. Same thing.
No, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to. Again, I don't want to argue with you, but that's not the experience of. If you set it up in a real research lab and try that, it doesn't work. You're gonna. It does not match physics and mathematics.
Explain why it doesn't work. You're saying that you don't have to correct to the north as you go?
Right.
Okay, so what you're saying is that on a ball Earth, if you leave California and go west, that you're not correcting toward the north to maintain a west heading. That's what you're saying, correct?
I'm saying if you fly due west forever from California, you're going to end up back in California.
Right, absolutely, because you're turning to the north.
Have you talked to a pilot? Do you have a pilot's license?
I'm going to prove it to you, and pilots agree with this, okay? You have to turn, because let's say you were 1 mile from the North Pole on the globe.
But you're not. Stop with the California thing.
Let's say you were.
Okay.
If you're at the North Pole and you start walking away from the North Pole, you're walking south, correct? If you're walking directly away from the North Pole, you're walking south.
That's correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're 1 mile from the North Pole and you want to go west, you have to maintain your distance of 1 mile from the North Pole. Otherwise, you'll be going south.
That's correct.
Right? Okay. So you're making a circle around the North Pole, and at 3.14 miles later, you've maintained a heading of west, and you're back to where you started from.
That's
and now
correct.
you can march your way all the way out farther and farther until you get to California. So now California, I don't know, is it 2,000 miles from the North Pole, whatever it is. You have to maintain 2,000 miles from the North Pole, which is a circle, okay? On a globe and on a flat Earth, you have to correct to the north. The only place, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can go. The only place where you would not have to correct to the north is exactly on the equator, okay? Get a globe, get a ball, and put a dot to the North Pole on it, and try to draw a line west. West and east are circles. North and south are straight lines. Now you can go from New York up over the North Pole to the far east.
That's
Or you
correct.
can go from New York, you can go east and go around, correcting your course to the left, to the north.
Not
Or
if
you
it's
can go,
flat, you can't.
yes, you can. On a flat Earth, you are just flying. Let's say it's like imagine a big lake in Kansas. It's 10 miles in circumference. There's a whole bunch of islands in the lake, and in the middle is the North Pole. You can circumnavigate all of those islands by going east clockwise or west counterclockwise or vice versa.
Not if it's on a plane. You can't. You fall
Yes, you
off. You
can.
go off. You go across that plane. You cross the plane.
You're not following, because on a ball or a flat Earth, if you go straight, you're going south, no matter which direction you're going.
Correct.
Yeah. So you're saying you went west. If you went straight from California, you would hit Antarctica.
No, I
Okay.
wouldn't.
You have to. Here's the thing. There's a video on my channel called Circumnavigation for Dummies. Go to DITRH YouTube channel. That's the initials for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Search Circumnavigation for Dummies, and I show you in an experiment. And it's not even questionable. This isn't a theory. But the thing is, traveling east and west in the north doesn't prove the globe or the flat Earth, because it works on both. The problem arises that when a ship's captain in the Southern Ocean is trying to dead reckon at 270 degrees or 90 degrees, which is west and east, they have to constantly correct to the north to maintain their heading. Right? If the Earth was a globe, they'd have to correct to the south once they were below the equator. But it works perfectly fine on a flat Earth.
Nah,
Perfectly.
no, it
You just don't
doesn't.
understand it. You're saying no.
I
You
know
haven't
because
looked at it.
because I've seen the actual
Yeah.
experiment done in
Which experiment?
in a live room, and it doesn't work. If
Explain
it's
the
flat,
experiment, please. Yeah. Good.
if it's flat on a table and you try to go around, you're going off the edge of the table.
No. I have a circular table in front of me. If I put a string, tacked it to the middle, and it was halfway out from the middle, and I just drew a circle around the center, that's west or east, depending on which direction I'm going. East and west are circles around the center, and that's perfectly how it works. Did you know that the FAA manual says that they treat the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane? All their manuals say that. Pilots use flat Earth maps, and that's it. If you look at any flight route, and they make these, they call them the Great Arctic Circle, not I forget the big curvature route or whatever. But if you chart it on a flat Earth map, it's a straight line. They're straight lines rather than these ridiculous curves. Airplanes fly over the Earth plane. There's power in words. They have meaning. And planes, a plane traveling at 550 miles per hour would have to nose down a full mile every 2 minutes to maintain their height over the curve. But they don't. They fly straight and level.
Who told you that?
Well, just do the curve. You know what the curvature calculation is for a ball 24,901 miles around?
The curvature calculation.
The curvature so if you have a sphere, there's a calculation, circular trigonometry, whatever it's called. I'm spacing on the word. That tells you what that curvature rate is, and the curvature rate for the Earth that we supposedly live on is 8 inches per mile squared. Because in 1 mile, the Earth will drop 8 inches. But in 2 miles from that original observer, the curve is dropping off more. So it's not 8 inches and 8 inches. 2 miles is 2 times 2, which is 4, times 8, which is 32 inches. And 3 miles is 6 feet. And this is the agreed upon scientific Earth curve calculator. The problem is a 6-foot man standing on the edge of a calm ocean can see way farther than 6 miles. The water should drop off at 3 miles, and they shouldn't be able to see anything else. But we can see land that's 20 miles away, and we can see water beyond that land. That proves that there is no curvature. There's none.
Wow. Okay.
Okay? So I encourage you, a lot of this stuff is is easier to see in demonstrations and experiments that have been done.
Exactly, which is why I said I we're talking about experimental method and seeing the experiment right in front of you in a room with a controlled scientific method.
So explain. I'm very, very interested in how this flat Earth circumnavigation doesn't work in your experiment. Can you explain it in a little more detail for me?
Because if it's on a flat Earth, if it's on a flat platform, flat platform, that flat platform has an end.
Table. Yeah, right. It has an edge.
It has an edge. So if you go from the widest point out, you're going past the edge. You never go past the edge.
You can't do that. Here, look at it this way. You have your circular table, and the North Pole is in the center of your table. You go with me on that?
Okay.
Okay. So the North Pole is at the center of that table. You're halfway between the edge of the table and the North Pole. If you want to go east or west, you have to maintain that distance from the North Pole. You can't get any farther from it or any closer to it. Because if you get closer to it, you're heading northwest, northeast, whatever direction you're going. And if you get farther from it, you're heading south. So if you go in a straight line and hit the edge of that table, that's only because you're going south. South is the entire perimeter of the
equator is perfectly round. It's not perfectly round. Excuse me. It's obtuse, but it's the widest point you can get from both poles.
No, see that's incorrect. So that's the other belief that you have. You believe there's a South Pole. We don't believe there's a South Pole, and there's plenty of evidence to show that there's not. The equator is the halfway point between the center of the table and the outer edge of the table, and then you draw a circle. There's an app called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, okay? This app will show anyone that wants to see how the flat Earth works, how it works. It shows you where the sun and the moon are. It shows you how they go around. It shows you how the sun travels between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer to create the seasons. It shows you how... and then the biggest thing is the app every day serves you a new video that YouTube is hiding from you. And the challenge I give people is get the app, watch that one video every day for 2 weeks, and I guarantee you will reject the globe model and you will be a full-on flat Earth researcher. There's also a frequently asked question page. If you don't want to wait every day for a new video, there's a frequently asked questions. The top 21 questions, they're all there. You click one of them, and it gives you an entire playlist of videos that answer that question 6 ways to Sunday.
So is your entire scientific method of research watching videos and downloading apps?
I was gonna bring that up before you did, but you beat me to it. YouTube is not a, people say, well, where do you get all your information on YouTube? YouTube is just a platform for people to put information. YouTube is like life. Everything is out there. It's all on YouTube. You just have to discern. YouTube is a library. It's literally a library that you have instant access to. By the time you can go to the library and look something up, I can find it on YouTube, figure out how to repair my car, figure out how to treat a wound, or figure out how to look at curvature experiments. On my on the app, or my channel, you go to the playlist, no curvature. And there's 100 videos right now of experiments that we've done with lasers, with microwaves, with flashing a mirror. Like we had a mirror on a beach, and we could flash somebody where that mirror should be behind a 60-foot high wall of water, but the person on the other side can see it. Okay, you'd have to believe that mirror flash is traveling up over 60 feet of water and down the other side. Just the other day, somebody put up a video of a world record sight distance where we could see a lighthouse that was over 300 miles away. There's 48,000 feet of curvature missing. Okay? There's no argument in the math because the math is agreed upon by the ball Earth side and the flat Earth side, but we can see it. We can prove that we can see it, and it's 48,000 feet of curvature is missing. Matter of fact, it's on the app.
How do you prove it without optics information and traditional geography?
Yeah. So what we do is we have cameras, we have photos. We say, okay, here it is on the map, here it is on Google Earth. Here we are. Here's our setup. Here's our laser. Here's the equipment we're using. Here's the lens aperture. Here's us zooming in. Here's this point of land that's halfway between those two. And here's the lighthouse on this thing. And it's completely meticulously documented. And there's hundreds of videos on the app that show that. I used to, say, just go to YouTube, Google Flat Earth. But if you do that now, all of those videos are hidden. That should tell you something. They're all hidden.
Not for me.
Yeah, no, you're unfortunately you're getting the ones that are showing you what you want to see. I don't want to see.
No, I'm saying I'm getting the ones. I got 300 or so with you came up in the first page, or first couple of pages, and then I see nothing but Flat Earth Society stuff.
Flat Earth Society is garbage. It's all nonsense. So we won't even look at that because it's nonsense.
What do you mean? You're on a different page than the Flat Earth Society?
The Flat Earth Society is a fake site. It's the reason it comes up first is because they want you to find it. Because if you go there, they say stuff like, well, gravity is because the Earth is rising up at 9.8 meters per second, at an ever-increasing rate, creating gravity. No Flat Earth researcher thinks that. Zero. None. But people that hate the Flat Earth and think the Earth is a globe believe that every Flat Earther thinks that. Not one of us do.
No,
right?
None of I talk to believe in gravity at all. You believe in gravity?
No, I don't believe in gravity. But they say that the Flat Earth Society says Flat Earthers don't believe in gravity. They believe it's created by the Earth rising upward at 9.8 meters per second, which will create a fake gravity. Nobody believes that.
So what makes you get head to the ground when you jump off a building like the Twin Towers? If it's not gravity.
So it's buoyancy and density, right? If something's heavier, it falls down. Like if I drop my phone right now, it's heavier than the air and it falls down. But the question is, what establishes the down? They always say gravity is a weak force, a very, very weak force. But meanwhile, it could hold, 100 trillion pounds of oceans and a cruise ship upside down on the bottom of a spinning ball next to a vacuum, which is just insanity. But the Earth is electric. Okay, the Earth has a negative charge, proven, measurable.
Before you go further, you believe in magnetism? Yeah,
that's the only true force in the world. It is electricity and magnetism is the only true force in the world.
Okay,
and the sky, the firmament above us is a positive charge, right? That negative charge attracts everything to it, ever so slightly. But then buoyancy and density do all the sorting. You have a helium balloon, it goes up because it's lighter than the air around it, right? So it's buoyancy and density. But the thing is, they need gravity to make the ball Earth thing work. It's just buoyancy and density. The Earth has a negative charge. The oceans are the salt fluid that makes the circuit go around, has the current in it. And it's a very complicated system, but it's all provable and measurable.
I really wish you wouldn't say they, because that to me, anytime you say they and can't name the people, name who's specifically involved, because that's why I asked you if you ever worked for a government agency, because I have, and I've known hundreds and hundreds of people, and we're not perpetuating lies like that. We're not part of any conspiracy.
No, there's like all the people that work for NASA. Most of them don't know that it's all nonsense.
How about how about the head of Goddard Space Flight Research Center? Would they know?
So here's the thing, without going too deep into that, Virgin Galactic, SpaceX, NASA, JAXA. Did you see the Israelis try to land the thing on the moon, and the one from India a couple weeks ago?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and it was worse than the original Space Invaders game. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. I could stake it better myself, but it's all nonsense. Nobody goes to space because space doesn't exist. Okay, let me ask you this question. The first law of thermodynamics says you can't have high pressure next to a vacuum or even just low pressure without a physical barrier. And your answer is going to be gravity, but how is the high pressure air stuck to a spinning ball next to an infinite vacuum?
Are you familiar with centrifugal force at all?
Centrifugal force or centrifugal force?
Centrifugal force.
Yeah. So centrifugal force. Yeah. How does centrifugal force hold the air to a spinning ball?
It actually does. If you spin a ball fast enough in an environment, you will see that right around it, and you can look with a particle detector. You can see that the air is denser around that ball always.
Right. So how does it not get sucked off into space, into the vacuum of space?
Because
And
it's following the motion of, and again, I know you think that the world, you keep saying the world flat, but you don't think it's flat, right? You know it's not flat. It's,
no, it's a flat stationary plane with hills and valleys and
right,
whatnot.
and those things cause force and friction as well.
Yeah. Okay. So that is at least you know the official story. So the friction of the mountains and the valleys is getting all of the air to spin with the Earth. But at the equator, the air is going 1,000 miles per hour, and at the North Pole, it's not moving at all. Okay. So or if you're in northern Alaska, you're spinning at 300 miles per hour on your ball Earth, and somebody in Ecuador is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So you're in an airplane sitting on a runway, or let's just say a helicopter, sitting on a runway, not moving. Well, you're moving in space at 300 miles per hour because the Earth is rotating at 300 miles per hour. That helicopter takes off, flies to Ecuador. How does it land on a north-south runway that's moving 1,000 miles per hour sideways?
Because it's a very small in relationship to the actual moving thing that's moving with centrifugal force, not linear force.
Yeah. So centrifugal force is when you have a bucket of water and you swing it around and the water stays in it.
Right.
But you have to turn the bucket out. You have to turn the bucket so the water's facing outward, and that centrifugal force would throw the water out of the bucket because it's not being pulled to the inside. The water is on the outside of the ball. Centrifugal force would throw the water into space. So the common answer that people say, well, gravity's holding the air down. But meanwhile, a summer breeze can make the air go to the left and to the right, but it's supposedly being held down from gravity. The vacuum of space is a Tor 10 vacuum. We can't even create that here on Earth. We can make like a Tor 7 vacuum. It's just slightly less than whatever space is supposed to be, but it needs like 6 feet of steel or lead wall so it doesn't implode upon itself. But I can take the weak lungs of my vacuum and I can suck water or air up and away from gravity with my weak vacuum lungs. Nonsense. The space is not a vacuum. We're in an enclosed system.
Are you talking about people on YouTube who've responded to you, or have you talked to actual physicists who said...
Actual physicists, most of them won't come on record because they lose everything once they realize that the Earth is flat. They lose all of their funding. Pilots can't talk about it. There's a huge group of pilots that are speaking out. They're sending us videos where they show the horizon. They look out the cockpit window. Then they show their altimeter, not their altimeter, their gyroscope thing, the thing that shows them that they're level. And then they scroll down to one of our books, showing that they know that the Earth is flat, but they can't put their face on the camera because when they speak out, they lose their jobs. We've had pilots come on our shows, and then they immediately get grounded, and then they get fired. Okay?
I'm sorry. Now, there has to be a level of corruption. Who's going to do the firing? The person who does the firing, the person at the airlines, you tell me, is in on the conspiracy.
No. How about this? The person that does it, they're like, we have a pilot flying passengers around that thinks the Earth is flat. And that person believes that the Earth is a globe. They're going to ground that pilot because that pilot is obviously crazy in their mind. So there's one person that doesn't know that would actually do that. But the big airlines, the big corporations, the people at the very top know. The secretary that's answering the phone doesn't know what's going on in the corporate office, and that president's office doesn't know what's going on in the CEO's office, and doesn't know what's going on in the chairman's office. It's all a pyramid construction.
That's an awful huge conspiracy that's lasted 500 years, buddy.
You know what? That's the other thing. It hasn't lasted 500 years. That's the story that we're told. We don't know anything past the mid-1800s at best. But one thing that we do know is that in the 1900s, everyone knew that the Earth was flat, and they started changing the story around 1900. Or actually in the very late 1800s, they started changing it. Then the World Wars came in, and they destroyed all of the real information. There's newspaper articles. We found many newspaper articles of teachers being persecuted. There was one from April of 1900 exactly that the teacher was being persecuted because they were trying to teach heliocentrism, which is the globe Earth model, in their classroom, and that was heresy. That's nonsense.
All right.
Yeah.
I have a challenge for you.
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to disprove you, by the way. I'm just saying,
no, go ahead.
Instead of saying they, name them. Every time you want to say they, name them. If you can't name them, then you're just being reckless. You're saying because you tell me the people at the top of airlines know, the people at the top of NASA know.
Let me ask you a question.
I have friends
what airline do you fly on?
I used to go on American all the time exclusively.
Okay, cool. Name the top people that's chairman of the board of American Airlines.
I don't know them now. I did when I was a kid, when I was on them all the time.
Name the people that own the Federal Reserve. Okay, is that a conspiracy?
Nobody runs the Federal Reserve. It's a group of bankers who are nobody owns it. A group of bankers who are appointed to a board that run the Federal Reserve.
Yeah. So listen.
You say the Federal Reserve, but I have known the head of research center at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Agency, and she was not a liar and an evil person or hiding some conspiracy from me.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She's probably very honest.
When you say them, they or them, without naming the people, you leave a lot of people exposed and feeling accused unless you can name specifics.
So on if you go to the archives on the app, you can find it on YouTube, or you can go to the Flat Earth, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app YouTube channel. There's a video that was recently put up there called it's called Satellite. Let me just pull it up. This video shows we made a phone call to the top researcher, the guy that runs the Hubble space program. It's called Satellites in Space Do Not Exist. And these guys that run Hubble and they're in charge of it, I believe that they have no idea. But this guy has admitted that he's never seen a photo of Hubble in space. Okay? Never seen a photo, and he's the top guy that's running it. You can listen to these phone calls we have with these people. It's total compartmentalization.
Again, and you know what? If you can name that guy, that's a great thing. I'm just saying, how would you like it? And I don't even know what you do for a living, but how would you like it if somebody came out and said, everybody who does what David does for a living is on this big conspiracy? And
I didn't say that. You said that.
When you say they, that's what you're leaving open.
Yeah. So there's people that run the world, and we're not privy to all of them. We know that, the Rockefeller family, the royal family, the Bushes, those are just the lower level elite. There's more that we're unaware of.
And so people like the presidents of of every country on earth and the kings and prime ministers, they're all in on that because they're subjective to those people, or they're fooled by them?
Very good question. So the only way that they control us is by division. They divide us. They divide us by countries. They divide us by sports teams. They divide us by races. They divide us by politics. Just divide, and get everybody fighting with each other, and then we lose our cohesive power, right? There's, the Russia. We never had any war with Russia. The Cold War was nonsense. The Russia. We never had any attacks by Russia or anything. It's all made up. If you look at it now, there are some rogue nations that have, it's like the mob. There's different divisions of the mob, and maybe they're fighting with each other. Some of that is going on, but the rest of it is just nonsense. Okay, like North Korea, Kim Jong Un. Have you ever seen him speak? No, because he's not the leader of North Korea. He's a puppet that they take pictures in front of a green screen of him clapping and smiling and say that he's going to bomb California when he doesn't have anything. If you look at those photos, you'll see that the soldiers that are in formation on the street are stepped and repeated. They're the same group of soldiers 3 times, stepped and repeated. It's all nonsense. These giant rockets are nonsense. The space shuttle, nonsense.
So rockets don't work. There's no such thing as a rocket.
No, there's something as small rockets. If you look at like the Go Fast rocket, it went up 73 miles, then it hit something. It kind of sounded like liquid and acted like liquid, but it stopped short at 73 miles. These giant ships that take off, the videos that they show us are highly edited, proven to be fake. The people that get to watch it are watching from 10, 15 miles away with a row of trees blocking their view of exactly what's happening on the ground, and they can't see it anyway. And when it goes off, you see it go off at a much faster rate. You don't know how big it is, how fast it's going. You don't know anything. You look at any rocket that NASA, SpaceX, or any of those space agencies supposedly sending to space, watch it. It goes up, it curves over, it levels out. We're told that it's going with the spin of the Earth, and it's got to gain speed. And then it comes down, and it disappears. And in less than a minute, they switch to a cartoon in what they're showing you. And it's no question, it's a cartoon. Just watch the video, but it happens in less than a minute. And then they launch from Cape Canaveral out over the Bermuda Triangle. That's interesting. Why are it's a wasteland of crashed nonsense rockets. They're not real. Nobody goes into space.
So how many people would it take at minimum to make this NASA conspiracy for 60 years work and keep it hidden?
It's since 1957. There's been some whistleblowers, but it's how many people at NASA know? I don't even know how many people work there.
I mean, at minimum, just to make it work, how many?
Let's say 1,000. I don't know. Could be 10,000. It could be 1,000. Don't know. Could be 500. It could be 200. If you look at the astronauts, they're supposed to be the best of the best that they're hiring. If you look at them and then compare them to like fighter pilots you can see they're smarter, they're sharper, they're in shape. These astronauts are idiots. If you just listen to them talk, go to the NASA playlist on the DITRH YouTube channel or the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock channel or on the app. The app is the fastest way to get this. Click on NASA Fraud, watch any one or all of the 100 videos that are on there. And again, YouTube is just a server of information. Watch the video, judge it for yourself, and ask yourself, we've caught them on the space station wearing harnesses, floating from wires, getting tangled in the wires. We have video glitches. They do all of this stuff. It's proven. When they're doing spacewalks, there's bubbles, right? Did you know that the NASA training facility is in a pool, in a giant pool, that they have a replica of the space station, which is the greatest accomplishment of man, underwater, where they're doing tests to simulate space. Well, you know the difference between a pool and space? In a pool, the water's trying to get into your spacesuit. In space, the air is trying to get out of your spacesuit. How do you have somebody in a flexible suit in space that doesn't explode when there's no oxygen, no air on the outside of that suit? You've seen what happens when you put anything in a vacuum chamber. Before half the air is sucked out of that chamber, it explodes, right? The astronauts and their spacesuits would explode. We've challenged. We've done everything. The NASA scientists show us the spacesuit, put it in a vacuum chamber, and see what happens. We've offered to go in there with them. Mark Sargent's offered to go in there with them. They will never, ever do it because it would explode, right? It doesn't make any sense. A spacesuit in a vacuum chamber would look like the Stay Puft Michelin Man for a short second before it exploded. And we can test it with vacuum chambers. There's videos on the NASA Fraud playlist that will show you that exact thing. Okay.
You mentioned the space station. So, and in relation to your comment that they have to divide us, what makes for the commonality and the cooperation in building the International Space Station?
So that, by the way, that's just a story. You haven't seen it, place that you can't go. But would you agree that the space station's a pretty big technical accomplishment? Of course, you would agree with that. And mission control, when they're bringing up these modules that somehow got up there, right? They got launches up there. You would think that mission control would have cameras on them. Just the other day, they had the first woman spacewalk, which was no different than a regular man spacewalk. But they're out there for an hour, and after an hour, they announced that she was able to loosen a nut. Okay, loosen a nut on the outside of the space station. It's traveling 17,500 miles per hour, but that doesn't matter because it's the back of the space. They can't tell if they're moving. Fine. Okay, but that you would think that there would be hundreds of cameras, video, photos of this thing being built. There's zero photos of it being built. There's zero video of it being built. It just showed up in space one day. They said they were going to build one. They're like, oh, it's in space, and here it is. So let's talk about visual. You asked me about optics, and let's talk about optics. Do you ever stand underneath a 747? Most people have been on a 747. They're pretty huge, but when you're standing underneath it on the runway, it's gigantic. It's almost the size of a football field.
I have, but I was like 5 years old at the time.
Yeah. All right. So just the enormity of a 747 is phenomenal. It's actually almost the same size as the space station. Okay. So you have this giant 747, and now you fly it up to cruising altitude, 35,000 feet, about 5 miles, and it reduced from a football field over your head to the size of a pencil eraser held at arm's length. And by the way, at 35,000 feet, it kind of, even on a clear day, the color's kind of faded just because of the distance, and it's the size of a pencil eraser held at arm's length. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. If I remember, so that's the reduction in size. A football field that you're standing on to a pencil eraser held at arm's length. If you doubled the height of that, would you be able to see that 747?
I don't know.
Probably not. Just logic would tell you that. How about if I said, if you 25 times that distance, would you be able to see it? Of course not, right? Any logical thinking person would do that. But if you want to really do the measurement in the angular size goes below 0.2 of a degree, which means that your eye is unable to resolve it. Anything smaller than 0.02 degrees in arc size, your eye cannot see it, even though it's there. And then so if you zoom in on it with a camera and make that angular size bigger, your eye can't resolve it. Okay? So the space station is 50 times higher than a jet, than a cruising 747. 50. Okay? But when we watch it, if you go to the ISS tracker, and there is a tracker, and you watch it, it's a bright light, brighter than the friggin' sun, that goes from horizon to horizon. Okay? And the people that can see it, the people that can't see it, it's nonsense. I can see it from horizon to horizon. It's traveling 17,500 miles per hour. There should be people all around that can see it, like 100 miles to my west or my east. They should be able to see it too. They can't see it. And the reason they can't see it is because it's much closer, it's much smaller, and it's not a space station.
What is it?
I don't know. I can't get up there. It's brighter than the sun. But here's the thing. You know what the inverse square law of light is?
No,
Most people don't. I didn't know what it was before I started researching. The inverse square law of light is anytime, if you have a light that is, let's say you're holding it in front of your face and it's 1 lumen, or 100 lumens, okay? That's a measure of light. And if I double the distance, so it's 1 foot in front of my face, now it's 2 feet. Well, guess what? At 2 feet, it's only a quarter as bright. It's whenever you double the distance, it's 1/4 the brightness. Or whenever you half the distance towards you, it's 4 times brighter. So a better way to look at this is the moon is 238,000 miles away, and it's got some brightness to it on a clear night. Let's just say, and I would say it's probably 10 lumens, 20 lumens, but let's just say it's 1 lumen, okay, which is ridiculous because you can barely see 1 lumen. But if you half the distance to the moon at 1 lumen, it's 2 lumens. And if you half that distance again, it's 4 lumens. Then it's 16 lumens. Then it's 64 lumens. Still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just losing my headset for a second. It's 64 lumens. And by the time you got it to 100 miles from Earth, it's 10 times brighter than the sun. Okay? So that means when the astronauts were there, they'd be standing on something that's 10 times brighter than the sun. Makes no sense. Another thing to think about is on a full moon night where you have a few clouds in the sky, the moon only lights up a few of the clouds that are right next to the moon. All the other clouds are in the darkness. Okay? If it was 238,000 miles away, that light, if it could make it all the way to Earth from that far, would light up all the clouds. But it doesn't. It just lights up the ones next to it.
Well, that's not exactly true because it lights the ones next to it brighter, and you can see the shadows of the clouds that are closest or in front of it a lot more contrasty. But you can see clouds off to the horizon on both sides.
No, you can't. If you go out on the water or in a place where there's no light, the other clouds are in total darkness.
I live on a place that's exactly like that, on the water.
So, but just the next time the moon is up with enough size and brightness, just look how the light works. It works like a local light. Then get a light and get some, cotton balls or whatever. Or
I agree that it works like a normal
like
light.
a local light,
right?
A small local light, just like we did. We're also told that the Earth is spinning, which is making the sunset. So when you watch the sunset, you believe that you're falling backwards at like 1,000 miles per hour, which is making the sunset. That's nonsense, right? But the moon is orbiting the opposite direction around the Earth. Okay, but if you watch a moonrise and a sunrise, they rise in the same place approximately, and they set in the same place. They take the same path. Okay, the odds of that happening in the way they describe it are zero. Okay,
so you describe you describe it for me. How's the sun going around a flat Earth?
So the sun that we see is not a giant burning ball of hydrogen. It is a focus point of energy that's in our sky that is in a position relative to the viewer's position. Okay, and we can show this with a glass dome and a light on the outside of it. Right, and it circles around the center, which is the North Pole, and it goes all the way into the circle, which is the Tropic of Cancer. And when it's over the Tropic of Cancer in June, it's the inner northern world summer because the sun is closer to them. And the outer lands, like Santiago, Chile, and Australia, Southern Africa, it's their winter because the sun is far away. Then over the next 6 months, it migrates outwards to the Tropic of Capricorn, which is the equal distance on the opposite side of the equator, which is a circle in the middle of the disk. And by the way, we're not a disk flying in space. That is not it at all. And when it goes out there, that's why the sun is lower in the sky for us. In the north, we're having our winter and they're having their summer. It's simple.
Well, you just said disc, and then you said we're not a disc. So what is the shape? What is the shape?
So the world that we have access to is a circle. Okay, it's like a big circular lake, and the shoreline of that lake is the land that we call Antarctica. So when you hear somebody say the Antarctic ice wall, it's not like a wall like the Game of Thrones. It's literally the shoreline that is far, far out in the Southern Ocean that surrounds us. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. Okay, if you think about a puddle, the highest land on that puddle is the outer edge of that puddle. So when you get to Antarctica, there's a cliff of ice that's 200 feet high, and when you get on top of that cliff, there's an ice plain that goes, I forget, I think it's 200 miles, 300 miles, and then it gets to a mountain that's 2 or 3 miles high that surrounds the entire thing. And then what's beyond that? We don't know. But if you look up, there's a video somebody found, Encyclopedia Americana from the 1950s, and it talks about Antarctica, and it said that there is a domed ceiling at 13,000 feet over those mountains. Okay, and it calls it a dome barrier over that. That has been removed from our books as late as 1950. We've talked to people from Croatia, old elderly people. They're like, we were taught that the Earth was flat in school. This whole globe thing is nonsense. We've never believed it, and they just don't discuss it. So the whole thing. We talk about Aristophanes because people love to bring that one up. You know the Aristophanes story.
No, I don't. Oh,
So the story, you'll remember it in a
yeah,
second
yeah,
when I
yeah,
tell it
yeah,
to you.
yeah, yeah.
Aristophanes he noticed that on a certain day of the year, the sun shines down this well to the bottom, which meant that the sun was directly over that well. And then he could put a stick up in the ground, and there's no shadow because the sun was directly over that stick. But then 500 miles away, he had somebody else with a stick that was straight up and down, and that stick had a shadow at the same time. Well, on a ball with a sun so far away that all of the rays are coming in parallel, like they tell us, that would be proof of a ball. Okay, um, it would work on a ball. The problem is the sun that we see, the sun that gives us sunlight, is very close and local. So if you have on your table in front of you, if you put two pencils or batteries standing upright, and you held a light a foot over one of them, they're a foot apart or whatever. One of them would have no shadow, and the other one would have a shadow. That doesn't prove that your table's a ball. It just shows that this exact experiment works with a local light. There's a video playlist called Flat Earth Debunks, and all of the mainstream stories where they've taken the time. Neil deGrasse Tyson has taken the time to go through and bust all these flat Earth things. They're all debunked 100% scientifically with proof in video, so you can see it yourself and understand. The problem is people are so brainwashed that they don't even know there's another answer. They don't even consider another answer.
Okay. So back to you were talking about the dome. Is there a dome over the entire Earth?
I don't know because I can't go there. Nobody can go explore
But that
Antarctica.
is that's the main flat Earth theory, or is it
So,
not?
I would say that it is. The question is made of glass. Is it an energetic dome? Is it water?
Yeah, yeah.
We don't know what it is.
I'm not
We don't
asking
know what
that.
it is.
I'm just asking. What I'm really
Yeah.
curious about, and we kind of touched on this before, is there one school of thought, or are there, because, I asked you about the religion stuff before. People I talk to, I mean, I got a lot of this is all a Satanist plot.
Oh, sure.
And when I talk to people who are not in that, well, it's not the Satanist plot, it's a man-made plot or whatever, there's some argument there. So really want to know, is there one unified flat earth theory, or are there different groups,
Yeah.
and do they argue?
Here's the unified theory. There's no curvature. Water lays level. There's zero curvature, and you can't have high pressure next to low pressure without a barrier. There's no way to prove it. You can't simulate it. You can't test it. I mean, you can test it. And that's what everyone agrees upon. The rest, what's beyond the shoreline, what's beyond the mountains of Antarctica, we don't know. What's above 70,000 feet, we don't know. We don't know. But there's lots of proof and evidences towards things. We don't know the exact layout of the world, but what we do know for sure, proven scientifically, is the Earth is not a spinning ball flying in space with a magically stuck, air to the outside of a spinning ball, where centrifugal force would throw the water, the cruise ships, and everything else off the bottom of that ball, the side of that ball, and whatever. People say, well, you don't feel motion if you're in a car going 100 miles an hour or a plane going 500 miles an hour. You don't feel that motion. Well, yeah, you don't until it starts turning. Then if the car turns, you get thrown towards the wall. Well, guess what? The spinning Earth is changing your direction at 1,000 miles per hour. The 66,000 miles per hour is changing speeds over the course of the year and curving the whole time. Curving is acceleration.
It's not constant motion, constant
a
direction.
Straight line. No, it's not. A straight line would be a constant direction. It does nothing travels in straight lines. It's curving. Curving is the same as acceleration. Okay, and you don't feel anything. There's a video on my plane called "Not Spinning, Not Orbiting, Not Flying Through Space," and it shows these beautiful, perfectly calm lakes with mirror images of mountains. Meanwhile, we're doing all of these crazy spinning and wobbling and turning. It's nonsense. People say, well, the reason we have seasons is because of the tilt of the Earth. That can be proven in any day of the year when the sun rises. It's at the most severe angle. In the summer, you can feel the heat on your face. And in the winter, when it's at its highest point, you can't feel the sun on your face. You can't feel the heat on your face at all when it's at a much more direct angle where the sun is more concentrated. And that's simply because it's the distance the sun is from you, not the angle that it's coming. Yes, the angle, it gets a little cooler at sunset in the summer not because of the angle, because the sun is farther away.
How far is the sun away?
Yeah, that we don't know. We can't get there. You can't triangulate it because two people in two different places see the sun in a different position. Like if I'm on a beach and you're a mile down the beach and it's sunset, you're going to see the sun drawing a line on the water that comes right to your feet. And I'm going to see it drawing a line on the water that comes to my feet, but I can't see your line and you can't see my line, and you're going to see the sun over a distant piece of land in a different position than I see it. That's because it's all optics with what's going on in the sky. There's water up there. There's all sorts of stuff up there that changes what we see. There's a simple experiment on YouTube. Someone's got an arrow drawing on a piece of paper pasted to a wall, and they put an empty water glass in front of it, and the arrow's pointing to the left. They fill the glass with water, and the arrow's now pointing to the right. It's all optics, and there's 150 different ways to explain what we see, but we don't know how it works. Can't go there.
Do you think Einstein was a fraud?
100%. He married his cousin. He was just put in there to negate the Airy's failure, or I forget the name of the experiment. There's a whole bunch of experiments that were done to prove that the Earth is spinning, and they all prove that the Earth is flat, stationary, and that the heavens above are spinning, the stars are spinning, and they're fixed inside the firmament, inside the dome.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in.
Well, when you say that Einstein was a fraud, that's kind of a heavy thing.
Yeah, because we were all indoctrinated. I loved Einstein. With his white hair and his big eyes, he was a fraud. Tesla was the genius, right? And if you ask someone asked Einstein once, and again, by the way, no way to prove this because it's just in our history, and I wasn't there. But he said, "How's it feel being the smartest man on earth?" And he said, "I don't know. You have to ask Tesla."
Right. I know.
Okay?
I know that's a very famous quote.
Yeah, yes. But you can't prove it's a real story. I believe it sounds real to me, but again, I can't prove it, so I don't really use it. It's just Einstein's theory of relativity is nonsense. Do you believe in gravity? Is it Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian gravity? They're two different things, and neither one of them work without filling in with like 97% of dark matter that's never been seen. None of it's real.
You know what?
None of it's real.
I would love to hook you up with the global Earth, the hollow Earth guys, and just have you guys two fight it out like a death match.
By the way, the hollow Earth thing makes a lot more sense on a flat Earth, right? Because the deepest you believe that the Earth has a molten core, there's lava in there, there's a nickel in the middle, whatever. But the truth is, the deepest hole that's ever been dug on this Earth, flat or round, is just short of 8 miles. It's called the Great Borehole, and it was done in Russia. The problem is, when they got down to that 8-mile mark, they hit an impenetrable barrier, and they could not get through it. Right? No matter what they did, they couldn't get through it. There's a whole bunch of other creepy stories that come out of that. But in the 1950s, there was Project Fishbowl and Project Dominic. You know what that is?
No, I don't.
They were sending what they call nuclear bombs, but I don't believe nuclear bombs. They were sending bombs up to the firmament to try to blow a hole in it. They sent up hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these bombs trying to blow a hole in the barrier that's above us. Okay? So there's an impenetrable barrier that we call the dome. And then when you go down, we hit another impenetrable barrier. Perhaps there's another dome below us, and there's an underworld above us. And for lack of a better word, the heavens are above us. Okay?
Okay. I'm sorry, you blew past me with the I don't believe in nuclear bombs, so I take you back there just for a second. You don't believe in nuclear bombs, you believe in nuclear energy.
Nuclear energy is just a fancy way to boil water. You're just boiling water with plutonium that, when exposed to water and air, it gets hot, boils water, and they turn steam turbines. The Earth has free energy in it. Okay? And Tesla proved it. He lit up the World's Fair. All of these ancient civilizations had electricity. We have basically now just dirty electricity, which is a whole other topic. Let's just talk. I brought up nuclear bombs, and it interests you. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What about that? There's a video of them compiling TNT in a massive pile before that went off. Okay, the bomb went off, and only the buildings that it had, there was a blast area, but all of Japan burned. But the buildings that had fireproofing on them didn't burn. Okay, so that doesn't sound like a nuclear bomb. 3 days later, the trains were running, the stores were open, the fruit stands were open, they were selling flowers. No reporters can go in there. If you tried to report on it, you were jailed. Only one reporter from the Associated Press or wherever he was from was allowed to report on what was going on in Japan. It's not a nuclear bomb. Nuclear bombs are nonsense. If you want to really dig into that, there's a podcast called Pro 777 Radio, CRROW 777radio.com.
I'm sorry, but can you email me those so I can put them in the titles when I put this on
100%. I will email you the relative link. And if you go there and just look up his nuclear bomb series, that's all you have to listen to. And by the way, there's no theories. He's just showing facts. And when you look at the facts, you go, I never thought of that. We were all shown that house that blew up and the trees bent over backwards. That's still on YouTube. Go look it up. It's obviously a little miniature. Okay. It's complete and utter nonsense. It's a proven miniature model. It's not anything real.
So people living in Nevada, if they saw nuclear testing, they would be lying.
You know what
or
happens
fooled.
when you? I'm sorry to interrupt.
The question is lying or fooled.
They're fooled. When you blow up a massive TNT bomb, guess what it does? It makes a mushroom cloud.
I wouldn't know. I never did.
Yeah, well, it makes a mushroom cloud, and there's videos showing it. Any big bomb like that makes a mushroom cloud. Nuclear bombs are just to keep you in fear, so you give away your power. Because guess what? We have what's called natural law, where we have free will, and they realize in this spiritual war that they're in, that they can't take something from us unless we give it away. So if they trick us into believing all of these horrors that are going on in the world, and we're going to be blown up by nuclear bombs, and a asteroid's going to hit, that we are in fear. When you're in fear, you give away your power. You agree to the nonsense. You agree to the Patriot Act. You agree to all of this stuff, and you give away your power. So circling back to the beginning where you said, what difference does it make? When you wake up to the true reality of the world that we live on, and you find out who you are, where you are, and what you are, you stop giving away your power and you get your life back. It's life-changing. And just throwing it out there, anybody in the Dallas area, or if you can make it to this conference, I guarantee you go there, your mind will be blown, and you will know that you don't live on a spinning rock, water ball pear flying through an infinite vacuum.
Give the dates and the name of the venue again.
The conference is flatearthconference.com. It's in Dallas, Texas on November 14th and 15th. Flatearthconference.com. It's mind-blowing, amazing. November 14th and 15th. It's a Thursday and Friday.
Do you get a lot of globe believers coming there to disrupt stuff and just?
No, the globe believers are, the trolls. They're faceless trolls online, and they never face you in person. You do get some people that are like, I believe I'm going to come and I'm going to listen to stuff and I'm going to debunk it. Guess how you become a flat earther? You try to debunk the globe. I didn't study flat earth to become a flat earther. I tried to debunk the globe. That's how you become a flat earther, is when you try to find out why you believe that the earth is small. Photos of space. There's no photos of earth from space. There's none. Okay? There's zero. They admit the blue marble that was on the iPhone, the one that's in all the textbooks that they still use, they admit the guy, Robert Simmons from NASA, admits how he makes it. He gets strips of data, and he's like, okay, I'm going to make, there's more plankton here, so I'm going to make this water blue, and I'm going to add these clouds, and I'm going to do this. It's not that. He admits that it's Photoshop because it has to be, is what he said.
There's no doubt in my mind that can be done. I can do it. I'm pretty good with Photoshop and 3D animation, so I understand that you can do almost anything in digital manipulation.
There's no photos of Earth, but we have perfectly crisp photos of Pluto with a spaceship that's supposedly flying by at ridiculous speed, right? And by the way, when you look at just Google photos of Pluto, Pluto the dog from Disney is outlined on the island on it. Just look it up. That'll come up for you. They're laughing in our faces. Disney and NASA are one and the same.
But I keep coming back to the people element of it. So, because I know so many people who work in these industries.
Yeah, they're innocent
for
people.
For what you're saying to be true, they'd have to be, you're saying my friends, my neighbors, people I know, good people are just.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. Look at this. You're NASA and you want to build a Saturn V rocket. You want to go to the moon. You need to outsource the building of the parts. So you're going to pick some good companies and have them make. This company is going to make 800 parts, and this company is going to make 7,000 parts. This company is going to make 20 parts because that's what they specialize in. And maybe this company will make one part because that's what they specialize in. But you're going to have a certain number of companies. They pick a different company for every part, practically. They had, I forget the number, it was 8,000 or 18,000 different companies making these parts. That way, everyone could say, I know somebody that made the part for the space station, for the Saturn V rocket. They made the part, but there's people that make satellites. You know that NASA launches thousands of satellites on balloons all the time. They have tens of thousands of balloon satellites in the air at all times. And just one crashed in Michigan just a couple days ago. Right?
That's what was in Roswell supposedly, and going back to 1947.
Yeah. That who knows what happened to Roswell? I wasn't there. So much bullshit around. Oh, sorry, I'm not like to swear.
Yeah, so much. But that was basically the story, that it was a high altitude testing of a satellite by balloon. So
again, that doesn't prove flat Earth or globe Earth. It's really not. It doesn't prove balloon crash, right? It crashed all over the place.
But you mentioned satellites being launched. So you because I've heard the opposite, that there's no such thing as satellites. So
there's no such thing as a satellite falling around the curve of the Earth. The story is that satellites are traveling so fast that their fall rate, they're not 0G because there's the fall rate is the same as the curvature of the Earth. So as it falls a foot, the curvature drops by a foot. That's how it stays in orbit. This is utter nonsense. Okay, there's no satellite space. There are tens of thousands of satellites in floating in at 100,000 feet, 120,000 feet, and that's it. I mean, there's tons of these balloon programs that they have all these fancy names. Like there's one that's called the HAA, the High Altitude Airships, or the HAP, the High Altitude Platforms, or the HALE, High Altitude Long Endurance, the High Altitude Long Operation, which is the HALO, the ARC, Airborne Relay Communication. There's dozens of these. These are admitted, not classified balloon programs. Just Google. Google will still like to see this.
No, I know they exist, but you can give out that information in case anybody else wants to do it. I know the balloon stuff exists. What is beyond the 100? I won't keep you too much longer, but I'm just curious here. What is beyond the 100,000 or the atmosphere, our ceiling that as it is?
I believe that space can best be described as liquid, as water, and that there's a dome dividing the waters from the waters, which is the Bible verse, which is crazy for me to quote because the Bible is. I just believed it was a book of nonsense, and you know what? I still have some issues with the Bible, but I don't care about that. That evidence is showing us, like you look at all of the pictures of planets, that NASA shows us. They're these rocky worlds, and they're just like Earth. Different things. Nonsense. Now our optics have outgrown their lives. Nikon makes a camera called the P900 and now the P1000. Its optical zoom is so strong that you can zoom in on a star and see that it's a pulsing orb of light. And it's multiple colors and shapes and sacred geometry you can see in it. It's dandy. If you go at the app and just put what about the other planets and stars, the frequently asked questions, there's a playlist of stars and planets that are these bright, fluctuating, energetic things, and they're local and small to our sky, and we can now see them with the consumer optics that are available.
Well, I got just one more question before I let you go for tonight, but maybe we'll pick this up again another time. So you mentioned a slight trepidation about the whole Bible stuff. Does that cause you personal grief within the flat Earth? I don't want to call them a movement, but the flat Earth believers, because I've seen so many who are very hardcore Bible thumpers. Does your
Okay.
position on that cause you any personal grief?
No, it doesn't cause me any grief. Some of them, you know how there's always people that are very strong in whatever they believe in. And, there's certain Bible people like, you have to accept Christ or you're going to hell. And I don't believe that. Um, so the Bible is a flat earth book, right? The Bible, there's a video called 200 proofs, flat earth proofs in the Bible. The only thing that the Bible says that is close to saying that the earth is a ball that they cling on to is there's one verse that says the circle of the earth. Well, you can have the circle of the lake, the
Yeah,
world
I
lake,
agree.
you know?
That
All right, so,
language like
but,
that, you can parse things like forever and try to find stuff like that.
yeah.
And
So let me finish my point. My point is there is a large contingent of Christians that are in the flat Earth movement. Doesn't mean that the flat Earth movement that it's a Christian movement. It's just there's I would say it's less than half, but it's probably pretty close to half. And those are people that when you ask them, hey, prove the flat Earth, they'll go, it's in the Bible. And I don't do that. I say there's no curvature. Here, look at this test. And by the way, Bible backs it up too. Is a afterpunch. I never ever lead with the Bible because the Bible is a book that was written before you were born. You don't know who had control over it. You don't know how it was changed. You don't know anything about it. But it's a fascinating book that has a lot of truth in it. But you don't need it to prove flat Earth. There is no curvature, and a vacuum can't exist next to a pressurized system ever without a
understood.
barrier.
The only, really what I was looking for is the anger that it caused, because you say half of them. I don't know if it's less than half or more than half. I don't know.
It's
But
probably a little less.
they seem very vocal and very angry at people who,
So
I'm going to
so
hell for being a
yeah,
Glober.
yeah. So here's the thing: the ones that are outspoken are the ones that you hear, and the ones So there could be 1,000 um, of Christians that are very calm, mellow, and don't judge anyone for the way there is. But two of them are saying you're going to hell. You're going to say, oh, the 1,000 of them are just like the two. No, those are just the two that are loud spoken, and that's why you're hearing them. The other ones don't speak so much.
I
So
get that, but in the last
yeah.
week, I mean, 200 of them have told me I'm going to hell. So,
Well, you're not going to hell because to me you sound like an honest guy that has a belief system that is looking into things. And by the way, I was you. I was you. I laughed at flat Earth. I wouldn't look at it, and I thought I had the gotcha question until I tried to debunk the globe.
but
And
correct me if I'm wrong. Was flat Earth the start of your questioning everything, or was
no, it was the punctuation at the end. I started with 9/11, and then got into all of the other fake atrocities that happened after that. If you want to find out stuff about the fakeness in the world, there's a website called stoplookthink.com, and you can spend the next year on there watching all of the videos that YouTube has deleted that they have uploaded there for you to see, and then you can make up your own mind on all of these events.
Well, listen, David, you've been a real good sport about this and giving the information out. Despite, I know you felt like I was trying to pin you in a corner.
No, I didn't feel that at all, Matt. I get it. I used to be. Hey, Matt, I'm going to send you the link so everyone can check it out. But listen, here's my challenge. Download the app. It's by the way, it's $2.99, and I'm not trying to sell anybody anything.
Okay.
It's $2.99. And watch every day in the morning. A new video gets served right to the app. It's very cool. It just shows up, and you get a little notification. And watch the video. During the week, they're like 2, 3, 5-minute videos. On the weekend, there's longer videos. You cannot watch them. Here's what happens every time. I tell people to take the challenge. I was on the SGT report. I was on Tinfoil Hat. And I gave people the challenge. And I get these emails saying, hey, I took your challenge. But instead of waiting for a new video each day, I hit the archive button. And I just went through all the old videos in 2 days. Holy cow. the earth is flat. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And now my family's disowned me. My friends think I'm crazy. But that's how it starts. But then you either have your friends will either convert or you make some new friends.
So, did your wife have a reaction when you started going through this?
We kind of both discovered it at the same time, and she was very open to the idea, and she totally gets it. My kids, they get it, but they really don't. They just want to live their lives right now, and that's fine. But they, if someone said to them, "Earth flat or globe," they're going to be like, "It's flat." There's no question about it. Leave me alone.
Wow. Listen, I mentioned before in the beginning, and I'm definitely serious about this. I have a TV channel I bought for myself on Roku. It's called Mind Dog TV, and it's launching this Friday. And I've offered content to independent filmmakers, a space on it, to independent filmmakers, artists, anything. If you want to air some content there or as much as you want, I'll be in touch with the specifics on how you can start doing that. But if it's something you might be interested in, I'd love to have you do that.
I'm always happy to talk to new audiences, whether it's a small audience or a big audience.
Your passion for this is obvious.
Yeah, well, there's a reason I have a passion. Here's the thing. I don't want the earth to be flat. I don't want it to be a globe. I just want to know the truth on where I live. And by finding the truth of where I live, I find out who I am and what I am. And that makes all the difference. We are in what I call a slave system for the ruling oligarchs. And they have us in the system. They control us with money. They don't need money because they create the money, right? They just control us with the money. You know, NASA gets $60 million a day, okay? What have they done? They've done nothing. It's all nonsense. The whole world is nonsense. You know, President Trump announced the other night that we killed Baghdadi again.
Right.
This is the third time he's been killed.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
and they have no evidence that he was there. They did the DNA test on site and got it within like 20 minutes to prove it was them.
So
okay?
I hate to keep this going, but just on that, because I know you mentioned Trump. So Trump and Obama are part of the same conspiracy?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I don't know, like, definitely Obama. He was bred and raised, he came out of a small town in Connecticut, which I shall not mention its name. And I think Hillary was supposed to be president, and somehow the people's will got Trump in there. I don't believe in the election. I believe that these guys are controlled. Is Trump trying to do something? I don't know. I'm not there. It's above my pay grade, so I'm out.
Yeah, no, it's just that because they seem such unlikely co-conspirators to keep the same secret together is why I asked.
There's people that control them. They're controlled. The whole thing, what's going on with Jeffrey Epstein's island. They're all brought down to this island. They're caught in compromising positions, and then they're controlled. Nobody gets to any place of power in this world without having something on them that they will never want revealed. And once that has happened and they've played that game, then they can get to a position of power because then they can do what they're told to do. Again, say the people have free will and they need us to approve what they do. They can't just take our natural law, our God-given rights away from us, our natural rights. Okay, so we have to agree to that. So
I hear what you're saying. I mean, I know there's the government lies to us, and I'm preaching that more than you are probably. I mean, all the time. I don't trust the government at all. So you gotta do your own research. So I'm with you on that, and I think that's a good place to end it. But I want to say thank you for coming on and giving this information out. I will share the links and we'll let some people make up their own minds and do their own research. And if you come on again at some point in the future to continue this further, maybe we can do that. But if you're interested in the TV stuff, let's talk about it.
All right, very good. I'll send me a link when the show's up. All right?
Give the Dallas dates one more time.
Give what?
The Dallas date.
Oh, the Dallas. November 14th and 15th, flatearthconference.com in Dallas, Texas. A life-changing event. Do anything you can to get there. And that's, by the way, this only forewarning. Don't come unless you're willing to lose your family and friends for a little while until you get this under grip, because you can't leave there thinking that you live on a ball. It just, sounds like a cult, but it's not. It's just information. Um, and people that are awake in their ability to help you, um, answer your questions. We can answer all of the questions. Some things we don't know, but the answer is the close person doesn't know either. They just believe.
Right. But do me a
Right?
favor. Try to be specific with names. 'Cause I'm a little
Yeah,
touchy about that because when
I
you say
see
they,
that.
I have so many friends that worked for NASA, worked for government agencies. I've been part of the government myself. I worked for governments. So I've been in there and I've seen it. I know so many people. So when you say just they, it leaves too much speculation for who they are.
I understand. I got it. I will try to not
Well,
not do that.
you know what? It would help if you can name the people that would, and I know that's hard, but that would go a long way towards establishing proof to people who don't believe. When you can,
Yeah, there's a lot of people you can name. I just don't memorize the names because it's we don't know all of the names. So
yeah, I get it.
that's what it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, you have a
Yeah.
good night. Thanks again.
All right, Matt. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
This segment of the Mind Dog TV podcast is brought to you by JustBeNice.com. On a mission to leave the world better than we found it. Just Be Nice is a social movement fueled by action. Being nice is a choice, and we exist to help, encourage, and remind others to make that choice, even when it's not the easy one to make.
Being nice is a choice. I think I was pretty nice with David Weiss. I did get a little argumentative, and almost let it get out of hand. I don't know why I did that. I really didn't want to do that. And when I noticed I was doing it, I pulled back quickly. It's just that the they popped up. A lot of it was the grand conspiracy that, everybody in the world is in on this thing. All the top people, the people that run the world, and the why came down to they keep us in fear of asteroids and nuclear bombs. I don't live in fear of that stuff, and I'm not sure how in the world the shape of the earth would change any of that. I know they say that he doesn't believe in nuclear bombs. I'm wondering if everybody on that side of it doesn't believe in nuclear bombs. Called Einstein a fraud because he married his first cousin. That doesn't say a lot about the scientific work he did and the theoretical part of it that was proven by the experimental part of it. See, so Einstein was, for all intents and purposes, a theoretical physicist. He came up with theories. He had ideas. But when his ideas were tested by experimental physicists, they found the predictions his theory made came true time after time after time. And he's generally accepted by all the scientific community. And the answer to science and math is that they, the conspiracy people, write the textbooks. Now, I have a problem with that. Because if you're throwing out math and science, you can't use math and science to prove your point. You have nothing then. So if I say to you, English doesn't exist, I better find some other way to communicate with you because English doesn't exist, even though I'm speaking it right now. So when you reject mathematics, when you reject science, and then you lean on how fast does the Earth spin and the speed of light and all that stuff, all that stuff is the textbook stuff. So if the textbooks are all lying, you can't go with any of that stuff. They have to throw it all out. All our history books are full of crap. Everybody's full of crap, and nobody is full of crap. I mean, the normal people, the people who actually work for the government agencies. Again, I asked if he worked for a government agency. He doesn't. So that's troubling to me. All of it. So, it's typically what I would expect from the conspiracy theorist part of it is The they, especially the unknown conspirators, bothers the heck out of me. I want to know who they are. If there's a grand conspiracy in the world to keep me in the dark, I really want to know names. I don't want the vast they that's out there. And aside from that, I want to depend on some kind of common agreed principles like mathematics and science and geography, geometry, astronomy, all of it. I think it all makes a lot of sense to me. But again, the only time I ever consider what the shape of the earth is when somebody says it's a flat earth. Until then, I go about my life pretty much worrying about when the next gig's going to be and how much I'm getting paid for it. And I care about my family. I care about the people I love. I care about my friends. I don't really care about what shape the earth is, and I don't think it affects my beliefs in any way. I think you can be a Christian or have any kind of faith. You can believe in God and not have it depend on the earth being flat. A lot of things like not believing in the South Pole, but there are expeditions you can get to the South Pole, and you can go there and see for yourself. But it always comes down to this. They're lying. It's fake. Everything is fake. And when you talk about photo manipulation and video manipulation, if that's true, and it is, you can manipulate photos and videos pretty well, then you have to discount any of the photos and videos you're using for proof. Because if they can fake it, so can you. So we're throwing out we're throwing out all the videos and we're throwing out all the photos because everything is fake, and except the ones we show, right? All the photos are fake except the ones we come up with. All the videos are fake except the ones we come up with. Well, that doesn't work. You can't have that. So if you're going to use that as proof, you got to accept some of the other proof. It's just the way it is. Okay. So I hope you enjoyed this show. I hope we put an end to the flat earth stuff. I hope you're not feeling too brainwashed. Certainly hope I haven't brainwashed you into believing the earth is a sphere. If you want to continue to believe it's flat, please, by all means, go on. Tell people it's flat. You get yourself a flat earth map and feel like you're part of a team, part of a movement, and that you have an aha moment that nobody else has. And so you feel like you have extra information other people don't have. If it makes you feel special, knock yourself out. Until next time, I'm Matt Napo. Thanks for listening to the Mind Dog TV podcast. I'll see you next.
It's damn good coffee, and it's hot. It's so hot. It's as hot as the core of the flat earth. That's how hot the coffee is. It's that kind of day, folks. Stupid is making a comeback. Well, stupid never really goes out of style, but let's just say it's back. It's back, baby. Good morning, people of the flat earth. Today, what the hell? It's Wednesday, September 28th, also known as Flat Earth Day. Not really. But today, on this program, it is known as Flat Earth Day. Zach, this time tomorrow, Zach will be cursing me. But I want to definitely remind him that he volunteered for this assignment. He was not drafted. He eagerly, like the day after 9/11, when guys were just signing up to go fight a war they knew nothing about, Zach was the first in line. He said, I want a piece of that flat earth stuff, man. I got to have it. So when he's cursing me tomorrow and when he's going off to join, I don't know, some group somewhere, some convention of people trying to convince the rest of the world for some reason that we live on a flat, motionless planet. I don't know. what do you call it? Is it a planet then? It's just a surface? I don't know. Anyway, Zach's here now, and so the last day of his life that he won't hate me is today. So let's celebrate the last day of Zach's life not hating me. Good morning, Zach. Oh, your mic is off again. You're always muted. You
No,
mute.
that's not true. I just sneeze a lot right before I go on shows, so I just don't want to. Yeah,
Me
exactly.
Me too. I do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm excited. See, I have. This is a hard thing for me because obviously, like, science is there, right? The proof is there.
No,
so
it's
then
not.
it's like, what do you do? How do you handle this?
First of all, you just already lied. There's no such thing as science. Where do you get off saying science on this program?
No, there's science. I mean, there's definitely science. Like the world moves at a very fast mph, and that's why we stick to the ground. That is a science, right?
Wait, you stick to the ground?
Yeah, well,
maybe you stepped on gum. Did you think of that? Maybe you just stepped on gum?
Well, I keep walking, so I'm not like stuck. So something keeps me here. But so I live in Colorado, right? I live in Boulder, Colorado. And when I look out my window, I see mountains, right? Which is interesting for this conversation that we're having here. Because where I am, I can't see the sun yet. Sun's not up. But when I look at the mountains, they're covered in sunlight. And that's just interesting to me. How can that be?
I don't know. It's so too sciencey for me. And that, with me, science, it's like a cult. It's like it's scientism is what they call it.
Yeah.
Scientism. It's a religion of science.
It's scientism, and I agree with you. But no, I had to think of a brand new way to converse with a flat earther. It took me all night. I was up all night because, like, you don't want to just come out and fight, right? Because that's what they're used to. They're used to just fighting and getting from the ground and looking like an underdog. So I think I've come at. I think I found a pretty interesting way to have this conversation and to get what I want to get out of it,
well,
which is some giggles, really. So
as long as that doesn't come down to camping out in front of my house with a shovel ready to bash my brain in for making this happen, and I didn't make this happen. Again, you've signed up for this war.
Yeah,
you came.
I've been walking around this pancake of an earth for years and years, looking for a truth sayer. One of these flat earth priests to really teach me the things that I just do not know.
Do you have cats?
I have. Can you hear one?
Because cats, if you know anything about cats, on a flat surface, they like to push things over. I just, don't bring your cats around me because they'll push me off the edge.
They'll just push you right off the table, huh? So I also post a lot of stuff on Facebook. I make a lot of memes. I do a lot of stuff. And just randomly yesterday, last night, I was like, hey, I get a chance to talk to a flat earther. Any comments? Out of everything I've ever posted online, this one thread blew up faster than anything I've ever put on there. So
everybody thinks they can argue with they can't.
They can't.
They can't.
And I'm not going to. I'm not going to argue.
All right, that's good. Good for you.
Yeah, I won't argue. I mean, I can be pushed to argue. If anybody knows me, I'll definitely argue at a drop of a hat, really. But I'm not looking for. I'm looking for just an education. I
got 3 emails this morning about yesterday's show.
Okay.
And they were all about great show. Zach's a good host. Why did you let him go 20 minutes into the conversation? Why'd you end the conversation with Tony Darrow? You just felt like that was it? It run its course, or he was looking kind of tired? Actually.
No, so I said hi, and the very first thing he said to me was how tired he was from all of his traveling. Like, he looked exhausted. I asked 2 questions, and the answer started with, the travel is exhausting. I'm very tired. And I'm like, okay, this guy just needs to get some rest. And he didn't seem like he was very interested in having like a lengthy conversation. And he just seemed tired. He seemed like he just wanted to go to bed.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I felt that too. I felt that he was really tired. He looked like, why did I say yes to this?
Yeah, and,
Uh,
and I did what I thought was like setting him up for a couple jokes, a couple like storytelling opportunities, and it just kind of went down to how tired he was,
yeah.
and which is fine. I totally understand. Cruise traveling is tough. Traveling from Alaska is tough, especially I think if you got to go. Being that Alaska is so far away from anything on a flat Earth that the travel back home I think is like 90 hours. I
I,
have no idea.
yeah, I haven't even looked at it on a flat Earth map. Actually.
You know what I found out, which is interesting? If you look at the official flat Earth map, like the Flat Earth Society,
Oh, don't go there.
well, but here's
Flat
the
Earth
thing.
Society is not Dave's thing. He thinks they well, he'll tell you this himself,
Okay,
but
good.
they are a government affront to make him look bad.
Oh, okay. Because every flat Earth map that I've ever seen, or every flat Earth logo I've ever seen, is literally the globe that is stretched out. So they're even using like a globe for their own map. So this is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I love talking to people. I'll talk to people all day long. If I get the feeling that that person is not interested or has better things to do, then I'm going to let that happen.
All right.
I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Yeah. Other than that, the feedback has been good. Everybody wants you to keep doing this and me to retire. That's what I'm getting
Yeah,
from my feedback. Like, give Zach the show, and you just go off right off into the sunset
yeah. I mean that
and
makes
do whatever
sense.
you
And
do.
just fall off the earth. Just go to the ice wall, fall off.
Yeah. So what else is happening that I wanted to talk to you about? Oh yeah, did you get the thing about the nighttime show the other day?
Yeah, I was talking to Michael and Dylan about it, and we actually have a meeting later today to kind of go over the things that we think we could bring. So,
Oh, that would be
uh,
cool.
yeah, we're excited about it. We're just trying to. Sometimes we tend to overthink and make a show that's way too elaborate, and like don't want to do that. Want to
Yeah.
make a show that's consistent.
I did reach out to a bunch of people who said they were interested, and I haven't really gotten back from heard back from too many people. Well, one of the number one things I heard back was don't try to do it 5 days a week. Try to do one day a week. Well, like I pick a Wednesday or Thursday night and do it one night a week to start out with and see how it goes, and that makes a lot of sense,
Yeah, that does
especially
make sense.
yeah. So and I reached out to a few uh, famous comedians, moderately famous,
Sure.
and asked them if they were interested in, laid out the scenario. Haven't heard back from anybody yet. I'm just wondering, are they just not reading my emails, or it's just a bad idea? Or maybe I just wrote too much in the email. I don't know.
I don't know. I think people are really trying to figure out why this Earth is so flat that like they're not trying to respond to emails like that.
You'll be a changed person in 2 hours. 2 hours from now, you'll be a very different man than you are right now.
I've gone to be, my wife yesterday, I was freaking out. I was biting my nails and I'm like, how do I fight this person? How do I, how do I engage in this conversation? And then I just broke and I was like, what if I'm also a flat earther and I didn't know it? That was my biggest fear. It's like, like what if deep down I've been lying to myself and telling myself that this is a globe that I'm on, when in fact it's just a disc. So I'm looking to be converted here. I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be converted. I'm trying to become. I'm sick of being a spherehead. There's too many of us.
Yeah, no. I think the word is globetard, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
I know. Um, so I have one question for him, and what if he now this is not going to happen because he's not going to allow himself to be proven that there's we live on a globe, a
Yeah.
spinning globe. But if that were to happen, what would his followers do? Where would he be with his followers? Would they still have any reason to follow him or not?
Right. I
What
mean,
would happen to your place in the world if you did discover, in fact, we live on a globe? Would it change your life? Ooh. Let's
yeah. I mean,
let's
I
get
think
real
I
here.
think you would enjoy nighttime a lot more because
Yeah,
you would understand it.
yeah.
All right, what time is this gentleman popping in?
He'll be in at 10, but I think maybe one of the other guys might pop in. And I loaded up some more music videos if you want to make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you.
I
I'm
know, it's
thoroughly
fine.
enjoying.
It's fine.
I'm enjoying it in the way that I enjoy anything. I could
Yeah.
literally put on a video of my daughter doing like a cartwheel, and I would make fun of it for 10 minutes
Well,
to
that's
her
pretty
face.
funny. I
It,
got
well, it is funny because she,
You
she
should see
falls.
me do a cartwheel. I'm going to do a cartwheel out of here, or when actually as I leave,
Yeah.
I'm going. But you won't see it because I'll turn off the camera.
Oh, man.
But no, so if you, I'm enjoying some of the critique and some of the stuff you. By the way, William Conway made me laugh yesterday because you played the song "Pretend." Just wanna. He said it's about a cheating hussy. Yeah, it was about a night. The song is about a night where I went to play with my band, and this girl was flirting with me the entire night, right in front of me, dancing in front of me, singing word for word, looking in the eyes, blowing me kisses and stuff. And dancing with her boyfriend, and she kept turning her boyfriend around so she could look at me. And then at the very end of the night, she pulled her hand away and showed me the ring on her finger. And I was like, "You fucking little cheating little whore."
It is interesting that you're in a band and you're surprised that someone is looking at you while you guys are singing a song.
Well, no,
like, wow, she wants to be with me.
She was engaged to the guy and kind of just like purposely turning him around, playing a game on him and making him look foolish.
No, I understand.
I felt so bad for the guys. Like, what do? You don't tell him, obviously, but
well, the song wasn't about what to say to him. The song was, I really want to hook up with this chick, but she's maybe married.
Let's pretend you really like something's gonna happen.
No, I will say that your music is very good, and I hate how good it is because I wish that I could make fun of it more. But it actually is very good, catchy music. And I like talking to your fans and your friends about your stuff. I think that's
I don't
cool.
think I have any fans. The Rocket 45 has fans. Matt Napo and Hank Porter has. We have very few real people that give a shit about us. But me and Hank. Anyway, so I'm going to cut out of here now. I'm going to wish you a good show. I'm a little nervous for you. Not that you're going to get physically hurt. Oh, by the way, I found some CDs last night. I have to get. They have my old bits from my old radio show on them from 1988. I want to strip some of those off because William Conway got me thinking about those people when he was imitating them on PowerPoint Showdown the other night. You got anything coming up with some nobodies or anything today, or?
Not today. This Friday is International Podcast Day, so we
did not know that.
We were invited to be on the main stage, the headlining act of International Podcast Day, which is hosted by Jeff Revelia from the trivia show. So this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a super special PowerPoint Showdown. If you follow me, I'll be posting things about it. But he asked us to headline that thing, so that's pretty cool.
That's very cool. I feel a little snubbed that nobody even told me it was International Podcasting Day.
Yeah, I feel bad that I didn't tell you. I should have told you. I think that's one of my jobs. Is your Robin? Am I your Robin?
Well, as the headliner, you should have been promoting it a little bit more. So, I mean, to people who follow you, I mean, hey, it's a big thing.
So I'm going to promote it after this conversation. I really wanted this conversation to be in the forefront of people's minds when they thought about, I need to hear more of Zach's voice. Then it would be, let's go to Matt Napo's show and listen to him talk to flat earthers. After today, then it's like, oh shit, he's on International Podcast Day. He's headlining. So I'm showing you priority here. And
you are the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young of International Podcasting Day.
Yep, not an outdated reference at all. What does that mean?
they headlined Woodstock.
Oh, okay.
They were the thing that people were interested in because they were the new supergroup. They had come out, nobody had heard them yet. That was actually their very first performance.
Oh wow!
And people were awaiting that like it was like something miraculous was going to happen. It was pretty cool.
It was cool. I mean, That seemed like it was an event that people remember. So I didn't know that they headlined it,
It
but
was only 50 years ago, 53 years ago, only 53 years ago.
yeah.
Doesn't everybody remember what happened 53 years ago?
Mm-mm.
Where were you 53 years ago?
Well, I was negative 10 years old.
Negative 10 years old.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Wait, before you go, what was the best concert you've ever been to? You've ever attended as a fan?
Damn. Well, it depends on best I guess Simon and Garfunkel in Central Park was best musically, for me, most inspirational musically, because nobody expected it, and I had some inside information, so I got like the catbird, like dead center, about 100 feet back from the stage in Central Park, 500,000 people there, and I got like the best seat in the house, and the music was great, and I guess that musically that one, but from a social perspective of the most fun I ever had, I'd have to say. And I'm not a big Dead fan, Grateful Dead fan. Grateful Dead at Englishtown, New Jersey. New Riders of Purple Sage opened up. Marshall Tucker Band was second, and Grateful Dead were third. And I don't remember any of the music. I don't remember any of that. All I remember is titties in my face everywhere I looked.
Yeah, Grateful Dead. They had some good boobs. I mean,
Yeah.
for a bunch of older men, they really kept their boobs pretty nice.
And I was so high that coming home, I got lost from my tribe and had to walk up the New Jersey Turnpike and hitchhike. And when I finally got on back into New York, I got on a train and I fell asleep. And I thought I was at my station, and I heard the doors close. Doors open, and I ran out onto the platform, and the doors closed behind me. And I realized I was about 40 miles from home, and no money, not a dime left in my pocket, and I had to walk that last 40 miles, like with the
Oh
worst.
gosh.
But it was a memorable show just for the titties. That's all I remember. And being 17, 18, whatever I was at the time,
Yeah.
just titties everywhere, was inspirational for me. It was living life the way life should be lived.
Yeah. Okay, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, Matt. If you
All
got
right.
if you got to get out of here, get out of here.
I'm getting out. See
All
ya.
right.
Have a good Flat Earth Day, everybody. Support
Adios.
Zach, and when he gets attacked by these people in the chat room in about
No.
half an hour, back him up.
No one's gonna attack me. No one's gonna attack me.
Oh, yeah.
Nah. Adios, man. All right. Yeah. So today's the big day. I'm excited about this. I get to talk to a real flat earther. There's a guy who lives close to me. I don't know where he lives actually. He stands at an intersection in the middle of the street close to where I live, and he has a flat Earth sign, and it. I don't know why the sign is round. It's a round sign with the Earth on it, but he spins it like it's a pizza. And he's a real nice guy. And I was taking a walk. I don't know, like a month ago, and I just walked past him. And I'm like, okay, what's up, my guy? And he talked to me genuinely for 20 minutes, and I put it all on my Snapchat. It was interesting. And that's the thing, like, when you get people that have such a passion about anything, they sound like they believe it. They probably do believe it. And like if you have knowledge over anyone and you start a conversation with them, you definitely don't want to come off as though you're condescending, because maybe the other person really just doesn't know. So I definitely don't want to come at this conversation condescending or argumentative in any way. I'm just genuinely interested in why certain people think this. And I think that it is a comedic act. And I think that, honestly, it is a satire of sorts. And I think that it is a character, and they're playing this character so much that they can't break the character. They're like method actors in a little world that they've put together. So David will be here, I guess, within the hour, and we'll see what happens. See who's all hanging out in the chat. Kelly, hello. She had a meeting. Hell yeah. I hope it went well. Wasn't an email. William Conway, if preachers can predict the end of times inaccurately and still have a church, then they get tax money. That's what's done. No, we love you, dog. Yeah, seriously, he's not going anywhere. I gotta clean this room. It's when I look at this room on like the big screen that I'm like, this room is just sloppy. It's a mess. I mean, what's over here? Like, I mean, a lot of things are just like props for some random stuff, but who knows? All right, literally stuck in a 3D world. Yeah, dude, I hear you. I hear you. It sucks, but maybe it's a 4D world, and we're just looking at the third D as something that's not, which is actually just flat. And so far, quote of the day. I need Dave. I say Dave needs to unprove it. That's true. Like, what do you want to hear? Like, what do you want? What do you what do you want to hear? All right. So anyway, yesterday I posted a quick thing on my Facebook page, and it just said I get to interview a real flat earther tomorrow. What would you want to ask them? And upsettingly, okay, so Kelly lives in a world full of a lot of D's. Not the joke I was trying to make, but I think you beat me on that one. So good job, Kelly. This is a world full of D's, and I'm just trying to get around one of them. So some questions that people would like me to ask David, and I'm really excited about some of these. Lauren Stewart said, with all of our flying capabilities, what do you think we've discovered? Why did we think to fly in the first place? Also, explain solar and lunar eclipses. Oh, the shifting of stars and planets in the sky each night. Oh, and time. How do we measure time? So, and that's the thing. Like when you talk to anybody with flat Earth, you tend to come at them with some real math and some real science, and that's not how it works. You know what I mean? That's just not how it works. They've been through that. They've dealt with that. They know how to swerve. They're greasy. Not like in a filthy way or like a street punk kind of way, but like they're slippery little devils, you know, like they get away from all the questions. They get away from the actual questions and they fill it with their narrative, and it makes it sound smart, and they know vocabulary words, and that's cool. And they can talk most people around in circles. But here's the thing, you can't talk me in circles because I speak gibberish half of the time. So I'm going to outspeak him. Probably going to outtalk him, and we'll figure it out. Michael Colby, one of my fakest best friends, asked, why would anyone care what the real shape of the Earth is? What's the benefit of spending billions of dollars to keep a lie about the shape of the Earth propagated? That is one of the biggest things that I am curious about. Wait a minute. Did I take mushrooms to prepare? I did. They were cremini mushrooms, and they were in an omelet, but I definitely ingested some mushrooms preparing for this. But yeah, like if the whole thing, like apparently the whole thing about flat Earth is that it's a conspiracy from everybody to cover up the fact that the Earth is flat. But like, what's the point? What is the point here? I'm with Colby. That is the question. Yeah, seriously. Like that out of everything else, you're like, explain eclipses, explain gravity, explain this, explain this, explain this. But just why? You know, like what is the point? Why would people, lots of people all around the world, why would they spend trillions of dollars to cover up what the shape of the thing that we stand on is? Like I don't. So what if it was flat? That'd be cool, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, good question. Why is every other planet spherical but not the Earth? Apparently, doing research, we can't prove that every other planet is spherical. We can prove that they look like this, right? This, because you're looking at it like that, this could be a sphere, and you would never know. Now, granted, it's not. It's a coin. It's flat. But basically, we always see the moon like this. We always see planets like this, and they only move like this, which crazy? Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Some other questions I'm probably going to ask him. Maria Daniels would like to know, Oh my God, this is a lengthy one. On flat Earth, does light travel in straight lines? Does light travel at the same speed, aka 186 feet per second? And when they say yes to both of those, ask. It's assuming they're going to say yes to both of those. But when they do, ask. Does the sun rise at the same time in California as it does Hawaii? And why not? With a flat Earth, there should only be an ocean between them. Yeah, I mean, I guess on even like any kind of Earth, there's an ocean between Hawaii and California. But still, it's the same thing. Like I said, when I woke up this morning, it was dark. I'm in Colorado. There's mountains right over there. I can see them out my window. And yeah, I'm bragging, so whatever. It was dark when I woke up. Took a nice little walk in the dark. What I noticed was the tips of the mountains were illuminated and they were bathing in early sunlight. And when I turned around, I could not see the sun. I didn't know where the sun was. I mean, I knew that it was coming. That was a joke from Michael Colby. But that has to show that there's curvature, right? Because if the sun were just up in Delaware, it would also be up here because it's huge, right? And hot. All right, from what I've seen on flat earthers, love to just point out that the government is lying all the time. Moon landing's fake, Mir space station's fake, so all of it is fake. Yeah, I mean that is fair, and one of the biggest comments or retorts from most flat earthers is that the government lies about everything. But that's just one of those things that they just kind of twist everything into their narrative so that they can continue the conversation, and that's why I'm not going to debate. Because I think where most people go wrong in a conversation with a flat earther is they try to debate them. And there's no debating. Because obviously, we can prove everything. We can prove they're spherical because of, and they hate this word, see, there is no gravity. And that's where you're going wrong, Jamie Dykes. What you're going to learn later on is that there's no such thing as gravity. It's that we move at such a high speed through space, which I think is fake, but we're moving so fast that we're just all pushed down. So that's not really gravity, is it? It's almost inertia or something. And I don't even know if they believe in inertia too, so who knows? We'll figure all that out. The second part of Maria Daniels' question is also, the North Pole is a polar region and the South Pole is a polar region. Will they argue that Antarctica is a mountain range on the outside of the Earth that is protected by the governments? But how would there be a frozen polar region in the middle when, with a flat Earth, the sun would travel at the same intensity? Yeah, right? That's the thing. We got facts. I have a holster on. I woke up this morning and I put a holster on, and I just jammed a bunch of facts into my holster, into my gun belt. I'm probably not going to use any of them. I think I'm going to try to kill them with kindness. I'm not too sure. Christopher Loomser asks, ask the person what he thinks of folk/YouTubers like Cymandan. I think that's the guy that David Weiss got into an argument with, but I'm not really too sure. Steve Rossi, ask him if the moon is flat and Mars. Let's see how far he goes with it. Yeah, because the moon, I don't know if the moon's flat. All I do know is that the Earth is flat. That's all I've known for sure. Whether the moon's flat, I think maybe even the sun's flat. I don't know. We'll get there. David went up. Ask him if he knows any real estate agents selling property near the edge of the planet. Tell him you'd like to get a view of the edge. Yeah, that's true, man. It must look cool over there. Just to sit on the edge where there's no gravity. You're looking into fake space. You see a bunch of flat things that you think are maybe just lights, stars, but who knows what we actually think they are. And you're just sitting at the edge of nothing, traveling very, very fast at nothing. It sounds cool and scary, which is, I think, how the Earth should be. Reed Messerschmidt says, depends on what kind of flat earther you're talking to. The little Christian facet of flat earth is, I think, the most interesting. Just whisper firmament and see where it gets you. Yeah, true. So there are those different kinds of flat earthers out there. I gotta figure out quickly which type of the flat earther this person is, because like there's the ones that think that the sun is like 3,000 miles away from the Earth, and it's like just a big lamp, and it goes like in a circle. There's some that think that like the sun is what it is, and for some reason we're just a disc, like a frisbee. Just I don't know. But the thing is, dude, there's gravity. You know what I mean? There's gravity. All right. Jamie Barlow, I believe we live on an electromagnetic stationary plane. Sea level water always seeks and finds its level. I think so far, I think this is the most accurate comment that I've seen. We do live on an electromagnetic stationary plane. And really, seawater just finds us. Yeah, I'm with this. Seriously, flat AF, just like me. I guess actually technically I'm very spherical. I'm just a large globe of a person. Cindy Pearson says, "Are there really flat earthers around the globe?" To which I gave a laughing emoji too, because I thought that was funny. Nicholas says, "How do they explain the flight time from Alaska to Russia?" Yeah, so if you look at like the flat Earth map, apparently like you can't go certain ways. So if you were to travel from like Alaska to Russia on their map, it would take like 9 days or something. I don't know. Matt Napo says, "Does he enjoy sodomy?" He's got his mind in the gutter. Kelly, flat like my chest. That was a joke I was going to make until I realized it was egregiously false. Not about you, about me. Michael Colby says, also, if there's a circle sun above a circle Earth, how is exactly half of the Earth is dark and half of it is light at any given time? Flat Earth can be debunked with a map and a flashlight. That's true. There's a lot of ways to debunk it. I just got to figure out what my way is. Jamie, you're mixing flat Earth cosmology and heliocentric. Flat Earth is not inside. That's true. I mean, well, we'll find out later if that's true. It could be true. I love watching ships sail in the distance at sunset over the horizon. It's a mirage because of magnets. Ship goes out there, and the mirage makes you think it's disappearing, when in all actuality, your eyesight is just going bad. And that's one of the things that flat earthers really rely on, is the fact that as humans, we got bad eyesight. And that's how they can prove any of that. So we're going to chat with him soon. We got about, 20 minutes left. Let's see what our questions people are going to watch or ask. Napo, is that a threat or yeah, seriously. I think that he conned me into showing up one day, knowing that I can't handle silence, and is like, I'm just gonna go to New York. Where's he from? That he's always just going to New York. Is that like a flex that he's trying to put on over? Ask if he believes in ghosts. Okay. I wonder how much those two worlds cross over. Like, can ghosts only exist on flat Earth? So like, if you believe in ghosts, then it's like, ha, gotcha. You're a flat earther, you turd. Red Shonart says, why is it when you watch a ship approaching the horizon, you see the mast, more of the mast, then the top of the ship, then the middle of the ship, then the bottom of the ship, and not just the whole ship gets bigger as it approaches? Well, it's the reverse of what I just said. As things go further in distance, your eyesight becomes worse. As it gets closer, your eyesight becomes better. And through mirage, which I think is due to temperature changes and magnets. Man, I tell you, we're almost making it too easy for him. Ernie Toke says, would you please describe when you look at the moon, what do you see? Yeah, that's one of the things I'm interested about, because like some of the people that are flat earthers think that space is like just like a big sheet and there's like holes punched in it, and that's what stars are or something. But like you gotta look up, right? You gotta see stuff. Jamie Dykes, I can see the moon with my naked eye, but it is amazing with a telescope. Point is, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from a mountaintop with a telescope? Because your telescope's not that good. I mean, come on. What's your telescope budget here, pal? I love how I just throw magnets around. I mean, that's it, dude. If there's one thing Insane Clown Policy taught me early on in my life is that nobody knows what is the magic of magnets, and that has to be something that is with flat earthers, because I don't understand any of them. Lorraine Boy says, "What's on the underside?" Yeah, also that is interesting because, like, all right, so if it's flat, what's down there? Are there like people? Is there more people down? They're just constantly living in dark? Is it like a like a bottom of like a mountain ridge down there, and it's like we're on the upside down of like a iceberg? Jamie's seriously, Jamie, really, you got to really up your telescope game, pal. We can all see the Eiffel Tower with our own telescopes. Rayleigh criteria and universe square law of perspectives. See, you're commenting this guy all wrong already. You're using Latin. That's a dead language, as we know. So we got to make sure that we dumb it down for the entire audience. Flat earthers are seriously, don't sleep on them, dude. You cannot sleep on a flat earther because you just never know what you're going to get. Flat earthers are like a box of chocolates, really. William Conway says, "What is the benefit gained for a world conspiracy to convince people the world is round? Why would this truth be a safely guarded secret and not just accepted?" Yeah, I that's the thing. Like when Matt told me that there was going to be a flat Earth on here, I'm excited because it's like it's almost like talking to an alien, right? Because you're like, me and you we do not see the world the same way. Like we have different perspectives. So James Barlow, it's called perspective. The horizon is the apparent position where the sky meets the ground. Yeah, that's obviously. This is painful. For some flat earthers, explain those to you, or this is painful. Is some flat earther explain those to you, or is some flat earther explain those to you, or? Yeah, I have a flat earther coming on in a couple minutes, and I was just kind of gathering all the questions that most people would have for flat earthers, and I am responding to some of those in jest. I want you to know that I don't believe in flat Earth. I'm making a couple jokes here, but I'm just trying to kill time until the gentleman gets here. So, but yeah, somebody's going to come on and try to explain to me why they believe in flat Earth. I know that it's not flat. I know that we live on a friggin' sphere. I know that gravity exists. I know that nighttime is real. So I'm just curious. Sometimes you got to put yourself in the Earth's shoe. You gotta walk a mile on a flat Earth before you can say for sure. There's a little bit of a curvature to that. Walter Ferris says, ask him how many people and organizations are needed to keep the lie of a round Earth going. Like, get an actual number of people it takes to maintain the lie. Because, like, it's got to be worldwide, right? Like, if there is flat Earth society, every flat earther said that too. Yeah, that's true. Every flat earther probably said some of that. There's probably a flat Earth and a multiverse, but oh shit. Don't bring it up. We can't bring that up. We're not going to be talking about multiverses because I don't know if my brain can handle that. But yeah, if it were a worldwide conspiracy, right? A global conspiracy here to shush people from. Why aren't there any like flat, like Earth models? Like how come they haven't pushed through mainstream media? And I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. James Barlow, deepest hole ever dug is 6.8 miles or 7.8 miles. It's called the Great Borehole in Russia. So we don't know. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's down there. And honestly, if you dig too far, you're just going to find yourself in the universe, in the fake space that are flattish Earth. It's none of the science makes any sense to me, right? Because so the reason that we have tides is because the moon goes around the Earth, and the gravity of the moon pulls the water, right? And that's also why we have wind. So that means that like the moon, and if there's so if there's no gravity, then what's making the oceans move? What's making tides? I don't. This is gonna be so weird. Probably is exactly what is the multiverse. Yeah, no, you're true. You're right about that. Tim Alexander says, "I'll give him $5 if he can get to the edge of the Earth." How come I haven't seen like those pictures of the edge of the Earth? Molten magnetic core violates Curie law. Molten magnetic core violates Curie law. Marie Curie, if people don't know, is famous scientist. She didn't know about flat Earths or about the molten cores and how much magnetism comes from that. And if we can pop a hole in that theory, then so molten magnetic core violates the Curie laws. What are the Curie laws? Let's look that up. Okay, Michael said, "Haven't you heard the moon is a hollow manufactured?" I saw that movie came on HBO, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch that. So okay, but if it's hollow, that means that it is like that means that there's like a middle, right? And if there's a middle, I guess it could still be like a hollow flat, right? Like you can have like flat, but still something inside of it. So, but is the moon sphere? Is it a sphere, or is it just a hollow manufactured satellite ship that is also flat? What things are spheres? Maybe we should even look up what constitutes a sphere. Like I don't want to get down to the nitpicky here, but if we're going to really give this guy the business, let's see. So how far can you travel in one direction? Yeah, because if you go straight, I mean you're going to get to water, but let's just say water is whatever. So you go straight, you got to hit something, right? How far can you go? You never researched the margins of Earth and how you could see the picture of it. It's not an edge to heliocentric vacuum that violates thermodynamic laws. I have researched the margins of Earth and how you can see pictures of it. So yeah. Also, like if there's no gravity, like what keeps the air in? You know what I mean? Like what? Like Death Star. Oh, sure. Okay. So I think also Death Star is a sphere. We just always have seen it from the one side. It's not a. It's not. It is a disc, from what I understand. So you can get to the ice wall, and then you just like I got to turn around. You literally just said there's no pictures of the edge. Yeah, I know. I googled pictures of it, and I couldn't see any. I did see pictures of the edge from U2. The guitarist from U2. He was sitting on around Earth, but I didn't see any pictures of the ice wall, right? And like, I know people climb mountains all the time, so like, they can climb the ice wall. Then what happens? What happens when you get to the top of the ice wall? Can you just jump and you're in space? I don't know. Let's see what else. Yeah, we gotta find out if Mars is also flat or if Mars is real. 2018 Flat Earth has days of bodies. 2018 Flat Earth has days of bodies on the ice wall. Oh, the 2018 mockumentary, Flat Earth. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a bunch of stuff on there. That is a different episode. Yeah. The truth is, bottom line, none of this is real. It's all a simulation. Yeah, I'm not real. Matt Napo went to that weird AI website that says you can paint like pink elephants, and it's like, make me a weird co-host that says a lot. That's it. Wait a minute. Okay, so Flat Earth has days of videos, I guess is what you're supposed to say. Who is Dave talking to? Who's Dave? Oh, I guess he's talking to me, right? Hey, what about sky ice? Like clouds? Is that like where snow comes from? Rose? Oh, he's talking to me. But here's the thing: I'm not trying to debunk it. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to give him a shoulder to cry on, that he can, release his innermost thoughts and secrets, and he can just go like, Zach, you're such a good friend, and most people I talk to just fight me all the time, but you really tried to understand me, and for that reason, I'm gonna have to say that the Earth is round, and I really can't beat that now. I've been spending my whole life fighting, and I'm just so goddamn tired. You're right. The Earth is a sphere. That's what I'm hoping to get out of this, really. That and a friend. Because if I had a flat out friend, I think it'd be cool. Because like, that's always something you just pull out of your pocket at like a party or something. Like, oh yeah, well, ask Dave about magnets, dude. Because trust me, that guy's got it. Okay. Are spheres 3-dimensional? Yeah, right. That's a question somebody asked. And then they followed up with name the most famous sphere. So what would you say is the most famous sphere? Not sphere. Sphere. Most famous sphere. Because like I would say the Earth, I think. But if I were not a sphere head, is the sun a sphere, right? It's 3-dimensional, I guess. Is it 3-dimensional? I cannot tell what things up there are flat or not. And I need someone to really just break it down for me. If the Earth were flat, then the cats have knocked everything off the edge. That's true. Because, like, I mean, I guess there's just a bunch of cold ass cats just sitting up there, just waiting to knock shit off into space. Have they been around the world? Arctic ice wall. Not really a question. You cannot independently explore Antarctica. That's why, or it's called the Antarctic Treaty. Well, I know because of yesterday's conversation that a gentleman did comedy in Antarctica. So I think that he was about to do that. All footballs are flat. Yes, that's why that game is so freaking hard. You about to get schooled? I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm just too round earth dumb, honestly. Soccer balls for you. The soccer ball is the most famous sphere, bro. If you said the wall, if you saw the ice wall, then you're lying when you're saying the edge and cat's doctrine. Bro, if you said you saw the ice wall, I didn't. I Googled it. Then you're lying about when you're saying edge and cat's doctrine. No, dude, cats do knock stuff off ledges, I think. I have a cat. It knocks shit off everywhere. Let's see. You have to have containment in order to have air pressure. You have to have containment in order to have. So there's no air pressure on Earth, right? Is that what you're saying? There's an episode of Anthony Bourdain, Parts Unknown in the Antarctic. Dude, he makes probably the best foie gras on the ice wall on the edge of space. Flat Earth says plenty of footage of ice walls or Antarctic shorelines. I mean, I've seen coastal shorelines. I haven't seen one that just goes into whatever not space is. Only the footballs of Tom Brady play. Hey-oh! That was like a 3-year-old joke, but I'm into it. Cats knock things off 200-meter walls. Sure, dude, they just knock things. Like it's not like they're doing measurements to say like, well, this is too far for me to knock Zach's remote control off of. Is level is level horizontal? Is level horizontal? I've never thought of that. I guess yeah, sure. You have to live in a pressurized enclosed system. For what? Like for humans do? To survive? Probably. James Barlow, can you fall off the edge of a lake or a pond? The edge of the shoreline is of the world pond. But so all right, so say I'm on like the edge of a pond, right? And I fall off. I'm gonna fall into water, right? Or if I fell the other way, I'd fall into sand or whatever. So if I'm on the edge of the earth and I fall, where do I go? Do you just fall into space? Can you fall off the edge of a lake? Yeah, I have. I think so. I think it was a lake. It might have been a pond. There's definitely a wall of ice there. It's a continent of ice. Well, yeah. I mean, there's probably mountains on there too. So you can breathe. I can breathe. I've been dealing. I mean, I've been dealing. I had a hard time this morning, but I think it's whatever. Where are the photos of the flat Earth? They don't exist. That's a good point. But I guess all pictures of Earth are the flat ones, right? Because there's no 3D pictures yet. Think Truman Show. Okay, I'm thinking Truman Show, and I'm thinking when he got to the edge, he poked a hole in the wall and realized that was fake. So we're going to be there too. You fell into the ether. No, I think it was like it was like vodka or something. I don't know. It's weird up here. You fall onto more land. Yeah, that's true. Canadian bacon, thank you very much. Because we all know that what is on the other side of the ice wall is Canada, I think. Wait. Jesus Christus, if you want to see not space there, then when you see an ice wall, you see not space. If you want to see not space there, then when you see an ice wall, you see not space. I mean, there's not space a lot of places, especially all around this Earth. Like a swimming pool where the water flows over the edge, but it comes back into the pool. No idea why I mentioned it. Yeah, it's like one of those dope infinity pools only rich people have in movies. I don't know where the water goes, but it comes back into the pool somehow. Still no photographs or Earth. Probably of Earth. There's no photographs of Earth. There's not a single photograph of Earth? I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure I've seen Earth before. Fall into Conway's cloud of smoke. that is the ether. That's the joke I was trying to make. I do live in Colorado. Explain the blue marble photo taken in the early 70s. There was no photo. See, there you go. No Photoshop in the 70s, and that picture is beautiful. I guess it could have been hand drawn, but I doubt it. All made in Photoshop because they have to be. But what about before Photoshop was made? Barry, Soitaro, Beery. Beery? Barry. I don't know. I like that name. It's my new favorite name, just so you know. Barry. I like that. Mike Jones says, what tool would you use to establish level? Like a level, right? Isn't that the name of the tool? Just called a level? Circles are round. The only thing we can say about the lights in the sky is they look round. Circles are round. The only thing we can say about the lights in the sky is they look round. Do they? Pale Blue Dot. Paleblue.com. Go there. Then don't ask to see other than the ice wall there. As you asked, I want to see not space there. No, I'm not making fun of your English. I'm just trying to understand the sentiment. What I'm saying is, if I go to the ice wall, if I walk to the ice wall and I stand on top of the ice wall, as I think I can physically do, because there is no gravity that's holding me down, so I could just go up there. And I would assume it's a sheer cliff. And all I was saying by not space is I don't think a lot of flat earthers think space is real. So I was only saying, like, what would you see up there if there is no space? What is the not space I would see? That's all I was asking. Nice with Jamie. That's true. That's that ether joke from earlier. Horizon is horizontal. I think this is like a slow burn. We're going to get to that soon. Just Googled photo of the Earth. Just seeing a photo of the globe. But was that photo round? I mean, can you really say that? Density holds you. Density holds you down. What does that mean? Density holds me down because of what? I'm large. I am of weight. But what is it that holds me down if it's not gravity? Because I would need a force to stay, right? Like, I mean, we have to admit that, like, when you walk on the earth, your feet come up, you take a step, the other foot comes up, and you take a step. Something is keeping me on the earth, right? And so maybe it is density, but What's holding the density down? They're here. I like it. I'm into that. Bill Cosby helped. Okay, well, that's off topic, but also funny. They are. They're both right in this sentence. Bro, we see the ice wall for hundreds of kilometers with no end. It's not a wall with vacuum on the other side, like Game of Thrones. I've watched all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, and I have not seen one vacuum in that show. I don't know how they keep that place so clean. I love how you read different tone inflections. I love how you read with different tones and inflections. I love how you read with different tones and inflections. So you agree that level is horizontal, and you use a level tool to establish level. Then you use a level to establish horizontal. Correct? Oh boy. Let's see. If I were to use a level to make sure something was level, would I use a level to establish horizontal? No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't even know how you can establish that. Reread. Reread. Because you're okay, this is probably a solid insult, and I already appreciate it. Because you are heavier than the air that surrounds, a helium balloon is lighter than the air that surrounds you, therefore it rises. Yeah, it's because helium has less gravitational force than air, right? Because like the reason things are dense sinks is because they're heavier, and that makes them go down, I think. Let's see. Your mass holds you down. It is heavier than the medium air you're in. But the air is not heavier than me. Right? So how can it hold me down? I'm stronger than air. I've punched air before, dude. Like I can easily take on air. Who needs gravity when you're this big of a star? Seriously, like I don't even want to get pulled down now. Like let me float off. We don't move or spin. Who don't? I was spinning this morning. We see too far. Probably the deepest goddamn comment that I've read all day. This is the format for a weekly hit show right here. Yeah, I mean, I would love just to read comments and try to understand what people are saying to me, or talk to flat Earth people. Electrostatics, Earth's surface is negative charge. Everything above the Earth is positive charge. Minus plus attract and density and buoyancy take care of the rest. Okay, so I guess what this is saying is that I have a static charge, and the Earth has an opposite charge, and the Earth is just holding me down because of I'm a magnet. Earth is a magnet. Also density and buoyancy. So because Earth is a magnet, I'm somewhat magnetic. Air is heavier than me and also aggressively holding me down. And because I'm fat. But I think density still has to do with gravity. Am I wrong about that? You're the one asking for vacuums after the wall, not Game of Thrones. There's no vacuum. That's a violation of the 2-degree law of thermodynamics. All I'm saying is that I think in space there is a vacuum. If you're on the edge of something, can you not go over the edge? Is that not the definition of edge, right? Just that's it. Salt Army's Legion. Yeah, it's true. They're salty. The 1972 image of blue marble isn't a photo, it's a composite. That means it's made of different types of wood, everybody. Hello is mass. Therefore, mass doesn't fall. Helium is, I guess helium, right? No, helo is mass. Therefore, mass doesn't fall at 9,8 meters squared. Oh, I think you're describing gravity. I'm pretty sure. I have no idea, really. That would have been cooler without a typo. Maybe. I'm into typos. Helium. Solid burn. No, you are heavier than air, and that's why you don't float. Man, that's probably true. Jamie Dykes, how are you?
Yo,
Liam.
just to let you know, Dave is in the chat. He hasn't got the link.
No, you're heavier than air, and that's why
Oh.
you don't float. Does not have a link.
Yeah, he's saying he hasn't got a
Probably
link.
true.
Okay, let me see if I
David
can.
Dykes, how are you?
Hi, people. Hi, live people. You
This
missed
is
my
live.
face. Yeah.
Okay,
I just wanted to give you a heads up. I can see him like stressing out in block capital letters.
Oh no! All right, I guess I'll just put the link to this in the comments. Is that crazy? Oh, maybe I'll just email to him.
Just drop him an email. I did plan on coming on with you for this hour, but I just been stuck in work. I think my boss is on a period, so I didn't want to piss it off. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Conway, keep toking up, son.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're here, man. It's cool. I haven't seen this many people actually talk to me in my entire life, so this this is interesting. I'm going to send an email. Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm going to send an email over to Dave real fast and get him in here. I'm excited to talk to him. So I think Matt sent me his email earlier, so I'm going to send him a quick email. Dave, if you're listening, I'm going to try to send you an email in the next 2 minutes, and then we can have our chat.
Shab up.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to being converted. It's gonna be good, Mom.
That's all I've wanted. I told my dad that. I was like, Dad, I'm gonna get converted today, and he's like, oh, finally. But I don't think he knew what I was talking about, though.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like going from Catholicism to Judaism. It's got to be the same sort of thing, right? So
that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, look, I have faith, I have passion. I could use more. I could have more passion in something else. So I'm excited about that. If you got to roll, feel free to do what you got to do and pop back in whenever you want to. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to send this link over to him real fast.
Yeah, it's fine. I just finishing up some stuff at work. So if this goes tits up, I'll jump in a bit. But have a good one.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
I'll talk to you in a bit. Okay.
I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, pigs.
All right, so let me just get this link sent over to Dave so we can have this conversation rolling. And I'm excited about it. I'm excited to talk to Dave. I'm excited to talk to you guys in the chat. I'll get back to some of these comments soon. I just want to send this link. I just want to start talking to Mr. Dave. You think he goes by David? That's probably professional, right? I'm sorry, my computer is very slow today. So anyway, get the link sent. Link for today's show. And let's get this thing going. And honestly, if anybody wants to hop in here and chat with me or Dave as well, you're more than welcome to. I will send you a link as long as you're cool and funny. Okay, Dave, I think I just emailed you a link, so we'll see what that goes. All right, where were these comments? Where was the last comment that I was at here? So there's a helium. I remember that. Zach, I don't have this. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. So I just got to these. I apologize, Dave. I didn't know that. The only real force in nature are electricity and magnetism. That's true. That's how I met my wife. Both of those things. I caught her with magnets and electricity. You're the straw man fallacy guy. I'm the straw man fallacy guy. I guess I have to look that up too. So much stuff I have to Google just to have a conversation. I love that there's some science that they'll use, but they deny other aspects of proven science law. Yeah, that's true, man. You can't say some science, but also not some science, I think. Look up documentaries from NASA, Document 1207, definition and derivation of a linear flight module. On the last page, it states that equations are based on a non-flat, non-rotating Earth. Oh, flat, non-rotating Earth. So, wait, Canadian Bacon? I didn't know that you were... Okay, I thought you were a spherehead. Yeah, for real. Hello, handsome. Hey, Matt's calling me, I think. Hang on a second. Hello? StreamYard link 100 times.
Yeah, no, I sent him a link, or I just sent him an email. Yeah. Well, no, I saw that, and then I sent it to him via email. All right, bye. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I hope, David. Do you have the link yet? I hope so. All right, where was I? Bill Cosby hit people down. No, that's not good. Hi, Jamie. Oh, every one of his supporters would flood in. That's fine. Jamie is a little professional. Yeah, right. He's like, I'm working. Check out this flex. I'm at work. Tom Hardy Cardi. That's cute. Where's Dave? I don't know. I'm pretty. I mean, I know that I sent him the link, so I really could just put the link in the chat, and but I don't want a bunch of people showing up in here. I would love to. Oh boy, am I going to do this? Am I just going to put? All right, I'm going to put it in this chat. I'm going to put the link to this thing in the chat. If you if you want to pop in here for a second, I might kick you out. But at least this way, I know for a fact that Dave will have it. So I think I just did that. So yeah, if you see that link, Dave, click on it, man. There's people that want to chat with you. Where's Dave? I know. Let's see. This flat Earth guy can't even spell your name right, even though it's on the screen. My confidence level has dropped. Well, no one said they can read. Books are flat. Well, they can probably read. Then it is possible the Earth is flat. If you say no, then it's already too late, as your mind is closed. Oh, I'm able to say that it could be. I would just like, someone to teach me. That's it. I'm not closed-minded. The gravity of the situation is letting Dave down. It's the density of the situation is letting him down, I think. You sent it to the wrong email. Well, that's the only email that I had. Oh. Here we go. Hello.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
1 second. Audio.
Testing. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. I can hear you. I can hear that.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
I can't hear you for some reason. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Audio. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Hello.
I can't.
Matt Zim. Michael Zinn.
You know what? I'll just go like this.
Adios. Is it possible the Earth is flat? Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. I'm here for the wordplay, boys. Will and Jamie, LOL. That means laugh out loud. Or lots of love, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
What the hell?
I can hear you. Testing. If you go into your settings, can you hear me at all? This is nice. All right. If you go into your, here we go.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. How are you, sir?
I closed the wrong window. I was like, I got to close the YouTube window, and then I closed this window by accident. How you doing, man? Nice to meet you.
I'm doing great. Nice meeting you, sir. Yeah, Mr. Dave is having a little bit of technical issues, so just wait on that.
Cool.
But Mr. Zinn, how are you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm really excited. I watched some of the Flat Earth Dave stuff yesterday to see what it was about, and I'm kind of like you. I would love for Dave to have some sort of proof that the veil is being lifted and that things are not what we think they are. Like, that would be amazing.
I would love that. I would love that.
All right, I'm here.
All right, you can hear me, sir.
I can hear both of you. Yes.
Excellent.
Awesome.
David, it's very nice meeting you, sir. My name is Zach Wiseman.
Totally.
I have a company called Some Nobodies, mostly comedy, but Matt Napo has roped me into doing this, and I get to chat with you today. I'm very excited about that. With me here is Michael Zinn, friend of the show. I hope it's okay as well.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
That's fine, no problem. And I've been listening for a little while, and we've got a lot to go through. How much time do we have?
As literally as long as you want. I have nothing to do today. I've cleared my schedule for 2 days. So I'm ready for a 48-hour conversation about this.
All right, we'll go 2 full days. This will be perfect.
Okay, perfect. Now, so I did some research on you, and I knew that you were coming on the show. I Googled you, I watched some videos, and it seems that the majority of people that you talk to are antagonistic. Really, they're kind of like they're fighty off the bat, and I don't think I'm definitely not going to do that. That's not my style.
Well, you say the majority of the people. You Googled flat Earth and my name, and up came Professor Dave, who's not really a professor, and who actually embarrassed himself in that video. If you watch the analysis of it by some very smart people, which I'll show you guys where to find that later. But most people are, unfortunately, flat earthers already, and the other ones are questioning it and willing to listen. I'm hoping you're the second.
Oh, absolutely. I'm always ready to listen. I'm always ready to hear anybody, and I love having amazing conversations, and I'm not someone that just gets angry and calls people stupid. So that's not where I'm coming from.
You did say earlier, maybe when you were on with Matt, who interviewed me a year or a couple years ago, and we had an audio interview, and he was unable to understand anything I was saying. So now I'll have some visuals, and I think I'll make it a lot easier for those willing to listen, those willing to see. And I'll explain all of that stuff. So earlier in the show, you made a whole bunch of false, not your fault. And by the way, we all did the same thing that you're doing. We compared the fake heliocentric model to the fake flat Earth model, and we go, look, it doesn't work because this fake model doesn't work inside of this fake model, right? So you're looking at two different things. Here behind me is a balloon at 120,000 feet. Right, you have to believe that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour below me. It is traveling around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. So it's going around this at 66,600 miles an hour. It's also chasing the sun, which is running away from us at 500,000 miles per hour. But somehow my balloon just stays right where it is. Mm-hmm. So let's just go a little farther here. So this is what, non-flat earthers think flat earthers think. We're the only disk planet. Well, all the other planets round. This is a meme that was programmed into our minds to go, look, the other planets are round. First thing is, if those lights in the sky were round, what does that have to do with the Earth? And we'll get into that a little bit later. But this is not flat Earth. This is not flat Earth. This is only what flat Earth deniers or flat Earth, people that hate flat Earth think. We're not a disk planet floating in space. All right. So you have to believe when you look up in the sky that the Earth is tilting like this and the stars are staying still. Right. That's not what any of us experiences. That's what our common sense will show us. This is what you also have to believe. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. We're orbiting at 66,600 miles an hour. This is your belief. We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour. We're traveling 4.4 billion miles every year, never to return to where we were before. Mm-hmm. But somehow, if you go out tonight and take a picture of the stars, and then a year from now, same night, same time, take a picture of the stars from the same spot, every star will be in the exact same position.
Well,
think about that.
But it's
absolutely true. It's 100% true. 100% true.
Well, that's not true because when they watch the movie, look. I'm not a scientist. I'm a movie guy. I'm a comedian. I like.
Tell me how it's not true.
But here's the thing. What I know is that when people watch the movie Titanic, they told James Cameron that there's no way the stars would be where they are in that year. And he had to go back and actually do the research to find out where the stars would be positioned if it were that year. Now, granted, not in 1 year, but that's 80 some years. So
okay, I mean, so we'll get into that in a little bit. Let me just go through this opening, but I'll show you how the idea that the Earth is processing. And that we'll have a new star in 2,000 years. And 2,000 years ago, we had a different North Star. I'll prove that absolutely false in a little while. So you have to believe we're going. Go ahead.
I was going to say,
interrupt me at any time because you said you're going to talk a lot, but I'm going to talk a lot. But I'm going to try to let you talk more than me. Go ahead.
That's totally fine. And my interruptions are not out of rudeness. I wanted to preface something and just say I'm willing to go into this conversation able to be taught, able to learn facts. I'm willing to go into something as a neutral, unbiased party and listen to what you have to say. All I'm asking is that you do the same thing. You go 100%. Into this conversation as it's a neutral party, and with facts alone, we kind of come to an agreement that this actually seems like it makes the most amount of sense. Not just you talking over people just to keep spouting things. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is false or not false. I'm just trying to start a dialogue and saying I would like to have a conversation based on this.
No problem. So please make a note to address the precession of the Earth and how the stars would be different during the time of the Titanic, which is also another a whole nother rabbit hole.
And I would like to give Michael a chance to say hello.
Yeah. First of all, great to meet you. I come from the same place. I would love to be proven that the reality I've been taught is somehow not the reality that actually is. That would be amazing to see right here in this moment. But I just think that in this argument that you're presenting, saying that how would the stars be in the same spot, you have to, in your model, the rest of the galaxy is not moving at all either. But if everything is moving relative to everything else, then I think Zach's argument is a great one. Good job.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, the whole idea that the Milky Way galaxy is spinning, and that's a whole nother thing. All the stars are moving in their own directions. They're all going around their own orbits. There's binary stars, supposedly, that are orbiting. There's no possible way that everything could mirror everything. You got binary stars. You got stars that are just going in this direction, stars that are going in that direction, stars that are moving away from you. To believe that everything can move in lockstep is a non-thought out belief.
Well, let's start at the beginning though. Like, can we all agree that gravity is a real thing?
We're not to gravity yet, but we're gonna in depthly cover gravity.
Well,
when you say gravity is a real thing, which one, Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian gravity?
Well, which gravity do you believe in?
I don't believe in either.
You don't believe that there is a force that is gravity that holds things to.
There's something that makes things go down. You want to call it gravity? Go ahead, call it gravity. But when you say gravity, you're referring to Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending of warping of space time, which are just gobbledygook words. And then there's Newtonian gravity, when he had an apple fall on his head. And thank God a kid didn't let go of a helium balloon at the same time, because then he wouldn't come up with the theory of gravity. Gravity is a theory. It needs 96% dark matter and dark energy, which is made up, never been seen, never been observed. But the scientists say it has to be there or gravity doesn't work. Therefore, it's real. So they made up 96%. So if I owed you $1 and I gave you 4 cents, I go, listen, the other 96 cents is there. You just don't see it. I guarantee you it's there. It has to be there because I'm paying you $1. Okay?
Sounds like Bitcoin.
It's as stupid as stupid can be. Mm-hmm. So let's just put these speeds into what's the word I'm looking for? Context. There we go. Sure. So here's the hypersonic sled track. It's going. If you can Google this yourself, that way you can hear the sound. And it's shocking. It goes by a Mach 8.6. It's 8.6 times the speed of sound. Watch. Here it goes. Can't even see it. Okay. You have to believe that we are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. 10 times. You can't imagine twice as fast. Matter of fact, you can't even imagine this speed because you can't even see it. Mm-hmm. 10 times in a curved trajectory. Curved. That means we're turning off of our vector. We're turning off of a straight line. If you're in a car going 100 miles an hour and that car turns, you feel that push. That's because you're curving. Okay. So you have to believe we're going 10 times faster than this around the sun, 100 times faster than this, chasing the sun in another curved trajectory, speeding up, slowing down, and curving. Okay. Get a dinner plate in a car going 100 miles an hour or even 10 miles an hour and fill it with water, and then try to speed up, slow down, or take the slightest turn. Now, water's going all over the place. Put that dinner plate on the smoothest floor in your house on something with wheels on it and try to drag it across the room. That water is going all over the place. But when we go out into nature, we have this. We are spinning. We are twirling. We are corkscrewing through space. And we have lakes that look like this, right? What does this tell you? Nature tells you. Nature doesn't lie. We're not moving. The tiniest stomp on the ground, the tiniest vibration would move that water. And I know the programmed answer is, well, on an airplane, I could drink a glass of water and I could walk to the bathroom. And I say, well, if you want to compare the airplane to the slowest motion of the Earth, which is the spin, you have to double the speed of the airplane. You have to remove the outer shell of the airplane because there's no container surrounding the Earth. And the pilot has to nosedive fast as a free falling skydiver over a mile a minute. Okay. That's a comparison. And let me know how your water's doing and your walk to the bathroom's doing. But we're going in all these directions, and we have this. This is common sense, not nonsense.
Okay. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. So you're saying, you talk about this container, right? And I don't know what the flat Earth belief is the true flat Earth belief, your belief of what atmosphere is. Do you believe that there's an atmosphere or some sort of something with the flat Earth? I mean,
absolutely. I'm breathing air. It's thinner
okay.
here. It's nice and thick down here at
So
sea level, and it's
why wouldn't
thinner.
that be the container? The atmosphere be the container.
So can you go out and pick me up a tank of propane, but don't bring the tank, just bring the propane?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not a container.
Well, you need a container. What's the container for our atmosphere? What is holding the air to the earth? Because you believe that we live on a rock, a lumpy rock, which is surrounded by water, which becomes perfectly smooth when it's calm. And then that's surrounded by high pressure air where we're breathing. And that's, that's adjacent. Hold on. That's adjacent to a void, a vacuum, a zero pressure. Okay. It's adjacent to it without a container. Nowhere in nature, nowhere in a lab, nowhere ever in science are you able to put high pressure next to low pressure or no pressure next to high pressure without a physical container. Okay. If you want to believe that gravity is holding the air to the earth, then you can get a shoebox, and hold it upright and then suck all of the air out of the room from below the shoebox, and gravity should hold the air that's in the shoebox in the shoebox. That's ridiculous. We know that doesn't happen, but that's what you have to believe if you believe gravity's holding air to Earth.
I think
I don't understand that.
I think.
All right, let me make it a little simpler. Let me make it a little simpler. You got our high pressure system, and then you have the void of space, a vacuum of space, and not a vacuum like a vacuum cleaner, a void, no pressure.
Right.
Okay, and you think that gravity is holding the air down. Okay, so when I drink through a straw, I'm not creating a vacuum. I'm creating the slightest difference in low pressure in my mouth and lungs, which will pull water and air up and away from the earth. So at what altitude can I not drink or pull air through a straw that's facing downward with the weak low pressure system of my mouth and lungs?
I don't know the scientific answer to
that.
Well,
there is no scientific answer. There is no answer because I can exchange high pressure to low pressure at any time. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, you're not a doctor, not a scientist. Neither am I. But I've studied, I've learned, and when you have a degree, it's a degree of consensus. It's a degree of, hey, you agree within this book, and we'll give you a degree. It's nonsense. I took 4 years of astronomy in college. I was awesome at it. It's all nonsense.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Sorry, Zach. Outside of your beliefs about the Earth and what we've been told reality is, I'm curious because of what I do. What are your spiritual beliefs? Do you have spiritual beliefs?
That's a good question. It has nothing to do with the Earth, but I'll answer it. Before I discovered flat Earth, I guess the best description of me would be atheistic. Okay. I didn't believe that there's a creator. I believed in evolution, the Big Bang. I believed, all of the stuff that they told us in school. But then when I was forced to actually look at flat Earth and not just recite, sticks in the shadows, Aristophanes, boats over the curve, sunsets, day and night. How could it be day here and night here? Time zones. When I was done spewing all those indoctrinated questions with answers already in my head, I looked and I tried to debunk flat Earth. I tried to prove flat Earth wrong and prove the globe right. Only then can you find it. But now they make it very difficult because if you try to search any of these terms, you get all propaganda.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. My question is really, what are you? Who is the I behind you decided that you were going to look into these things? What makes you tick? What are you?
I believe that I believe that we all have for the term I use is a soul. And that soul is our eternal being. And I'm here in this physical existence, experiencing this time. I look at this place as a school, as a place to learn and appreciate and expand the mind of the creator.
Okay. That's fair. That'll lead me to some other questions, but I don't want to step all over this.
No problem.
Go ahead.
So we're taught that Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of the ball, about 10 to 13,000 miles around, depending on who you listen to. Okay. When in fact, that's not how the Earth is set up. And when you look for high altitude shots of the Earth, Antarctica is just cartoons. It's all cartoons. You never get any pictures of cartoons of Antarctica except the shoreline. There's certain spots on the shoreline where they'll show you there is a base there, Casey Base, and all these other things. So if it's not a continent at the bottom of the earth, what is Antarctica? Why is it displayed really strangely on maps? And here's the model that I use. Okay, and when I say a model, this is how I see the earth. Right? This is scientifically possible. Okay, we'll get into that. So a pond is a body of water surrounded by land that is higher than the water, that contains the water. If you don't believe me, go to the edge of a pond, dig a trench, and the water will flow somewhere else. Okay, a lake is a bigger pond. The world's oceans are a giant pond, a giant lake. And what is holding that water in is the highest land on earth. That's Antarctica. Antarctica is the highest land on earth. It is the shoreline that surrounds our pond. It is the shoreline that gives the lateral pressure to our oceans, which lay flat when at rest, and it holds them in. Okay. Antarctica is the land that surrounds our ponds, and all of the water is the water that surrounds all of the continents and islands. And that's where we live. Right. So question there. And people, so I heard you guys talking about the ice wall before. You say, well, I've seen, some shorelines and stuff. This is Antarctica. This is the shoreline, right? When Flat Earth wants you to believe that this is the shoreline, this is what's going to happen. No, this is just the shoreline. What's out there is the question, right? What's farther out? This is the best map that we have. It may not be perfect, but I'm going to show you why it's damn near perfect. And they claim, they just took the globe and stretched it out and made Australia longer and stuff. Mm-hmm. This map is what they use for navigation. This map was in all schools and libraries up into the 1950s. This was everywhere. And now it's hidden from you. Here's the shoreline of Antarctica. We don't know what's out here. So we just stop the map right here. We just stop. We're not going to put something that we don't know, but this is what we know. Okay. So if you wanted to circumnavigate Antarctica, 13,000 miles. Okay. You can get on a ship, figure out how fast you're going. Captain Cook is the last person that did it successfully. It took him 3.5 years and he went over 60,000 miles. 60,000 miles. Well, the equator is only 24,000 miles. And as you get lower and lower on the ball, the equator is 24,000 miles around. And as you get lower and lower, it should be less and less, but it got more and more. Why is that? Because he went all the way out, all the way around here, right? Here's the thing. Governments of the world can't agree on anything except two things. Nobody can go to Antarctica and explore independently, even though they say there's no people, there's no plants, there's no animals. It's barren cold, filled with resources, oil, coal, uranium, everything we need, filled with resources. Nobody can go there and explore it. And all the countries in the world agree. And the other thing they all agree on is the thing that happened in 2020, still going on today. Everybody needs to deal with that in lockstep. Okay.
So what's the answer to the question? You posed it yourself. If you go to the cliff or wall or whatever, it goes on.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Is it an infinite plane?
Anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica or higher than we can get is speculation. Is it an infinite plane? Well, do you have an infinite universe? You can speculate on it, in your heliocentric world. I think it's an extended plane. Some flat earthers aren't sure that there's a dome pinning us down, that we may just live in. I don't know. There's lots of questions that we don't know. We're willing to admit we don't know. We're willing to change our mind based on new information. Mm-hmm. We're willing to do tests and look at things. But when you look at, this map works where the globe map doesn't work.
So in your map, though, if I were in Australia and I wanted to fly to South America, I would need to go. I mean, the shortest distance between two lines is a straight line. The shortest is a straight line. So you're saying that if I'm from Australia and I need to go to South America, I travel all the way over North America.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, and then we'll tell you how we tried to verify this ourselves. Mm-hmm. So this is what they did. They took our map and wrapped it around a sphere. Okay. And so here's Antarctica. And they go, oh, Antarctica's a continent right at the bottom. That's what they did. Okay. That's what they did. That's why everything gets out of whack in the South. The North, not so bad. Not so bad. Right. But in the South, they got really screwed up. So let's look at some southern flights. All right. So give me 1 second here. Where's the one? All right. So let me ask you a question real quick. Here's the world. You got the equator right here. Okay. How many airports you think are in the north? I have no idea. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, whatever. Okay. Let's say there's 10,000 different airports all above the equator. If you can pick any two airports, any combination of any two northern airports, and you were going to fly from one to the other, would you ever need to go below the equator?
If you are below the equator.
No. If you're in the north, starting from a northern airport, let me be very, very clear. You're starting from an airport in the north, and you're going to another airport in the north. Here's the equator. Would you ever need to go below the equator?
I don't think so.
Simple answer. Okay.
Sure, no.
And and guess what? You're right. No flight, no northern to northern flight ever goes below the equator. So the same should be true for a southern to southern flight if you're in the southern hemisphere, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at southern flights. So here we have a shot where they go all the way up to Los Angeles and all the way back down. Now the argument is, well, they have to drop other people off. Nope. There's people that want to go from here to where is that? Peru? Lima. Is that Lima, Peru? I can't see it. It's too small. And so it goes all the way to Los Angeles, refuels, and continues. Why is that a straight line? Why did it cross the equator, the blue line, twice? Why did a southern flight cross the equator twice? Now, let me show you a couple more, and then I'm going to take away your objection of that it's a flight route. Here's another one, goes all the way up to Los Angeles. Look at it on a flat Earth map. It's a straight flight. Let's look at another one. Okay. Here's one. Again, Los Angeles. This is Lima, Peru. Bam. This is shorter than the first leg of the trip on the globe, but in reality, it's a straight line, right?
Can I address that?
Yeah, yes, please.
So a plane can only hold a certain amount of fuel and needs to refuel. And there's no land mass where they can stop and get refuel.
That's not true.
Southern...
That's not true.
There's
plenty of there's islands here. There's I think is this where I forget which island it is. There's islands here. Guess what? There's no islands here either. There's the same amount of places here. This is a shorter flight. This is a longer flight. Planes don't run out of gas. Okay, planes don't run out of fuel.
Gas? Wait a second. Hold on. Planes don't run out of gas.
How in the last 25 years, how many airliners have fallen out of the sky because they've run out of gas?
Well, the ones that have tried to fly beyond the amount of gas that they have in their tanks.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Let me retract that statement.
Planes can only hold a certain amount of gas. Gas can only get you a certain distance. How does that not make sense?
So let's take this off the equation with what we call emergency landings. Right? Sometimes on a plane, someone has a heart attack, someone's having a baby, they got to land right away. Okay. So here's a flight from New York to Hawaii. So you're going from New York to Hawaii. And right about here, they had an emergency. They needed to land right away. Why did they travel?
One particular flight?
This is one specific flight. I'm going to show you several of them. Right. So, and this is just a meme. Don't believe this. You got to research this. Make sure I'm telling the truth. They went 1,000 miles out of the way and they got there in a really short period of time. Doesn't make sense. They landed in Seattle, but if you look at it on a flat Earth map, Seattle's right on the flight route. Odd coincidence. Let's try another one. Okay. There's no excuse.
Well, I mean, just because you have an emergency doesn't mean that like they can reroute all planes at an airport. Like there's air traffic controllers that plot all these planes perfectly.
Okay. Help me out. I'm going to be the pilot. You be the air controller. I'm flying along. I'm right about here. Excuse me, air control. We have an emergency. A woman's having a heart attack and a baby at the same time. Where can we land?
Probably not in war-torn countries or any place that they feel unsafe for some reason.
I need to land in the next 15 minutes or everyone's going to die. Go 1,500 miles out of your way to Moscow. Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's absolutely ridiculous. Okay? Absolutely ridiculous. So, and war-torn countries, good one. Okay? I haven't thought about that. Dallas, Beijing to Calgary, right? It landed, it emerged, Dallas to Beijing. This is where they tell us it's going. Mm-hmm. It landed in Calgary, 1,500 miles, I think that is. 1,500 miles. That's 3 hours. But if you look at it on a flat Earth map, why is Calgary right on line? Again, is that just a coincidence? Okay.
I mean, in all fairness, the map that you're showing, A, is based on a globe, and B...
No, the globe is based on the flat Earth map. You got it backwards. You were brainwashed into believing that we took the globe and spread it out when you took the globe and wrapped our flat Earth around it.
Okay, then let me ask you a question real fast. Where is south?
Great question. Thank you.
I'm in Colorado, right? I got a compass on me. North is where? South is what?
Yes, very good questions. Thank you. Let's get it. But before all the research has been done for you, all of the articles, all of the flight routes, everything. It's in 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. There's a free PDF online. Just Google it. You'll find it. Or you can buy the book on lulu.com if you want a coffee table book, because it's kind of awesome. All right. So circumnavigation. So where is south?
Yeah, what's south?
Yeah,
on a flat Earth. Why is there south?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm trying to find the right graphic.
Dave, while you're finding it, I gotta split. I got a business meeting I got to get ready for and fix myself.
Good luck. Hopefully you'll listen later, and you have my email. You can contact me if you have any questions.
Yeah, man, I would love to talk to you more about what you believe. You said you believe in the soul, and like what happens to your soul when you die and all of that stuff. I'd love to know.
It depends on how many flat Earth clock app referral points you have.
I'd love to talk to you about that. I'll email
Michael, have a great day. Nice meeting you, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Zach. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for your time, man.
It's my pleasure.
So this is just a fun little wall compass I made. North is in the center. Mm-hmm. So if you have a magnetic center, okay, a magnetic center, everywhere you hold a compass will point to that magnetic center. So every direction with your back to the center of the lake, okay, will be south. So south is every direction away from the center. Let me show you on a flat Earth map.
But my question is, so the reason that north and compasses point to north is because of the electromagnetic field that is caused by the spinning of the Earth. Right?
Okay, so you think that the Earth is spinning. It has a molten magnetic core. Okay, well, a molten magnetic core, that's what somebody was talking about in chat earlier about the Curie point. The Curie point is the point where a magnet melts and it loses 100% of its magnetism before it melts. So you can't have a molten magnetic core. They're just lying. Okay, and we'll talk about why you think we have a molten magnetic core, but let's get through one thing at a time. Okay, so here's a magnet right here. This is my magnetic center. And some people think that there's a magnetic mountain at the center of the Earth. There's a magnetic force that all magnets point to, all compasses point to. A compass needs to be level. It doesn't need to be on the bottom side of a ball, right? Having, believing that you got your North Pole here and I have a compass here, that it's going to, the compass would be pointing like through the Earth. And here it would pointing straight up. Right? But on a flat plane, compasses work perfectly. So here I got the needle. It's pointing towards the north. Mm-hmm. South is away from the center. Now, let me just get through this and ask your question. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to try to push this compass west. Pretend it's a boat, an airplane. I'm going to push it west. Now, west.
South, right?
No, west is a circle. West is a circle because I got to keep that needle pointing towards the center. So I have to keep turning. West is a circle. This doesn't prove the Earth is a globe or flat, because it works the same on both. West is a circle. East is a circle. I have to keep turning, right? Because that needle has to point towards the center the whole time. So east is right here, 90 degrees. I'm still heading 90 degrees, 90 degrees. Now, if I wanted to dead reckon west, so here's dead reckoning. I'm going to point. I'm not moving. There's west. If I don't correct to the north, I'm heading south. I'm already heading south. South is moving away. So if you go in any straight line, you'll end up at the edge of the lake, south, Antarctica. Okay. So here, one last thing. If I head south on a globe, I should pop up on the other side of the Earth. If I go this way, I should pop up over here. If I leave Santiago, I go south, I should pop up over here. Okay. But if you go south, On a flat Earth, you just disappear. So all someone has to do is go south and pop up on the other side, and they win. No one's ever done it. Billions and billions of people. Now, if I go, I'm heading north, 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 up, I'm still going straight. I'm heading south. As soon as you pass the North Pole, you're going south. Every straight line goes south. Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of people have gone around the world south. I mean, not south, east and west. And some have gone north and then south to get to the other side. But if you keep going south, you don't return. Nobody has circumnavigated south.
Nobody's done that. That's interesting.
Nobody. So yeah, I'll take an interesting. I appreciate
that is interesting.
That.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that is interesting.
So let's just if you actually do some research on that, you're gonna find this guy that went for the world record. This happened a few years ago. We're like, yeah, and like, we can track him, right? So he was gonna go from I don't forget where he started. So he started in New York, goes around the North Pole, Alaska, California, probably Hawaii, Philippines, over here, went to Santiago, then he went to the South Pole. And then he said the weather was too bad. So he turned around and came back and went up through Brazil and back to New York. And we're like, well, didn't do it, right? Doesn't prove that the earth is flat. It proves that he didn't prove that it was a globe. Guinness Book gave him the world record for north-south circumnavigation. And all he did on a flat earth map is he went here, 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 and here. That's like me going to the end of my road, tapping the telephone pole, going to the other end of the road, tapping the telephone pole, and coming back on my street is a sphere.
Yeah, I guess
he got the world record for north, south, southern circumnavigation for doing this. Can you agree that this does not prove it's a globe?
I can agree that is a circle that is not
on a flat surface.
On a flat surface. Yes, I can agree.
Correct. If he went south, if he kept going south from the alleged North Pole, South Pole, he should have ended up in Australia.
Well, there's no South Pole, right? Isn't that what you're also saying?
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
So here's just Amelia Earhart. This is her trip. I forget if she went east or west, but she just went to all of these locations. This is east, or she went this way. It's all west. And she circled the earth. That's it. That's all she did.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's pivot a second. Because I was walking earlier and I felt a gust of wind on me. And I was interested by what wind was. Scientifically,
high pressure going to low pressure.
That's wind itself?
Yeah, you got high pressure and low pressure. They try to equalize.
So are you saying that that's the same thing that causes tides?
No.
What causes the tide?
Why would I say that?
Well, I'm just curious because to me, tides are caused by the gravitational force of the moon.
What gravitational force? Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian gravity?
Well, I guess we'll say Newtonian gravity for the sake of argument right here. But the fact that the moon goes around the Earth and pulls some of the Earth with it, which causes tides, which causes the wind. What if there's no gravity? What makes tides happen?
So let's look at the official story of how tides happen on Earth. Okay, so if my head was the moon, I'm pulling the water away from the Earth here and creating a high tide. See my high tide right here? This bulge of water. Not to scale, of course. Okay. So this bulge of water is being pulled by my moon head and creating a high tide. But there's a low tide here, and there's another high tide over here. So what do you think the official story is why there's a high tide on the other side of the Earth when the moon's pulling all the water this way?
Because the moon keeps going.
The moon keeps going. Those are just words. What does that mean?
Well, because the moon is constantly going around the Earth, and it's constantly.
So, but why is there a high tide over here? Let me give you their official answer. The official answer is the moon pulls the water away from the Earth here, but pulls the Earth away from the water over here. That's their official explanation, and that the Earth is spinning in between those two tidal bulges. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you believe that 238,000 mile away, 250,000 miles away moon can pull a bulge of water here and then pull the Earth away and not pull the water with it, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Okay. That's absolute insanity. So you got that. We have trillions of tons of water in clouds that the Earth can't pull that down. It can pull the ocean up and away from the Earth, but it can't pull the water out of the sky.
Well, density would make that cloud,
density.
Right. It would make that cloud less heavy.
The cloud is more dense than the dry air. Why doesn't it fall out of the sky? right?
The cloud is more dense than dry air. That's not true.
The cloud is more dense than dry air.
No.
The moisture in the cloud is less dense than dry air.
Yeah, that's why the cloud stays up there.
Because it's less dense.
Yeah. It just has water molecules in it, but is less dense. Yeah.
So the water molecules are less dense than the dry air.
The collective of the water molecules are less dense and therefore causes less gravity than the air itself. Yes.
I thank God I can't even look at the chat right now. All right. So there's no correlation to there actually is a tiny correlation, but it's not when there's a full moon, there's higher tides. Well, when there's a new moon, that means no light on the moon in the heliocentric model. That means it's right in line with the sun, which also has gravity. There should be massive tides because the moon and the sun are pulling on the water. Okay. But they're not. Why would a lit moon have any different gravity from a non-lit moon? Here's spots on the Earth where there's all these weird tides. There's places on the Earth that have no tide. There's places on Earth that have massive high tides. Other places that have tiny little tides, right? And when you lay this map over the magnetic map of the world, which has basically, it's a quadrupole system, it very much lines up with the magnetics of the Earth. So electricity and magnetism are the only two forces on Earth, right? The sun and the moon spin around the Earth, and they're the ones that are the anode and one's the cathode of the Earth battery system. Let me just show you a quick graphic so I don't lose you. Where is it? Gravity. There it is. Gravity. So we have this we live in this free energy system, right? The elite don't want us to know that, because if we had free energy and we didn't have to pay for fuel for our homes and cars, well, that would change things. The sun is the cathode, the moon is the anode, the salt water carries the current, the land is the salt bridge. It's a giant energy system. And as the sun spins around the Earth, the sun and the moon spin around, lapping each other. Whoops, that's not what I want to show you. I'll show you this. As the sun spins around, the sun and the moon spin around in between the tropics, and they lay an electromagnetic wake. Like if you push your hand through water, it will spin opposite directions. You get vortices spinning one way south and a different way north. Okay. So you have this electromagnetic system. The tides, when you actually look at them, do not correlate to the moon, but we've been told all our lives that the moon's gravity causes high tides, and that's what we just parrot it right back.
All right, well, quick question on your graphic right here. I do see there's a very distinct line in the middle that causes the shadow. Now, yes, if the sun is above us and the Earth is flat, what causes that shadow?
Right. So let's first we have to get into understanding. So the sun. Let me pull this down here. Mm-hmm. So the sun, as it moves through the year, I'm going to jump a month at a time here. So we're going to go out to December or January. Here, I'm out of January. The sun is out farther. And if you look at this, it's no longer straight. It kind of wraps around. Why? Okay. Well, my opinion is we're closer to the dome, whatever that is, whether it's electromagnetic, whether it's energetic, whether it's ice, who knows? But it wraps around, and we could do experiments that show you that's exactly what happens. And then 6 months later, hold on. 6 months later, it's closer to the center. It's more representing a circle here, and you have longer dark. Now, I heard you say earlier that only on a globe, on a flat Earth, half the Earth can't always be half light and half dark.
Right.
Okay. You're right. It would be more difficult. Only during the equinox does it actually balance out like that. But if we look at day and night, this was just a few weeks ago, whenever this was, a few months ago, there was a day where the majority of the Earth was in sunlight. Okay. Way more than half. Okay. Way more than half. That is impossible. If we live on a globe, I don't care what tilt it is, how far it is, whatever. If you have a single source light and a globe, no matter how you tilt it, exactly half of it should be lit. And that's not what we experience in reality.
But if there's a single source light on a flat surface, how is there any shadows?
Right. Well, we'll get into that. So just real quick. So this is day and night put on a flat Earth map. This is the actual readings. And this is just a dome, and I'm moving a light back and forth. And you see that the light wraps around and it changes its shape. So let's look at some real world examples, not just a model that confirms our real world sample.
That doesn't confirm anything.
Well, it shows you how light can. It shows you how light can.
All I'm saying is, on a flat surface, if the light is shifting and a shadow appears, that means that is not a flat surface. There is a third dimension that is holding that light from getting to that part. If I have anything that is flat and I shine a light on any surface of it, the entire thing is illuminated. Not as well as the part that has the light on it, but the entirety of that surface is illuminated.
That's not true. That's actually not true at all. Go into a dark room, get a light, hold it like a foot over the floor in a big dark room, and look at the other end of the room. It's dark. It's dark. Now, and you'll see a light. You'll see a circular light pattern on the floor.
Yeah.
But if you go to the other side of the room, you can still see the light.
Yeah, but
light is not.
In all fairness, though, the sun is a lot brighter than a flashlight in a room. I mean, the sun.
Actually, a flashlight in a room is probably brighter than the sun, because in comparison, if you scale it up and use the inverse square law of light, it doesn't matter. But I'm going to show you several things right now that's going to help you understand if you're willing to, willing to listen.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, here we go. So first I'm going to show you how perspective works. All right. And when we look, hold 1 second. When we look at the sun going away, it looks like it's going down, 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 down. But in reality, it's just going away. So if we compare that to some streetlights, we know these streetlights aren't getting lower to the ground. This is a straight, flat road, and it's just going away. This is perspective. This is perspective. It goes down and away, right? So you could agree. But if you look down here, like if we turned off all of these lights, would that light up the street? No, it's not as bright as the sun. I get you. But what about another streetlight that's a mile farther? Could you even see it? Or would it merge with the horizon and you wouldn't be able to see it at all? All right.
It might even go over the horizon.
Well, you would think that, but you're another mile. That's 8 inches. Okay, 8 inches of curvature. I think that pole is a little bit taller than 8 inches. So you have to pre-assume a globe. So here we go. This is an experiment I did. So here's my countertop. We'll call that the flat Earth. This line is the line of the sun, and it's level. You can see that it's level. I'm walking the sun across it. We're viewing it from
What is this light source? How like you have the most dimmed light here to try to produce the same effect as what the sun can do?
Do you know what I'm trying to produce here? Do you know what I'm actually trying to demonstrate?
If it has something to do with the sun, I honestly don't.
We're talking about perspective. Okay. All right. If I made the light brighter so you couldn't see anything else, it was blinding the camera, it would still get the same results.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm moving this light across. We're looking at it from a celestial point of view. And could you agree that line is level? It's level. I proved it in the video. It's level. All right.
Okay,
you're going to have to trust me. So I got another camera on the counter on the far end looking up at that same thing. All right. So let's look at it from a terrestrial point of view. And if I showed you this first and I said, is this line level? You would say no. Right. And then if you notice back here, the sun didn't go below this. Now, this could be a city skyline, mountains. It could just be the cloud deck. I call the atmospheric deck of opacity. I didn't go below it. I'm above it. All right. Yeah. So let's go forward. And I show you from the other point of view. And if I showed you this point of view first, I'd say, is this line level? You're like, no. And I'm like, is this sun going below this opaque barrier, whatever it is? And you'd be like, yes, it is. Right. And if I said, no, that line's level, you'd be like, no, I don't believe it's level. Right. And if I zoom in on it more, look at this level. It's almost look like it's going straight down. This is a level line. This horizon appears to be at my eye level, but it's not. It's way above it. Hold on. So here it is going away. Here's the real sun going away. And what's the sun doing? It's going beyond the atmospheric deck of opacity. Sure. It's going beyond where its light can get to us. It's taking its light with us. Okay, so here's another thing. I'm going to show you another thing, and you're going to have to kind of wrap.
Can we talk about this model before we move on?
Absolutely.
Because so this is saying that the sun is moving on a straight line trajectory past the Earth, correct?
No,
and
curved line. But go ahead.
You said that this was level, right? You said your line was level, and you put
the line is level, right? But if you extended that line, if you made that line a 24,000 mile an hour circle. Or even if I made that line just 1 mile circle to put it in scale, if that was the proper scale, it would look kind of straight. But if you watch the sun rise, especially in the summer here in the north, you watch it rise and it kind of loops around. It doesn't go across the sky. It loops. It makes a huge curving circle.
Yeah, well, the sun doesn't move anywhere. I mean,
yes, it does. The sun moves. The Earth does not move. Every test to prove axial rotation, any movement of the Earth has proven the opposite. None. So you were told that the Earth moves.
So you're telling me now that the sun goes across the Earth's top of its surface only at a straight line, and that is why we perceive it to be curved or a horizon.
I didn't say a straight line. I said a circle. It circles around just like the I was showing you on the app.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just going by your model, which is and you said level piece of rope, and you pointed out.
Well, I'm showing you that it's level. I'm showing you that it's level.
But its level would make me think that the sun is traveling down a straight line, which is
why level? Why can't I have it? If I was holding a hula hoop around my head, could it be level?
No.
The sun follows that line on the hula hoop. I'm holding the hula hoop level, and the sun follows that curve, a level curve.
So, and the sun is always on top of the Earth, right? It doesn't go
absolutely. So I'm going to show you how it takes its light with you. Let me show you. Okay. So I'm showing you right here that the sun is going beyond this atmospheric deck of opacity. Okay, and it's taking its light with it. Now, if the Earth was, if you're on the Earth and you're watching the sunset, peaceful sunset over calm water, you think you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, which is making the sun. It's making the sun look like it's going down. You actually believe that you're falling over backwards. So if you were falling over backwards, right, you got your sun here, right? As the sun goes down to you, a shadow from the Earth would rip from the ground straight up, right? This is what you would say. Hold on. This is, where does it go? Get rid of that. Hold on. So this is what you would say. So if this is you or a building and the sun's over there, you would see this shadow from the Earth go up. You would see, as you go away, you would see a shadow rise up as you fall over backwards. That's what you would see. There's no argument. That's what you would see.
Fall over backwards. Why?
Because if you believe, so here's what I believe.
Yeah.
We have our flat Earth and our sun is doing this.
Sure.
And I'm not moving. Here's what you believe. The sun isn't moving and you're falling over backwards to make the sun appear to go down.
I'm not falling over. The bottom
the earth is spinning backwards away from the sun at 1,000 miles an hour.
But the bottom never gets behind me. I'm never falling anywhere. The bottom
you're always on the top of your Earth, but your Earth is falling over backwards, making the sun appear to go. Yeah, it's spinning over backwards, making the sun appear to go down.
It's not really spinning over backwards. There's no backwards here. It's just spinning.
It's spinning away from the sunset.
Sure, it spins away from the sun. Yeah,
it spins away from the sun. So I'm just pointing out your beliefs. You have a blind belief that no evidence has ever shown, all common sense, all things in nature disprove, but you believe that you're falling over backwards. So hold on.
No, I don't believe that.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I'm not falling anywhere. The planet is rotating.
So I'll change my words. The Earth is rotating backwards away from the sun. Okay. So if that was the case, we would see that line of shadows rip up from the horizon and rip up to the top of these buildings. But when we watch, no matter where we watch it on a mountain or anything, it doesn't happen. The sun sets and everything just kind of fades away. You never see this shadow.
Well, actually, if you look at it right there, you can see there's light on these buildings. There's not light on the street.
Correct. So that's because those buildings are higher and they can still see the sun. I'm going to show you that.
The horizon, yeah.
No, you can't see the sun. If the sun was over the horizon, that shadow would shoot up. A shadow would rip up across the buildings and the sky.
I live in Boulder, Colorado, Every day I wake up, I look at the mountains. These mountains are 14,000 feet above sea level.
Absolutely.
Right? I live in a place that's right below the mountains, so it is dark at my house at 6:30 a.m. The top of the mountains are bathing in sunlight. They are illuminated in sunlight.
Yes, 100%.
That can only happen if rotation exists.
How about, why don't you phrase it this way? Can you explain to me how that can happen on a flat Earth rather than come to your foregone conclusion that it can only happen on a globe Earth?
I can do that the same way you can say that it can happen on a round Earth, on a spherical Earth. Can you say that?
You just said it can only happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, on a globe Earth.
Can I say that on a flat plane, can light illuminate some things and not other things? Not unless it's a three-dimensional object. Something has to block that light.
Absolutely. Right. So when I say flat Earth, we have mountains and valleys and buildings and cloud decks. So it's a topographical level plane.
You're saying something to the east of the Rockies is stopping the sun from hitting the base of the Rockies.
Yeah, I'm going to show you right now when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Michael's in.
I can't hear what he's saying. He's roboted.
You're chopped up.
Okay.
Oh, I am?
Yeah, I can't.
Hold on. You know what? Probably because I've got the other broadcast on the other.
You're better now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the model that you just showed us, the video with the sun on the rope on the level line, you said it's a level line, is going away from the Earth kind of infinitely.
No, it's circling around the Earth. It's circling around the Earth, right?
But that's not what you're showing us.
Right.
No, I'm showing you just a short little, when we see the sunrise and we see the sunset, that's a very short distance for us. And that's a whole nother thing. But if you look at the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app here, I'll speed it up. The sun just circles around. Wherever the sun is, it's noon.
The video that you just had on where the perspective was from the table versus the perspective from out in space.
Yeah. What about
that's a different model than what you're showing. In your model of flat Earth, the sun is going in a circular pattern. I understand maybe that's a level height over the flat Earth. That makes sense to me, but that's a circular pattern. That doesn't explain the sun going off on an infinite line like you were just showing in your video.
Well, as it moves away, it gets lower and lower in perspective, whether it's curving or going straight or going left. It doesn't matter. It's getting farther away, and when it gets farther away, it merges behind the atmospheric deck of opacity. I could show you that, but so let's go ahead.
Real quick though, same model. This thing right here. What is the science that holds the sun in its, I guess, pseudo orbit over the top of the Earth? Like what keeps the sun there?
So once upon a time, there was a big bang. Nothing exploded, became everything. All the rocks started sticking together and they created planets. And then all of the gases started sticking together and they created gigantic mammoth, amounts of gas that collapsed in on each other. And they created nuclear furnaces. And somehow they left a vacuum, a void of no pressure in between the other stars and the other planets. And somehow the sun's gravity is holding on to all of these rocks in perfect order somehow. Yeah. Okay. So in your world, this made up and scientifically impossible burning gas ball in a void, you're asking me how the sun is held up above the flat Earth? I don't think the sun is a physical object. I think it's right here within the Earth. I think it's a focal point, and I could show you some things when we get to it that helps me demonstrate that that's a possibility.
Okay.
A focal point.
So the sun is on Earth. Is that
the sun we see in the sky is pretty damn close? I mean,
it's not 93 million miles away.
Well, so let me 93 million miles. You want to talk about that? I mean, here is a video of a balloon at 120,000 feet. For some reason, whenever we send a balloon up to 120,000 feet, the sun is always looks kind of like it's at the same level. It looks like it's almost that height. What is this?
The balloon is inside the atmosphere. It's part of.
And I believe that the sun is inside our atmosphere too.
So the sun is closer than the moon.
I don't know how far either of them are. Some flat earthers will say 3,000 miles away. I think it's a lot closer.
So somebody could send up a balloon over on the other side of the flat Earth and actually get to the sun.
No, because the sun that we see is in a position relative to our own position. We're losing our thread here on what we were talking
mind
about.
illusion. It's the sun is a thought illusion.
No, I didn't say that. You said that.
I'm asking you.
I thought I've never even heard that as a concept.
But so what are you saying that this? You're saying the sun is
I'm saying this
relative to our position. That's not a physical. That doesn't work within physics and the properties of physics.
Absolutely, it does. If the sun is a reflection in the sky, then everyone sees it in a different position. I will show you that after we finish the we're talking about the sun, the sun's light. Okay, so now you made me lose my spot here. Here we go. So here is a video that I took. Okay, now the sun was up here. This is on here are the conditions. Super clear day, like 9/11 clear. Okay, no humidity and cold. It was below freezing. So I have a drone up pretty damn high, and I watched in 5 minutes time, the sun went down, down, down. Now, if the earth was spinning, the sun should just keep on going. Okay, but it didn't. That's not what happened. Let me show you what happened. Okay, the sun went down, 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 and then it stopped right here. It sat here for 10 minutes. Now, my friends were at the beach over here, and they said it's dark. The sun set 10 minutes ago. They saw it set from the bottom up, but I'm still looking at the sun. Okay. Now the sun is traveling away very, very fast, and it stopped going down. It stopped going down, and then its light couldn't reach us anymore. So and the atmosphere, I'm saying that light is like sound. If you were a mile away, you couldn't hear me. Okay. Right. But light spreads out, getting thinner and thinner and weaker over distance. Here's it just going back and forth.
So you're just bringing height into the equation with the drone. So you were standing on the earth and your drone was up in the air taking that picture where you could still see the sun. Was it dark where you were taking the picture from, or did you still see the sun?
It was dark where I was.
And you still saw so you got your drone.
That's because I have trees. I have trees in front of me, and the people at the beach.
A shadow.
Well, that's right. Because due to perspective, you have to understand how perspective works. Okay.
Right.
So when something's going away, my friends at the beach, the shoreline was about 3 or 4 miles away from them, and the tops of the trees on that shoreline look like they're at eye level to them. That's how it appears, because everything just comes together. And so we really know that the tops of those tree lines are probably 150, 200 feet above their eye line. So as the sun just goes away, it just goes away, and it goes behind that tree line. It's not going down. It's just going away. So it's blocking their light. But then the light itself, even if there was no atmosphere, well, I can't say no atmosphere, no humidity, everything clear, and the earth was perfectly flat, the sun will just go away. Okay.
But you said it's traveling in a circle around this way.
It's a giant circle, 24,000 miles. If you were driving on a track 24,000 miles around, you wouldn't even notice that you were turning ever.
Is it a fixed height?
I believe during the specific day it is, but I believe it changes its height throughout the seasons.
That's not a fixed height then.
No, like from 24 hours, fixed height.
Okay, so in December it's X height, and August it's Y height.
Some people believe that the sun just changes its height, which causes the seasons. I think that the sun migrates in between the two tropics, which I showed earlier. And that's how we have our seasons. So, you believe that because of the tilt of the earth, just because we're tilted away, that causes winter because the light spreads out over a bigger area. Well, why in June here in the north at sunrise do I feel the heat of the sun on my face? Like at sunrise, that's the worst tilt we could possibly be at sunrise. But in December, when the sun is at noon, highest in the sky for that day, and it's 3.5 million miles closer in the heliocentric model, I can't feel the heat on my face here. Okay. That makes no sense. That debunks globe earth claims on seasons, right? It's that simple. Here, picture this. You and I are sitting outside in a freezing cold field. It's covered in ice, snow and ice. And we're 20 feet apart from each other. Okay. And it's freezing, right? We're both trying to drink our beers, but the beers are freezing. But then Matt comes along with a big heat lamp and holds it 15 feet above your head. And all of a sudden the ice starts melting. Your beer melts. You can drink your beer. And I say, point to that sun. And you'd go, oh, it's right up there. That's your summer sun. Well, I'm looking at that sun. It's still 15 feet in the air, but I'm seeing it over there, much lower in my sky, lower, right? So now Matt walks over to me, keeping it at the exact same height. I'll watch that sun rise higher and higher and higher, and you'll watch it go lower and lower and lower. You'll get cold, I'll get warm. That's how seasons work.
Okay, that's a tough one.
I'm too simple for this. My meeting was actually 11:30, so I popped on because the horizontal line thing.
Yeah.
You know, in one model, you say a line that's level should theoretically go off of the Earth if the Earth is curved, right? It should just go out into infinite,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
But then you just showed that model with the sun on the line, and it just confused me. But again, Dave, I definitely want to talk to you. Zach, I'll get his email from you.
Yep.
I want to talk about your soul. I want to talk outside. I want you to stop talking about flat Earth for a little bit on my show, and we'll talk about other stuff. So if you're interested,
let me show you.
Zach, thanks.
Have a good day, Mr. Zen. Good seeing you again.
I appreciate it. I'll
right.
be watching.
So
Thanks,
let's look at this. Do you guys believe in the Pythagorean theorem?
Oh yeah.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right?
Oh yeah. Every time.
So I'm going to explain it to you because you've forgotten what it is. It's the simplest thing.
Oh, did I?
If you get any triangle that is a right triangle, this is easy stuff. But here's the thing. We weren't taught to think in school, but they did teach us about this. A squared, which is you square the distance of here, plus B squared, the distance of here, will equal C squared. So if you have a right angle and you know the two of the lengths, you can figure out the hypotenuse.
Right.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Okay, so now let's look at a globe. So level is horizontal with down. Would you agree with that?
Level is horizontal with down.
So if I hold a plumb bob, it's pointing down, correct?
Yes.
And a level plane would be horizontal with that.
That would make sense. Yeah, perpendicular, sure.
Level is horizontal. Please remember that. So here I am standing here. I'm looking out. I'm shooting an arrow, and it's going to go straight out. So here's my horizontal line. But I'm so small, I can't even see that far. You know, it's like I can't even see 3 miles away because the horizon drops away 6 feet at 3 miles. Okay. So let's put the Pythagorean theorem to work. So we know A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right? So the drop would be from here to here, whatever the difference is there to there. So we know that the radius of the Earth, that's a line from the center to the top, the made up radius, because it's made up, but science tells us the radius is 3,963 miles thereabout. Okay. So we got that. Let's just say we went 100 miles out. Again, this is not to scale, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So radius distance equals 100 miles. Okay. And if we square them, it's 15,705 plus 10,000. 100 squared is 10,000. And that gives us the hypotenuse here of 15,715. And if we take the square root of the hypotenuse, that's 3,964.2 miles. Okay. We take the difference, and the difference is 1.2615 miles. So this drop at 100 miles is 1.2 plus miles, right? 1.2 plus miles, right? That equals 6,660 feet. Okay. How is it possible that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine on the bottom of the ocean 100 miles away when there'd be 6,660 feet of curvature?
I'm not going to lie to you. I don't understand why we even started with triangles in this one. But yeah, I think you got me on that one. Yeah.
So this proves that we have the curvature calculator right. People say, well, 8 inches per mile squared, that's a parabola. It's actually perfect, because as we go out farther and farther here, that drop becomes infinitely straight down. Okay. So it doesn't matter. 100 miles, that we only need 10 miles to prove the Earth is not curved. We can see a 6 foot tall person standing at the edge of calm water should be able to see, shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water past 3 miles because there's a drop. Okay. It drops 6 feet, but we can see things much farther, right? We can see things way, way, way much farther. So, so just a quick example here. We know the exact distance to this oil rig, 9.4 miles. The camera's 1 foot off the water, which the video on this shows you. And there should be 59 feet of curvature according to the Pythagorean theorem, according to 8 inches per mile squared, according to all of the other curvature calculators. They all say the same thing, 59 feet of curvature. We can see the water, surface of the water, for dozens of miles beyond there. That doesn't mean the Earth is flat. It means the Earth is 1,000 times bigger than they tell us, or it's flat.
It is a visual mirage. I mean, when things get further away, because
not a mirage. I'm showing you. Yeah. So let's talk about mirages. So here, that mirage and gravity and refraction are what everyone says. So here's a viewing spot in Illusion, France. Out here is Mount Canigou, 175 miles away. Well, you can't see it because it's too far away. The top of Mount Canigou, according to all curve calculators, should be over 1/2 mile below the surface of the Earth. Okay, great. Right? So you don't see me right now. You see the light that's bouncing off of me, because if I turned off all the lights in this room, you wouldn't see me. We can agree with that. We can also agree with the light that's shining on me. That light source itself is brighter than the light you see bouncing off of me. We can agree with that. Okay? So the light bouncing off of Mount Canigou isn't strong enough to push 175 miles through the soup of the atmosphere. However, the sun is much brighter. Twice a year, when the sun is migrating between the tropics, twice a year, it lines up with Mount Canigou and this viewing spot in Illusion, France. And when it does, it backlights the mountain. And here's the top of the mountain that should be a 1/2 mile or more below the curvature. I'm rounding down in the globe favor. Okay. It's not a mirage. It's blocking the sun. Here's the globe answer. This is the answer that the globe cult clowns stick to. Mm-hmm. The mountain and the mountain is way below the curve, the physical curve, and the sun is already set, but it's refracting up and magically stopping at eye level. All the places in between are also magically stopping at eye level. Okay. That is a, if you believe that, you may be a heliocentric cult clown. Okay. So look, so here, this is showing you physical proof that you can go do yourself.
Well, I mean,
that we don't live on a ball.
In all fairness, if you show me a picture and tell me it's proof, wouldn't you just see a picture of the Earth and say that's proof? I mean,
what I'm telling you is I'm saying this is a video, and I'm saying don't even believe the video. Go do it yourself. Okay? Go do it yourself. Go do it yourself. That's what I did when I was trying to debunk flat Earth. I saw all these pictures of boats over the horizon, right? And I was like, wait a minute. And I went out, spent $1,000 on a camera and a tripod, and I'm zooming in on things. I'm like, that should be way below the curve. And then I was like, wait, maybe the curve calculator is wrong. And I went to the MetaBunk debunking site, and they're like, oh, it's not 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles. It's half of that because you have to share the curve, which is ridiculous. But I'll give it to you, 33 feet. How can I see a buoy that's 10 feet tall that should be behind 33 feet of curvature or 66 feet? Okay. Let me just show you. And when you watch a boat there, and boats disappear from the bottom up. I heard you guys mention that earlier. I'm going to get into it right here. You don't see a boat, but we're zooming in. So we're increasing the angular size. And as we increase the angular size, all of a sudden we can see, look, there's a boat right there. Look, there's a boat. Okay. And these little waves here are going to block the boat. So the little waves in the foreground, as that boat goes away, it's getting smaller and smaller. But these little waves here in the foreground are going to block it. These little waves here, like my finger, are going to block that boat. You look out there and you go, oh, that boat's over the curve. No, it's not. I just zoomed in on it, showing you that it's not.
Yeah.
It's too small to see. And then the waves. Now, can my finger hide my entire face? If my face was a boat building a mountain? No, but if my finger was in the foreground of your view, that's how it works. It's very, very simple. Well, it's not simple, because that's one way it works. All right. There's also miraging, like the reflecting of the water. We see all different things, right? So this right here is what I call the wave front edge. The back of this boat, it looks like it's underwater. If I zoom out on this, all of this water behind the boat disappears, and we can only see the boat from above this yellow line. And from that point of view, it looks like the boat is over a curve, because that's what we were trained to think. But it's all optics. It's all optics.
I mean, sure. I can definitely see that perspective can change a lot of the visuals of what you're trying to see here. But
Well,
one of my questions to you is like, is there actual proof that you could see that would make you go, oh shit, I was wrong?
yeah.
Actually, what would you need to see?
Well,
Though?
I mean, you're making up something like show me the physical curve. You know what the Globers say now? Well, even though, right, we got this, and it goes away, it disappears below the horizon. You zoom in, you can't see it. That's a physical curve right there. Well, our horizon is not physical. It's not physical. It's optical, and it changes every day. So show me the physical curve. Show me that there's a physical curve at 3 miles of just 6 feet. You
Right.
can't.
Well,
right?
I mean, you can. You just don't want to believe it, I think.
Wait a minute. So here's the thing. If the ball has, if the Earth is a globe, the size that they tell us, it is required at 3 miles, there's a curve of 6 feet. At 10 miles, there's a curve of 66 feet. That is required. Now, there may be days where the visibility isn't good, and at 10 miles, you can only see 3 miles,
Sure.
right? Because of visibility. But if the visibility became super clear and you had the Hubble fucking telescope, right? You should not be able to see beyond the physical curve. But we can. We can see hundreds of miles now. And with infrared technology, we can see really far, like crazy distances, which 100% prove that we're not on a ball 24,900 miles around.
So the reason that people want us to think that this is a ball is
Why the lie?
What's that?
Why the lie? Let's go.
Yeah, why the lie? Sure. Why is there so many people spending trillions of dollars wasting everyone's time with just telling us that what we're standing on is a different shape? Who really cares?
Here, you know what? I had the same question. Like, what difference does it make? I still have to go to work. Okay. So as I said earlier, this is all about control. Do you think that governments are trying to control the population? Just curious where you stand on that.
Do I think the government, the government of the world?
No, like the United States government, all the people all the stuff that's going on in the world. Do you think it's about controlling humans?
I think that the government has many motives for the crazy stuff that they do. Some of it is control, sure.
Do you think they're hiding technology from us?
Yeah, sure.
Have you looked into the lie of history where people in the 1800s were far more advanced than we are now? Okay, so what if there was technology where something the size of a roll of quarters could heat your house and air condition your house all year long, and you never have to pay for it to work for 100 years or more? Okay,
like the Tesla model.
No, not just something beyond that. Something where so in the winter you can make your house a sauna, and in the summer you can make it 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and you don't care because it doesn't matter.
Sure.
Right? Because you're not wasting energy. And then what if you had another device that could power your electric car and you'd never need to refuel it because it's pulling energy out of the ether? Okay. And well, Dave believes in free energy. I actually have a device that takes 100 watts and turns it into thousands of watts. Okay. So so if you had this, how much more free time would you have? Right? How much less would you have to work a slave job? Right? And then the other thing is, you work and you're allowing these governments to have control over you when they have none. It's all in your imagination. You've been brainwashed into believing, hey, I got to work and give half my money back to them, and then I got to obey these laws, and I'm not allowed to go explore. We want the right. We want our God-given permission to travel and explore this world, but we're cut off. Where Antarctica has cut us off. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Okay. Okay. Well, when you laugh at that,
I'm not laughing at it. I just kind of I guess it was a chortle, if anything, and it's because you tend to like take a question and then just wrap it around into something that you want to talk about. And
I'm wrapping it. No, I'm telling you. It's about control. It's about keeping us as slaves. It's about not letting us have freedom. What if, these are all of the islands that have crown-run military bases that don't allow you to explore Antarctica? What if you found out that there was more continents out there? What if you found out that there was freedom out there? What if you found out the world was set up like this? We live here, and then there's more land out here, extra territory. extraterrestrials, maybe, you know, in the outer space. What if that was right here and you could go there and you could live there, not under tyranny? There's a book called The Iron Republic, about of civilization in the 1600s that didn't like the tyranny that was going on here, and they picked up and left, and now there's an advanced civilization living out here. Okay, and an explorer, actually a politician in the late 1800s, you know, who was disgusted with what was going on here, he left also, ended up finding the Iron Republic and lived there for years, and then came back and told the story of it. Whether it's true or not, it rings true to me. It seemed like he had a lot of proof of it. And the stories that he told, you know, back in 1901 when he wrote it, flat screen TVs, floating cars, a whole different money system, just a whole different society. It's amazing. They're talking about more land beyond Antarctica. Hey, freedom, more resources. If you live on a ball, I'm going to finish. I'm going to answer your question, and then you can clear up anything that I didn't cover. The ball is scarcity. The ball is a matrix for your mind. The ball says we're running out of food, we're running out of water, we're overpopulated, global warming, you know, viruses, all this stuff is going on, nuclear bombs, right? But Flat Earth teaches you that none of that is real. There's infinite water, there's infinite food, there's infinite space. We're not overpopulated. Nukes are not real. Okay. Once you start seeing that, you lose the fear. You stop watching the news, which steers your mind north, east, west, south. Okay. And you start living your fullest life. I worked in corporate. I went to college, worked in corporate America, left corporate America, started my own company, super successful, making tons of money. I walked away from it all to do this, to talk to people like you, to help people unplug from the matrix.
Sure.
And when you unplug from the matrix, then you start living your full life and you start seeing who you are. You start seeing where you are. You start really using this training school, I'll call it, for what we're meant to do here, why we're meant to be here. And if you look at flat earthers, right? People say, "Oh, flat Earth is dying." No, flat Earth is dying on Google, right? But if you look at you know, the flat earthers that are growing every day, it's insane how many there are, and it's growing faster and faster. And here's the funny thing: once you realize the Earth is flat, you don't switch back. These are just the people near me. Okay, these are just the people near me that have my app. There's many that don't have my app, right? And if we look at a worldview, right? Here's the UK right here, right?
A lot of Pokemon.
Well, this is not Pokemon. These are real people that know the Earth is flat. So why aren't these people getting debunked? Why isn't Neil deGrasse Tyson coming out and saying, here's proof of the globe and shut this thing down? It's because they can't. They can't talk to us.
Can you zoom out on that?
Yeah.
Can you go to the left? Keep going.
You want to go right there, right?
No, keep going to the left. Keep going.
Yeah, it loops around.
I just want to see something. Yeah. So
it loops around. I'm using their map. You know why?
Why wouldn't you even have a flat Earth for your own app like that?
I'll tell you why.
Rounded system on there.
I'll tell you why. Because Google is kind enough to be able to use their two vector coordinate system, latitude and longitude. Why do you have a 2-vector coordinate system on a 3-dimensional model? Right? They've made it so I actually can do this. I can convert this to a flat Earth map.
You don't need a third dimension because no one's inside of the Earth. We're all on the surface.
So
of the Earth.
somebody at the North Pole and somebody in Ecuador. Show me how you get there in 2 dimensions.
I don't understand.
Someone is at the North Pole and somebody's in Ecuador. Draw a 2-dimensional graph that will get me there. You can't. That wraps around the ball.
The Earth. Yeah, the globe. Yeah,
it wraps around. So why do you have a 2-dimensional coordinate system? Why don't you have an X, Y, and Z axis?
Because
you could say somebody from Ecuador is X distance this way and Z distance this way and Y distance that way. That's what you would need. But they have a flat coordinate system.
Because everyone is on top of the Earth. Okay.
Getting back to your question, it's because Google offers this service and they don't have a flat Earth one. For me to do a flat Earth one, it would cost me millions of dollars. That's why.
Okay, but why the Earth being a globe and not I guess a rectangle or whatever it is, or just a disc? Why does that stop the government? Like, why is that the thing that says if they knew that it was flat, they know energy would be free? What does that matter?
Because if you're on a spinning ball flying through an infinite universe, you're worthless. You're nothing. You're a speck of nothingness. It helps you. It helps lead you to nihilism. It helps you. It makes you feel powerless. It makes you like, oh my God, an asteroid's going to hit us one day. Thank God NASA sent up a ship to crash into an asteroid. If you watch that and believe it's true, I can't help you.
So
okay?
asteroids cannot hit a flat Earth?
There are no asteroids.
There's no asteroids?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, yeah. So again, if you try to Google this stuff, you won't find it. In my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, if you hit the frequently asked questions button and let it load, because I just loaded the app here, and you go to meteors and asteroids, here's a bunch of videos that'll show you how these are not impact craters. They're geysers and they're methane bubbles that come up from within the Earth. They're not. What?
What about like Halley's Comet? That's not a thing either?
That's a light in the sky that shows up every 76 years. But if you think about it, well, I was here when it came by last time. It was just like boring. It was nothing, right? We're corkscrewing through space, 76 years times 4.4 billion miles. How does it find us?
But I don't understand how. Okay, so let's say that we are on for the sake of argument, we're on a globe, and this globe is spinning. Now that for some reason makes people think that's terrifying, right? But the idea that we're on top of a rock while this lava ball circles us, that's less terrifying?
We're not on top of a rock with a lava ball circling us. That's a false belief. We are on a stationary, non-moving plane. Every scientific fact tells us that, and biblically it tells us that too, if you want to follow the Bible. Every religion in the past has shown a flat stationary Earth, and it's only the religion of NASA that has created this heliocentric ball. And then the sun is not a lava ball. It's literally a point of energy. It's like when you take a magnifying glass and you're burning those ants as a kid, that little light, that's the sun. And if you move the magnifying glass 6 inches up in the air, that point of light is still there. It's in the air. Well, the point of light, the sun, is being projected into our Earth, into our dome of vision. I could show you an example of how that works. I just made a little model, not claiming this is the way it is, but it's very interesting, and it'll show you what I mean. So here I am. I got a sheet hanging up in my room. On the other side, I got a flashlight, which has a square lens, by the way, but it looks round for some reason, right? And so my girlfriend Paige is to the left, and I said, "Hey, where do you see the sun?" And she goes, "Well, I see it right there." And not like, I'm over here. Let me go from her point of view. She sees the sun right there. So if I drew a quick circle on there with a Sharpie, I go over here. I see the sun right there. We're seeing the same thing in two different positions. How could we possibly triangulate it? We know the distance between us, but we're triangulating something that we see in two different positions. That's how I believe the sun works. Okay. Let me show you a real world. I can show you a real world example, which we'll get to. You guys mentioned eclipses earlier, and eclipses prove the Earth is flat for sure. So here is, all right. So here is an eclipse. Here is an eclipse that I filmed. I stared at without glasses for the entire hour and a half. Okay. And here is an eclipse that I am creating. Now on a solar eclipse, they tell us that it's the moon that is eclipsing the sun, but nobody has ever seen the moon approach the sun. No one's ever seen the moon approaching, and then eclipsing, and then exiting. No one has ever seen the moon. And they go, well, that's because the sun's so bright, you can't see the moon next to it. But when it's perfectly eclipsing the moon, you should be able to see it because the Earthshine, which is greater than the moonshine, should light up the moon. No one's ever seen it. They never showed us a picture of it from space, from an infrared telescope, nothing. No one's ever seen it.
But Dave, come on, you got to admit that doesn't make any sense. That'd be the same thing as you putting a flashlight in front of your face and then putting like the tip of a pin, and be like, why can't you see the tip of that pin?
No. The moon,
the sun is bright.
You're wrong. The moon eclipses the sun. A full eclipse is the moon eclipsing the sun. So it's blocking the sun. It blocks the sun. Here's the eclipse right here.
But okay, so in your world, the sun is in our atmosphere. What is an eclipse in your world?
I'm gonna get to that.
Okay,
but I'm showing you in your world.
Well, you brought the eclipse up. And
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how yours doesn't work.
Okay, show me how yours does work.
I'm showing you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to show you. So, but you have to admit that when the sun is blocked by the moon, you should be able to see the moon.
So what you're saying is if you had a flashlight behind that ball, you would see no light whatsoever. You might block out the part that has the most light from my vision, but you're not blocking the light itself, right? Like if I'm in a room, a dark room, and I put a flashlight on and I put a ball in front of that flashlight, are you telling me there's no light inside of that room?
No, the room, you got to remember the sun, you're on the day side of the earth, right? So at nighttime, when there's a full moon, it casts a shadow of you on the ground. You can read by it. That's called moonshine. Okay.
Yeah,
the earth
is
reflection,
but yeah.
The earth, it's light reflecting off the moon in your world. Okay. It doesn't work. Well, it is moonlight, but not in your world.
It's not moonlight. The moon has no light. The moon is a rock.
That in your world, the moon doesn't have any light. But
what light source comes from the moon in your world?
The moon itself is a light.
From what? Like what makes the light?
Okay, so hang on. You're all over the place. You're not letting me get any points across.
You're all over the place. Every time you bring up something, I ask you about what you're talking about, and then you move to something else. I'm just trying to understand what these models that you're showing me are.
Okay. What would you like to hear? Which answer would you like?
When you held up a ball and you put the other ball in front of it and you said, now you can't see that ball. The first ball does not have light. I would still see light around that ball. True or false?
Yeah, you see the corona? Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. It's because the sun is very bright, which is why you can't see the moon in front of it. The moon is so close to us versus how far the sun is and how bright the sun is. That's why you can't see the moon, but it also blocks out the part of the moon that you're physically standing on Earth. No?
I don't see it that way. No.
Okay,
because we have these telescopes that can see trillions and trillions and trillions of miles and light years and see these tiny little objects. We don't have a telescope on Earth that could zoom in on the moon. We can take a ring. We can make a false eclipse where the telescope has a disc in it that blocks out the sun, and that's how they see the corona. Well, we block out the corona during a total eclipse from the outside, then we should see the moon.
But we don't. Aren't you saying that there actually is no corona of the sun because it is just a magnification of a light from somewhere else?
When I say the corona of the sun, I mean the outer edge of the circle that we see.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm trying to find that. I lost my video that I was showing you.
Real quick, while you're looking for that, when you look up and you see the moon, when you walk outside at nighttime, when it's dark because the sun's somewhere else, and you look at the moon, what do you see?
I see the moon just like you see it.
But I see a rock that is spherical and
you see a rock because that's what you were told.
Well,
right?
Then we don't see the same thing. I'm asking what you see.
So let me ask you a question here.
Well, sure.
This is the same thing. I'm gonna answer your question. So when you look at these moons, you don't know how big they are, or how far they are. You're told they're 238,000 miles away. This is a model.
I'm currently told they're moons too, so I can't know what I'm.
Okay, let's pretend this is the moon.
Sure.
What shape are they?
Spherical.
Okay. Is the first one spherical? This one right here?
I mean, I'm assuming by the fact that there's like shadow and shade on them that they have a spherical feel. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that one is a half a sphere. How about this one? Is this one a sphere?
Half a sphere is a sphere.
I'll give it to you. How about this one? Is this one a sphere?
Unless it's painted to look like a sphere, it definitely has light and texture on it that would make me think it's spherical.
Okay, it's not. It's flat.
Okay.
So, and how about this one?
But that's also because you painted this to look
absolutely,
flat.
Absolutely.
Sure. Who paints the moon to look flat?
Is this? I don't know. Maybe the creator. How about this one? Is this a sphere?
No.
What is it?
I don't know. Play-Doh. Flat.
No, it's a bowl. Okay. So what I'm showing you is that it.
You're showing
you don't know the shape and
video.
You don't know the shape and size of something unless you can touch it and measure it.
But you are blatantly trying to fool and con people by the way that you're manipulating these colors to provide a third dimension to them.
So again, you're looking up at the lights in the sky, which you don't understand, and telling me that they're rocks and they're spheres when you don't know.
I never said the moon was a light in the sky. I said
wait, hold on. The moon is a light in the sky.
No, it's not.
It's not. So how do you see it if it doesn't have any light?
Because the reflection of the sun hits it, and the sun is so bright that you get a reflection.
So you see the light of the moon in the sky.
I see the reflection of the sun on the moon in the sky.
Is it dark or is it light?
is what darker light?
The moon that you see.
If it's lit up by the sun, it's probably lit.
So it's a light in the sky. I'm not saying it's physically a light.
It is illuminated.
It's a light. It's a luminary. How about a luminary? We'll call it a luminary.
If I take my flashlight in my backyard at nighttime and I look at the grass, my grass is not illuminating. My grass has been illuminated by a light.
So we'll call it a luminary. It's a luminary.
I won't call it that. I'll say it's illuminated.
Okay, illuminated.
Sure.
Illuminated spot in the sky.
It is an illuminated rock in the sky.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't know. Again, do you know what the inverse square law of light is?
The inverse square law of light. No.
Every time you double the distance of a light, it needs to be 4 times brighter. Or every time you half the distance to a light, it's 4 times brighter. Every time you double the distance, extending it, it's 1/4 of the brightness. I said it wrong first. So if we went halfway to the moon would appear 4 times brighter than we see it from Earth. This is science, not me saying it. Okay. And then if we went halfway again of that remaining distance, it would be 16 times brighter than we see it from Earth.
If
and the
light was coming from the moon, yes.
No, it doesn't matter. Any light, whether it's a reflected light, whether it's its own light, anything that you can see gets brighter and brighter as you get closer to it. Any light source, and that light source is the reflection off the moon in your world. Okay. So by the time you got to 100 miles from the moon, the moon would be like, the number is so ridiculous. It's like 60 times brighter than the sun. And we can't even imagine the sun twice as bright. Right. For us to see it at the brightness that we see it here from Earth, according to science, it would have to be 60 times brighter than the sun.
So what you're saying is the light that is hitting off of the moon is brighter than the light of the sun itself.
That's what it would have to be for us to see it the way we see it. Okay, so here let's look at another thing.
Sure.
I'll help you here. All right.
Okay.
So if the sun was the size of a yoga ball, right?
Okay, sure.
In a model, I'm making a model just so you can understand.
Okay.
The Earth would be a small marble next to it, right? Or BB. That's what they tell us, right?
That's what you're saying right now. Sure.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
you can't say something and just say right. I don't know. I don't know.
Your understanding of the heliocentric model is the sun bigger than the Earth?
Yes.
How much bigger?
Very big. A million.
It's like a million times. Like you could fit like a million Earths.
A million Earths could get inside the sun. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if at noon I moved the actual sun to a mile over your head, you're on it's directly above you. You would look up and you would see nothing but the entire sky filled with the sun. Can you agree with that?
We would be
forget burning up. Yes, of course you're going to burn up. Well, I'm just making a model. If that giant sun was a mile above your head, what would you see when you look up at the sky? You'd see nothing but the sun. Can you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
So then we move it. How far away is it?
It's 93 million miles away.
We move it 93 miles away. And now when you look up, it's about the size of a nickel held at arm's length.
True, but you still can't even look directly at it because it's
of course. We're talking about size.
Sure.
I'm not talking about brightness.
Okay.
So if I doubled that distance, how much smaller would it get?
Probably twice as small.
Okay. So if I made it 8 times farther, it would be pretty damn small, right?
Yep. That's the way math works.
Okay, so 8 times farther, if you measure it in light distances, that's a light hour because the sun is 8 light minutes away, they tell us. So 8 times 8, 64, we'll round down. A light hour away, the sun would be arguably too small to see, but let's just make sure. Let's make it 24 times farther than a light hour. We'll make it a light day away. You can't see it. Would you agree with that?
Maybe.
Okay, but listen.
There would be light. There would be light. I would see light. I know that.
You would see a dot in the sky?
I'd probably see a tiny dot, but I would still see the light. Yeah.
So what if we made it 100 times farther than that? Could you see that dot still?
Maybe.
I'm sorry, I can't help you. Okay.
I mean, you're throwing crazy hypotheticals. You're like, what if the sun?
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it into real world, something that you can compare it to. They tell us that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's also 400 times farther. That's why they look like they're the same size. So let's take that. We got the sun at a light hour away, which is ridiculous. Let's call it a light day away, 24 times farther than the distance we can't already see it. So at a light day away. at a light day away, it's so tiny we can't see it. They tell us Polaris, our North Star, is 48 times bigger than our sun.
Yeah. Our sun is actually a medium-sized star. Polaris is a huge atom smasher.
I know what the textbooks say. I know what the textbooks say.
Okay.
So follow me if you can.
I'm trying to.
At 40 at a light hour away, the sun is so small you can't see it. The Polaris is 48 times farther. So let's do the moon sun comparison. If we made Polaris 48 times farther than the sun, it would also be too small to see. 48 times farther, one light day, 48 days away. Round up, 50 days away. At 50 days away, that's less than 2 months, light months. You couldn't see Polaris. Now let me ask you a question. How far is Polaris?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll give you A, B, or C. Is it 2 light months away? Is it 3 light months away? Or is it 433 light years away?
Oh, it's light years away.
Okay, 433 light years away. How the hell can we see it with our naked eye? Okay, this is all just belief. You believe because you're not doing the math. You're not looking at the actual science. And we're not even using the inverse square law of light to figure out how much brighter it would have to be. It would have to be quadrillions, sextillions times brighter than our sun, which is just an impossibility.
Why? How big is Polaris?
48 times bigger than our sun. 46, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
That's what it does. But guess what? How far is it?
How much brighter is it than the sun?
Well, for us to see it, it would have to.
But
I can't even do the math because the number doesn't make any sense. There's so many zeros, I don't even know the number.
Two different numbers that you're like, what if I had this flashlight and then this flashlight, and I move this flashlight one way farther away? Isn't that saying that it's far away? Sure. But that doesn't mean anything because you don't know how much brighter it is. You don't know how much hotter it is. You don't know how much more illumination it puts off than our sun, which is notably a medium-sized star. So, like, do you not see stars? Do you not look up and see stars at nighttime?
Yes, I see stars. So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So we're a medium star. Are there bigger stars than us?
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're not a star. We're a planet.
Well, no, our sun. Yeah. Bigger stars than our sun?
Well, yeah, it's a medium size. That would allude to the fact
so you know the one, I think Betelgeuse is like 1,000 times bigger than our sun.
Mm-hmm.
And then Antares is like 1,000,000 times bigger than Betelgeuse.
Sure.
Okay. And these numbers, when they show these things in the textbooks, which you're quoting. So let me ask a question. Why don't we see all different size stars in the sky? Why don't we see big stars and little stars? Or are the big ones farther away, the medium ones in the middle, and the small ones close? So they all look like they're the same size.
You're saying when you look up, everyone looks identical to you?
No, there's tiny little differences.
Are there differences? But what is a tiny difference when it's billions of light years away? What would a tiny difference be then?
So you're saying a light going into the distance, a star going into the distance, gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's the size of a star, and then no matter how far away it goes, it doesn't change size. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, then how come we don't see different size stars?
You just said you saw different size stars.
No,
do you not see different size stars?
There are tiny, tiny, tiny differences. We should see stars as big as the moon. We should see stars bigger than that. We don't.
Why? We don't have stars in our solar system or anywhere close to us except for the sun.
And
that's why we see
if we look at Polaris, which is 46 times bigger than our sun, 433 light years away.
Yep.
Well, I think it's Antares or whatever. I don't get the name of the star. The closest star is only 4.5 light years away. Okay. You compare the sizes to them. How come it doesn't look much bigger?
What is the size of that when it's 4.5 miles away?
You know what? I have to look that up. I don't know off the top of my head. But if it was half
arguments that,
but here's my point. If it was 1/10 of the size, 100th of the size, it would still be way bigger from our point of view.
Why?
But it's not. I'm betting it's probably pretty close to that size. I got to look.
So what do you think it is then? What you look up?
These are lights in the sky. They're here within our system. Yeah. We've taken cameras.
What are they?
I don't know. We've taken cameras and sent them up on balloons on perfectly clear nights. All right. And before the balloon takes off, we could see tons of stars. We could see the Milky Way. We could see everything. And so these cameras are looking up. The balloon starts going up. What should happen as the balloon goes higher? We should see the stars. We should see the stars.
Why?
Clearer and clearer.
Why?
Because it's getting above. It's getting above the atmosphere.
Are you less than 1 million miles away from these stars? You're hundreds of feet closer.
All right. Listen.
Okay.
If you're looking at the stars
from
sea level near a city versus looking at them from the top of a mountain in the middle of the woods? Where are you going to see? But you can see better stars in the woods, in the mountains.
Well, yeah.
Why?
Well,
2 reasons.
Light pollution, lack
Good.
of atmosphere.
Good, very good. Exactly. So when this balloon is going up, it's going to get through all of any light pollution, but we had very little, and it's also going to get above the the thickest part of the atmosphere. So the stars should get brighter and brighter, but that's not what happened. As it went up higher and higher, all the stars disappeared. Okay.
Was it because it went into the sunlight?
There's no sunlight. We're in the middle of the night doing this.
So you're saying that the stars disappeared once you get above the atmosphere?
Yeah. What is this?
I have no idea.
It's a star. It's called the star Sirius.
How do I know that?
You go out and film it yourself.
Okay. Hey, do me a favor. What's this?
What's what?
What's this in my hand?
I don't know.
It's a star. If you looked at it yourself, you'd know. Just because you're showing me something, saying something, doesn't make it a fact. Like you can't throw something on there and then try to be condescending about the fact
what I'm telling you, this is the star Sirius. Go film it yourself. I'm going to show you some other stars.
Sure. How far away is that? How far away?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay. How do you know that's the right star?
Because it's been filmed many times. Many people have filmed it, and I've filmed it. This is the star.
Because you found it in space. Like, you know where it was.
Yeah, well, it's the star that's always there, and it's the one that they call Sirius. This star is 211 trillion miles away. This is what NASA tells us it is, compared to the sun. But this is what we see when we look at it. This is a cartoon. This is a real video of what are we seeing? How am I able to zoom in on something and make it bigger if it's 211 trillion miles away? Do you know how far 1 trillion miles is? You can't even fathom it.
So you're saying that you're saying telescopes cannot see closer?
I'm telling you that I could barely zoom in on the buildings in New York City, which are 25 miles away from me over the water, and I could zoom in on the star and make it huge and make it clear. Okay. 25 trillion miles away. How long is just so you understand what a trillion is, how long is 1 trillion seconds? Do you have any guess?
It's pretty long.
You want to guess? Just take a guess.
About a year.
A year. Yeah, very close. 31,000 years. Okay. And this is 211 trillion miles away. And you believe I could zoom in on it like this? You can zoom in on it like this. Okay. So again, they're lying to us about all of this stuff.
What is a lie about this star? The fact that you can zoom in on something, you can make it bigger, and
you can see this with your naked eye. The distance of this star is trillions and trillions, hundreds of trillions of miles away. But there it is. You can see it with your naked eye. How is this light getting to us? How are all these colors getting to us? Right? How are we able to see it? No, how are we able to see this in such detail?
What detail? I just see flickering lights. That's not detail.
Well, it's an energetic orb of light. And if you ask me what it is, I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's part of the Earth system.
I can't even say it's a star for sure. You're
but I'm telling you it is. Don't believe anything I tell you today. Go check this stuff out yourself.
Look, I know you can zoom in on stars. I know that for a fact. And I don't think we can zoom in on stars because we live on a flat Earth. I'm not okay. What is
your best proof we live on a globe?
Gravity.
Gravity. Newtonian or Einsteinian.
Nighttime.
Nighttime.
Eclipses, yeah.
So everything I've showed you, how the sun goes away and takes its light with it.
Oh,
and
those models are crazy.
And how the horizon line doesn't shoot up the mountain and buildings.
Yep.
None of that matters to you.
Not at all. Because if I held up this piece of paper right here, let's say this is a piece of paper, right? And I held this up, and I don't have one on me. But let's say that I had a flashlight, right? And I'm going to use your model here, right? This is the sun, right? This is our planet. Now, the sun is over here during what time? Sometime. But guess what? Over here, I can still see the light. And when the sun moves over here, I can still see light on the other side because this is a flat surface and there's nothing really stopping the light from going there. But for you to say that the sun just randomly travels around the sky and then
randomly travel, it's on a very specific path.
What is the path? Why does it have that path? What causes that path? We're scientists here, right? You're talking about trillions of miles away. You're talking about heat density. You're talking about all this stuff. What causes that?
I don't know. I'm not the creator. It's a whole magnetic electric system. I don't know. It's beyond my understanding.
Is the
but
sun...
your belief that we live in this beehive, heliocentric system, they can't even solve the 3-body problem. Do you know what the 3-body problem is?
I don't.
So gravity, and you believe in Newtonian gravity, says that the bigger objects hold on to smaller objects. How come we don't have, hold on a second. How come when the moon comes around the earth back towards the sun, how come the sun doesn't pull it away or speed it up? And when it goes away from the sun, how come it doesn't slow down? So let me show you the 3-body problem. The 3-body problem.
Earth's gravity.
Earth's gravity, but the sun's gravity can hold on to the earth, but ignores the moon. But the sun's gravity can hold on to Jupiter and Saturn and Mars and Venus, but it ignores their moons. It ignores
the sun doesn't pull the earth into it.
Right, but why doesn't the sun holds the earth? It also holds on to Pluto and holds on Saturn, but it ignores their moons. Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's smaller. But the way gravity works, that's how gravity works. The objects that stay to the ones that are bigger to them, and they hold them in gravity.
So let me explain the 3-body problem. We have all of these planetary alignments and everything, and all of these gravitational forces should be pulling on each other. When we have an alignment, it should tug on the earth or tug on the moon or something, and things should change all the time. So when you take 2 bodies or 3 bodies, they can't, the best supercomputer in the world can't figure out what's going to happen next, because it goes into complete and total chaos mode, and it can only figure out what it's going to do in 3 bodies. Put 4 in there, forget it.
It seems to me that these 3 bodies have the same kind of mass, the same rough shape, and when they're
thank God, because if they were different, it would be far worse.
If one is larger and it keeps all the littler ones in shape, then the smaller ones around the littler ones will stay around that as well. That's how gravity works.
You are just making up nonsense right now. Absolute nonsense. This is the simplest problem. That's not the simplest way the 3-body problem could be demonstrated.
What are those 3 bodies?
I'm just saying they're 3 equal bodies.
They're 3 equal bodies. And,
right. And if I made them non-equal, it would be even more random.
You're saying the Earth is equal to the moon, which is
equal
to the sun.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're strawmanning me.
No, I'm not strong. You're using this model to prove why the moon, Earth, and sun aren't in disarray when you're using the same size things to pull with the same forces. Like, that's not how gravity works. The sun is larger. Earth is larger than a moon.
I'm sorry. You're not understanding. I can't help you.
What am I not understanding?
You're not understanding that if I made these 3 bodies, let alone the billions and trillions of bodies out there, if I made these different sizes, they couldn't even predict what it's going to do for a second into the future, let alone a couple seconds into the future. Right? These, if I added a 4th body in here, a smaller one, a bigger one, a 5th body, a 6th body, it's random chaos, and no computer can figure it out. But however, we've had the same exact stars orbiting. We can figure out where the sun and the moon are going to be. We know when the eclipses happen. In a random beehive system, why do the eclipses repeat every 18 years? Okay.
How long has a solar system existed?
Since creation.
Since creation. Very long time, right? Very long.
No, I don't think it's that long at all, actually.
6,000 years? How long is it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm asking you, what do you think?
I think it's less than more. It's less than more. Listen, I'm not going to claim I know something when I don't know it. I think the Earth is very young.
You're claiming a lot of things here.
And I'm claiming science. The 3-body problem shows you that you can't predict where things go.
This shows you what happens when 3 bodies of roughly the same size and forces get together immediately. If you let that thing run for 6,000 years, as long as you think the Earth is alive, or billions of years, as long as it's gone, like, these things will fall into an orbit. They're going to fall into its own system. Okay. And it's going to start working itself out. Like, now, no, because it's just crazy. That's why there's
so hang on a second. So you are claiming that these will organize themselves after time.
Yes.
You're wrong.
Why?
Because it doesn't.
Why?
Because it's chaos. Because
what's saying
this is the 3-body problem. All of science says it. Nobody.
Why do you listen to science when it comes to 3-body problems?
Because nowhere ever can they does it ever. It just goes into randomness forever.
What are those balls made of? Do those balls
doesn't
have
matter?
It does. Do they have a gravitational force? Is that what that force is?
Hey, Zach, you are grasping at straws. We're never going to come to agreement. And listen, you don't understand. You don't understand what's going on.
I understand things that people say to me when they're trying to tell me something. When they're trying to be deceitful or they're trying to do some kind of word jumble, then it's hard for me to understand. You're not trying to be understood. You're trying to be like combative.
How
for some reason.
How so am I trying not to be understood? I'm trying to explain things to you that you're unwilling to listen.
You've shown me so many models, and when I ask a question on any of those models, you move to the next. The one where you said the sun works on a flat plane, and that's why things. And I asked about that, and you're like, "Well, it's not actually flat. It would have been a curve." Okay, but that's not the models you're showing me. Then you show me
well, hold on. Let me address. You're not understanding. The sun.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that. You have no idea.
Because when I tell you that, I'm telling you that the sun is circling around, and but it's level. If it's flat, it has to be straight. No, you can have a curve.
What keeps it there? What is the force that keeps the sun there?
What does it need a force for? It might not be a physical object.
Then why are we still then? Why is the Earth still?
Because it is still.
But that doesn't make sense when you're showing me things that.
So here's the thing: if something's not moving, how do you prove it's moving?
You look at things around it.
Wait. So if you're sitting in a car and there's cars whizzing by you, that means you're moving.
If the ground that I'm on is moving around me, then I'm probably moving. Yeah.
Okay, but so if you're standing on the ground and it's not moving around you, how do you prove that the ground is moving?
I'm not really sure about that one.
Yeah, because it's not moving, right? It's not moving. Here, just getting before we come to an end. You were talking about the Titanic and how the stars wouldn't be there, and James Cameron had to go back and look at Stellarium and whatnot. So this is the Georgia Guidestones. Are you familiar with them?
Nope.
Okay. So Georgia Guidestones was built in 1981, and it was a little Stonehenge type pyramid sculpture that had it was quite large. That had 10 commandments on it for the New World Order. But besides that, the center stone had this little hole. When you look through it, Polaris was there. It hasn't moved. Now, if the Earth was processing, now, again, I say we're corkscrewing through space. Polaris wouldn't last 1 minute through that hole. But they say, oh, it's so far away, and the precession of the Earth, it only moves a degree every 76 years. And that's the precession that you were talking about with James Cameron. Okay. So if we go with that it only precesses 1 degree every 76 years, well, a half a degree would be less than 40 years, and a half a degree in the sky would send Polaris far out of this hole. It wouldn't be there. Well, guess what? They were up for 40 years. 40 years, and the Polaris hadn't moved. But just when we hit this point where we're like, hey, this is rock solid proof, they had a little fake attack and they knocked it down. They knocked it down because this proves that we're not moving. On the Great Pyramids of Egypt, whenever you believe those were built, which is long time ago, it has a shaft looking at Polaris. And the argument from the heliocentric clown side is, it was pointing at Thuban 2,000 years ago, and we've processed, and we happen to live in the time now where it points at Polaris and it hasn't moved in all of our history, but it happens to be there now. And then it's going to eventually move out of there, and it's going to go to another star in another 2,000 years. That's ridiculous. We just happen to live in the time now where there's a star that lines up with our North Pole. And 2,000 years ago, it was different. And that's what everything was built on. I'm sorry. It's not true. It's not the way things work.
And that's fair. That's fair. Listen, I'm not angry at you. I would like to learn something. I would. And I came into this trying.
So let me give you the tool that you need. This is my app. It's $3. You don't need to put the subscription on it, which is $11 a year, but it's $3. Okay. And in it, it'll get you around Google. And here's what I tell people. I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. All you do every day, there's a new video right here. Okay. You click this video, watch it, and that's it. Do that for 2 weeks. At the end of that 2 weeks, if you think that the Earth is still a globe, send me the proof you win 3 Bitcoins. But before you do, you have to hit the frequently asked questions button. You hit that, and up comes all the questions you're going to ask. What about gravity? What about seasons? What about ships over the horizon? If I click that, up comes a playlist of videos that Google's hiding from you. Why are they hiding these from you? Why don't they want you to see these so you can go out and recreate them and do it yourself, right? It has tons of information on there, tons of other resources, books, has all sorts of stuff. And it also has the friend finder on it, which will let you find other like-minded people around you. It's actually being used as a dating app now and as a job finding app because honestly, flat earthers want to hire other flat earthers.
Yeah. And I do think it's kind of interesting that you think that the government is hiding all this because they want to make money off of us.
No, they don't want to make money. I never said that. You said that. Money is how they control us. They have us using monopoly money. They have us using monopoly money. Okay. And they don't need money. They just type into a computer. They can have whatever they want. And us little slaves will make it for them and give it to them. And then they give us little worthless pieces of paper or even worse, some digital stuff into our bank account. None of it's real.
But they're doing this so that we don't get free energy, right? So that means they're trying to...
No, they're hiding. It's way beyond free energy. It's about control. It's about not letting you know that you are a powerful being here, that nobody has control over you, that you have free will, right? Nothing, you have complete free will. All the nonsense that's been going on in the last couple of years, it's all by choice. Everyone is accepting what they accept because that's their decision. Nobody has control over you other than in your imagination.
Now, what do you think would happen if a flat earther went into space?
What do you think would happen if a globe earther went into a cartoon? Because space is a cartoon. Well, and going into space is impossible too. Nobody's been into space ever because space doesn't exist as explained.
What's above the atmosphere?
I don't know. I can't get up there, but I think there's some sort of physical containment. I think there would.
If stars are millions of miles away,
they're not. They're not. That's in your world. Don't mix it into my world.
Well, you were telling me that. Like
I'm throwing the numbers out in your heliocentric made up model. Okay, I'm telling you that the stars are here. They're electrical phenomena within our system. How high up are they? I think they're a lot closer than other flat earthers think, but we think that the highest you can get is like 72 miles. Right. I think that the stars are closer.
The sun is in our atmosphere. Stars are in our atmosphere.
I'm making no solid claims other than it's all within the Earth. I'm telling you, it's all within the Earth system.
Sure. So inside the Earth system is the sun. And we know that the moon can be in front of the sun, which means the moon is closer to us than the sun. Is that right?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't think that the moon is closer than the sun. I think the moon's farther than the sun.
But when you showed us an eclipse, you showed me that the moon was in front of the sun.
You didn't let me show you the eclipse.
I did. I did. I watched
you changed the subject and you didn't let me show the video.
I changed the subject? I have never changed the subject. I have not once changed the subject. Every time you put something on screen, I only talk about that until I ask a question that you don't want to talk about, and then you move to a different model.
Right. So let's go back to it. Here's the sun. Here's the eclipse that I filmed.
Sure.
And here is the one that I created. Neither of them you can see the moon. Okay.
Right, because the moon is behind, right? Is that what you're saying? In
your world.
No, in your world. Where is the moon?
How about this? Don't interrupt me and let me explain it. Then you could ask a question if I don't answer what you're trying to ask me. Because I'm going to answer every single question you're about to ask. Okay? If you allow me to talk.
Sure.
Okay.
And because of your attitude, I'm definitely going to be quiet. So thank you very much for being condescending while trying to teach
somebody. I've been trying to explain this forever and you constantly keep interrupting me. That's all. Nope. Okay? So listen, sorry if I sound condescending, but I'm trying to make a point and I can't make it. This is the 5th time I've tried, right? So in the heliocentric world, the moon goes in front of the sun. No one's ever seen it, so that's kind of a red flag. So we move a little forward, and I'll show you. This is a real eclipse that was being filmed. It's about 85% eclipsed, but you can't see it because it's just so bright. It's blowing out the camera lens. But one thing we see is this. And we see these two, this is about how much the sun is eclipsed. Like, what are those? Well, this is clearly a lens flare because it's moving around as the camera moves, but this one is lockstep with the sun. So what is this? And I said, what if the source of the sun, the real sun, is beyond the firmament or within the firmament? Like within it, I mean, above the layer that we're looking at. And we're looking at the projected sun. So let's just jump a little farther forward here. So here's my paper towel sky, and I'm creating an eclipse. And I'll show you how I did in a second. I have a rear projector. I have the source, which is here. and I'm eclipsing it with just this bottle cap. Okay. And it's creating, looks pretty much like an eclipse. But then I said, what if the sky is more transparent than this paper towel example? So I did it with tissue paper. So here we go with, here it goes with tissue paper. And look, here's the eclipse. Can't see the moon coming in. Here it is. Here's the source. Here's what we see. And then when we compare it to reality, what do we see? We see the same thing. This is reality. This is an actual eclipse. Here's what we see. Here's my reconstruction. Now, am I saying this is what's happening? I'm saying it could be. It could be, but your idea of a total eclipse where no one's ever seen the moon is impossible, because just like they can block out the sun and look at the corona of the sun, they could block out the corona during an eclipse and look at the moon. And no one's ever been able to do it. No camera, no infrared, no from anywhere has ever been able to do it. So what's going on? Well, the heliocentric model makes no sense. This makes sense.
Sure. And what is that? What is blocking the light from the sun?
A dark body. So all of the ancient religions, if you look, they talked about Rahu and Ketu and these dark bodies in the sky. And there was actually an eclipse that was filmed from an airplane. I thought I put it in here. Not a bunch of years ago. And all of the photographers on the airplane, when the eclipse went into totality, there was 4 dark bodies in front of the sun. One of them right in the middle of the sun. Okay. So what are they? We don't know, but they were photographed by multiple people photographed them. What are they? Again, we don't know, but we showed them. They do exist. Ancient cultures that, were far more advanced than we are, have talked about them for a long time. So more research needs to be done. Heliocentric model is nonsense.
Okay. But we can agree that when it comes to an eclipse, something is getting in front of the sun. In front of the light. No.
Oh, in front of the source.
In front of the source of light.
Yeah, sure. So by the way, you asked me earlier, you said, if you had a light and you put something in front of it, I'm going to put a light. I'm going to simulate an eclipse here with a light, which is the same size as this penny. And as we put the sun in front of it, as we do it, all of a sudden you can see the penny. Mm-hmm. If I zoomed in on it, you can see it. So that's just showing that there's 2 things the same size. We tried it where it was 2 different size lights and it didn't work. Right.
Okay.
But you can zoom in and see the penny on that one.
Sure. Yeah. Because those 2 things are touching. They're side by side. Right.
Right. Well, they're very close. Right. So, but again, if I had to wager, I think that the source of the sun and the moon are coming from above what we see. Okay. I think that the sun that we see is very, very close. Like when I watch the sun rise on Long Island Sound, it looks like it's about 65 miles away. That's really close. Okay. And that's why it moves so slow during the sky, because it's only moving 130 miles over the course of the day. If that's the case, that's me. I don't have proof of that, but it works. If you model it, like get a glass dome and move a light across it above it, and you'll watch inside that dome, you'll see a little light rise and set. Never going below the bottom of the dome, but you'll see it rise and set, just like reality.
Yeah. All right. So, okay, let's say that I know that our time is almost done here. I don't want to frustrate you anymore. I can see that you get very frustrated with me for asking questions, and I apologize.
No, I don't get frustrated asking questions. I get frustrated for you not being able to understand them.
I hate that you keep saying that I don't understand something. That's a ridiculous thing to say. I don't understand some of your dumb models because they don't make sense. They're designed to be deceitful. So I'm not going to understand something that 4 circles that are painted to look like 3-dimensional objects when shown to me on a 2-dimensional screen asking, hey, which one of these are 3-dimensional? Come on. You're just trying to.
All I'm trying to do is show you that you don't know the shape or size or distance of something unless you know some of the other variables. You can't, unless you can touch it and measure it. You don't know how far it is or how big it is or what size it is.
But that would mean that somebody got up there and painted the moon to make it look 3-dimensional.
So you think a person in the flat Earth, somebody made the moon? somebody
No.
made the moon. Is that what you think?
I'm not saying that whatsoever.
Well, that is.
I'm
what
trying to
you're
go
saying.
by your models. If your models are designed that you can be manipulated based on perception to make something look three-dimensional, that through your model, that would make me think that you're telling me that the moon is designed to make me think it's three-dimensional.
So one of the things you guys mentioned earlier before I came on was if you're looking at a disc, it always looks circled unless it's sideways or it moves to the side, then it wouldn't look the same. We don't know what the sky is, but let's look if the sky is liquid like we think. This guy is facing forward. He's not facing us, but we're seeing the front of him somehow. And as this camera moves, we only see the front side of him. It doesn't turn. Okay. So this is optics. Well, and when you're looking into the sky, which we think is liquid, this is optics. So that's why we're seeing the same side no matter where it's going. So that's why we see the same side of the moon. He's not facing us, but that's what it looks like. Right?
Well, I mean, through water refraction, but yes, it does.
We think that the sky is water.
We think the sky's water.
We think that the sky above the firmament is water. That's what most flat earthers think.
All right, and where does the firmament end?
I don't know. We're not allowed to go there. Some people think it terminates somewhere in Antarctica. Maybe it goes farther. I don't know.
But above that is water.
That's what it appears to be. You know, NASA always talking about the Sea of Tranquility, ships docking, everything they talk about is nautical terms. And then when you watch these rockets launch from Florida, one just happened the other day, it sure looks like something skimming across water, leaving a wake. It leaves an actual water wake. If you go look at some of those, they're amazing.
Okay, so just to backpedal a little bit, we can agree that there is a sun. You believe in
there's a light in the sky that we see. It's not a burning ball, a volcanic ball, like you said. It's not that at all.
Does this light provide heat for the Earth?
It provides electricity, which turns into heat when it hits the Earth. Yes.
Okay. It is so the light source that comes from the sun provides heat to the Earth, right? And that's fair. And that's what provides life on Earth is the fact that the sun provides enough light to make heat, et cetera, and that mixed with water, right?
Say that again.
The sun is up there, and it provides heat and light to the Earth.
Yes.
Okay. The moon is up there, and it is made of something.
The moon that we see, I don't know. It could be plasma.
So the moon that you see at nighttime is not a solid object, even though it looks exactly the same all the time, right?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, there's been times where people have seen stars through the the dark part of the moon, and there's a star there, which doesn't prove that the moon is translucent. It could prove that the star, the luminary that they're seeing, is actually in front of the moon. But again, I don't know because I can't go there. I can prove that the moon is close because it lights up just the local clouds. It doesn't light up the clouds over here. If it was 250,000 miles away, it would light up all the clouds, but it's only lighting up the clouds that are right near it. Get a little moonlight.
But doesn't also light your book that you're reading, right?
Yeah, because it's close.
But how close are those clouds to you though?
I don't know. The clouds are, 10, 20, 10,000 feet in the sky.
Okay. But you're saying that this is a localized bit of clouds that are being lit up.
I'm not saying it. I'm showing you it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I have to go by what you're saying here. Even though this is a localized bit of light, it also goes down 14-ish thousand feet to your book.
Yeah.
Okay. And just a shaft on you?
Say that again?
And it's just a light shaft on your book. So like
it's not a light shaft, it's shedding light onto the Earth.
Sure.
Right? The moon is a lesser light in the sky. Right?
The moon is illuminating. Yeah, it's
the moon. Well, so if the moon was illuminating, it would have a hot spot like the sun shining on this cement ball here, right? And but why not?
Well, I mean, are you saying that there's parts of the moon that are not colder than the other parts of the moon?
I'm not saying anything about the temperature of the moon. What I'm saying is a hot spot. I mean, a specular highlight. Okay. When you light up a ball with a single source light, it has a hot spot and then the light fades away. Mm-hmm. When we see a full moon, it's lit all the way around. It's lit evenly all the way across. Well, yeah, that's not how a sphere lights up from a single source object.
You're not looking at the rock from the same perspective as we're looking at this moon. If you would have walked around the rock so that the light source is coming from behind you, just the way this full moon is, then you would have seen a full illuminated sphere.
No, you wouldn't. You would see a specular highlight which would be right about here. And it would be the bright spot. It's called a specular highlight. It's absolutely true. Like on the blue marble, when they painted the blue marble, Robert Simon from NASA admitted that he painted it. He made a specular highlight right here, this little bright spot, just to make it look more spherical, right? Because you need a specular highlight if you're lighting up a ball with a single source light.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, I think it's going to come to the point that I'm not going to learn anything out of this. You just want to,
definitely not.
and that's fine. You're very clear that you're not trying to help me understand. You just want to make it very clear that I just do not understand, because the ideas that you're showing to me are just so high.
How is the idea of this? This is how we see the moon. It's light, it brights, it shines light on us, but this
it doesn't shine light. It reflects light.
It reflects light on us. Well, it's shining reflected light on us.
No,
okay?
Things don't shine light; they reflect light. A mirror.
Okay.
If you point a flashlight at a mirror,
play the word games all you want. Here's a
You're
full
playing word
Earth.
games.
Here's a full Earth. How come the moon isn't lit up here?
What picture is this?
This is from NASA.
This is a real picture from NASA.
NASA image of the moon reflecting sunlight.
Okay, I cannot defend that picture. That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
And how come on certain weeks of every month the sun doesn't line up where the light on the moon is? If the moon is lighting up the sun, that light should be here.
But
it should be here.
But weren't you the one telling me about light refraction and visual refraction, because the sky is made of water, right? So that's why the guy's head is not facing how his legs are facing. Isn't that what you just said?
So you think that the light refraction is turning? All right, I'll give you that one. That's weird, but other times of the month it does line up with the sun.
Sure, and that one guy's head was turned sideways and his feet were not, right? And we can both agree that guy's head was not actually turned sideways. That was a refraction of light and a visual.
Absolutely, and so again, I'm just saying that's how we could be seeing the moon. Okay. And also, here's the moon picture taken at the same time from two different locations. Okay. And the craters or whatever these dark spots are, they're black here and they're kind of blue here. So are we seeing through it? What are we seeing here? Why are they changing colors like that?
That's a very good question. Why are those two pictures different? I don't know if I'll ever get that one.
Yeah.
You just put two pictures up and said it.
Well, no, these are two pictures of the moon that was taken at the same time. One from Australia, one from Europe.
Okay. I don't even understand. But the picture is different, right? If the Earth was flat and Australians were looking at the same moon as people in London, the moon would look the same because it's flat and it's above us. It's above everybody.
I'm not saying the moon is flat. The Earth could be a sphere.
But if the Earth is flat, whatever's above us is going to be the same looking to everybody, right? Or no?
I'm pointing out the colors here. This suggests that this is not an opaque object. That's all I'm saying.
Why is it the same picture? One is in daytime and one's at nighttime, though.
Because that's how we're seeing the reflection or projection of the moon into our world. This person's in daylight, this person's at nighttime.
And
so that's how they're seeing it.
Because they're on one side of the globe, it's lit up, and on the other side of the globe, it's nighttime.
Well, the pre-assumed globe, you have no proof of the globe. There's no curvature. No water lays flat. There's no motion.
Can you show me your diagram of how night and day happens again? And I didn't see any of that where Canada and Australia could be different times, right? Because if there's light out there, it's got to be touching the same thing.
Yeah, I can show you that. So right here. It's noon right here, and that's where I am. I'm right here. Look at that. Boom. It's noon. And the sun is moving away, so it's lower in the sky than it was in June when it was higher in the sky, closer to me, and it was warmer. Now it's getting colder because the sun's farther away. Okay. And so it's nighttime over here. It's nighttime in Australia.
Yeah, and right? Where's England right there?
England's right here, and it's late in the day for them. It's late in the day. It's it's evening, the sun is setting. They're going into twilight. And as the sun moves, right, here's the moon right behind the sun. Okay. And the sun is coming up, and in a few hours, I can call my friend PK, who's right here. When the sun's there, he'll say it's noon and it's getting really warm because the sun's getting very close. And it's nighttime in the East Coast. It's still daytime on the West Coast. And now sun sets on the West Coast. It's getting darker over here. Sun's already rising in Africa, on the east side of Africa. It's noon in Australia. This is how it works. And if I turn on the time zones, then you can see what time it is everywhere. So if I stop this right now, It's 9 p.m. in Australia. 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. 9 p.m. 9 p.m. in Australia. Okay. But here it is. Here's the time zones. It's dark over here. I showed you a real video of the sun fading out, taking its light away. You can't see the sun from here because it's too far away.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes
sense.
Sure.
Time zones, seasons, everything. Just remember, every test for axial rotation has proven there is none. Okay. Every observation in nature proves that we're not moving, right? We're going these incredible speeds on these curved linear, curved trajectories, right? So just getting back, this is how you can prove me wrong. If you think I'm wrong, take the challenge, right? Take the Flat Earth app challenge, and try to find the proof, because this is how 99% of people become flat earthers. They try to prove the earth is a globe. They try to prove it. And only when they don't go Google, oh, let me Google flat earth. Oh my God, that's stupid. You end up at the Flat Earth Society, you end up at all these other ridiculous places. And then you have a fake idea of what flat earth is and you laugh at it forever. All right. So take the challenge. And if you don't want to wait every day, just hit the archive button and then you can go back and watch all the previous videos, right? They're organized in month and year. And I guarantee if anyone takes the time, I'd say 5 hours. If you take 5 hours over the course of a couple of weeks, even, you will know for a fact that you don't live on a spinning rock in an infinite space vacuum, flying through an infinite universe randomly with the three-body problem just organizing itself into perfect sets. So eclipses repeat every 18 months. Eclipses repeat their cycles every 18 years, not months. 18 years. How is that even possible? Unless the sky is set up like a perfect clock, right? The sun goes around once a day, okay? The sun goes around once a day. Let me just turn off the time zone. All right, so the sun goes around once a day. It slowly laps the moon. It takes 28 times around, so the moon is getting farther and farther away. So the moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. The sun keeps track of the hours and the days. And if I turn on the zodiac, the stars are spinning slightly faster than the sun, so slightly that it takes 365 times around for them to lap the sun. So right now, the sun is in this tropic, tropic, that's the word. And then slowly the next one will catch up for about a month, and then this one will catch up, and then this one will catch up, and it goes all the way around until next year when the sun's back in this tropics. Mm-hmm. So the stars keep track of the seasons and the years. The sky clock is reality. And know how they hid it from us? They gave us clocks. And they made it go around twice a day. They go, you know what? Let's make the clock go around twice a day. So they never figure out that this is real time, noon, midnight, 6 a.m. This is real time, right? This is how our world works. It's a perfect, organized, intelligently designed system, right? There's people that live on the globe that think that they're doing good. They're good people, but they're missing out on the true creation. They're missing out on the true wonders of this world. And we're being kept in a prison. That's the heliocentric prison. Beyond the heliocentric prison, many of us would have gone and explored and spread ourselves farther out on this plane. That's my belief. But again, whether I'm right or wrong, we should have the freedom to go out there. We can't, because the best way to do it is on airships, but they demonized hydrogen with the Hindenburg. And guess who controls all the helium on Earth? NASA. They only get a little bit for parties and this and that and the Goodyear blimp. But if you want to start up a blimp company, you can't because you can't get the helium.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah, listen, Dave, I need to say that I appreciate your time. I hope that I did not come off argumentative. There are times that, I just wanted to understand the question that I asked, that I was thinking you were kind of going in a roundabout way. So I want to be clear. I was not trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to make sure that my point was heard before we get to the next thing.
Listen, I totally understand. And when I was learning about this, I interrupted way more than you did. It's just that this isn't something that you could just go, oh, you have to actually think. But the heliocentric model, you can go, oh, and you just write down a couple things and you get an A and you're done. And you never really look into it, because the guy in a bow tie told you that, boats go over the horizon. Well, guess what? Boats go over the horizon if we live on the globe, but it's a pre-assumed globe.
Yeah,
right.
I would just say that if you're trying to teach someone in the future, condescension is probably not the way to be the best teacher. If you're trying to teach someone something that you have built and you're trying to explain, I would just say stop with being so argumentative and try to actually explain it in a proper form so people understand, instead of making fun of people for saying they just don't understand something that you've just created.
Here's the thing, Zach. There's even times during the show, if you go back and listen, you said, I don't understand. Okay. So there is parts where you don't understand. And I do try to explain, but here's the thing. This is just one show. Go back. If you go in the app and you hit the web button, right here is my interviews, right? Click that button. And guess what? You have an unlimited source of tons and tons and tons of information. Just start watching those. Right. There's no bottom to this list. It goes on and on and on. Right. Yeah. And there's tons and tons of information. If you are short attention span, here are 2 amazing TikTok channels. These 2 channels alone will turn you into flat earthers, worth the $3 right there. Okay. And, that's all, that's all I got to say about that. And for those of you listening, the upgrade for the messaging system is almost done. I was testing it out with Zach. Not you, a different Zach Zambala yesterday, and it's phenomenal. So stand by, everybody. It's coming.
Yeah. Please, everyone go over there to a Flat Earth Dave app and
flatearthdave.com. That's where you can find links to all my videos, all my channels, TikTok, everything. And if you have a show or anything or know a show to be on, you can contact me through there and check out the app there, or don't check out the app. Just check out the crash course on my website, flatearthdave.com.
Yeah. And I appreciate your time, Dave. Thank you very much for sitting through this as I fumble around some brand new news and try to have my eyes open. I do apologize if I came off argumentative, but I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for listening and trying to respond to me.
All right, Zach. Thanks, man. See you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, okay. So I definitely learned some things. I'm going to have to watch this back and take a lot of notes because it turns out I don't understand a lot, which is interesting. I've never heard of that before. This room does look like a boy's room. My son lives in here. This is his room, so that's true. By not waiting for the answers, I waited for every answer. I just think that I asked questions that he wasn't interested in responding to, so that's fine. I don't think Zach is quite ready to kiss his ball. No, not yet. I don't think anything's actually been proven to me. I think I've been talked down to, and that's interesting, but that's fine. God bless you all, and also to you. No, he's trying to get an understanding of a question. Yeah, I just want to understand some things. I just give it to me. Like, make me understand. Make me understand why you can show a model of an eclipse, but then also tell me an eclipse is wrong. Why can you show me a model of lines being straight, but then I don't know. And then obviously you got some real a-holes hanging out in the chat here. Zach is projecting due to severe cognitive dissonance. I have a lot of patience, actually. If you watch some of these shows, I rarely talk. I let people kind of talk themselves into something that just doesn't make any sense. Maybe I guess I have a defense mechanism. I have no idea. I don't know. I think science is probably right. I don't keep interrupting. Maybe I did. I don't know. You are the condescending and argument among Zach. Well, I guess it kind of comes back sometimes when I feel that someone's just being just rude to my face, but whatever. I feel that I did a pretty good job. I think that if you know me, I could have made that a lot more aggressive. But the thing is, I actually wanted to learn. I actually genuinely wanted to absorb some information. It's like, I grew up in a Christian household. I grew up in Maryland. When I met people that were from a different religion, I wanted just to understand. I mean, I wasn't saying they were right or wrong. It says, you think so differently than me. I'm curious. Like, make me understand. Help me understand. Cognitive dissonance has nothing to do with patience. That's fair. You did a good job. I wanted to do a good job. I did not want to do a great job. I think a great job when a flat earther makes you call them names and say stupid stuff, and that's just not true. I don't want to go at anybody condescending. I wanted to genuinely understand why he's so passionate about this. The flat side is all punching down. See? That's it. Making fun of flat earthers, it's weird, and I don't really want to do it. I'm just curious. It wasn't your fault, bro, that they lied to us this bad. That's true, man. They duped me. I don't understand, because honestly, when you think about math, doing math in spheres is hard. If the Earth was flat, teach that. It seems like it'd be a lot easier of a path to go down. Zach, go to Dave's site and watch a few of his videos, interviews, open-minded with logic, and you will understand everything. Cheers. God bless you. Yeah, I literally went to his app. I paid the $3 2 days ago, and I have his app. I was using it, and that's what made me say, okay, I'm going to go into this not as a jerk, but just someone trying to figure it out, trying to understand. I don't know if I did that, but let's see. You learn by listening carefully, not talking through the instructor all the time. That's fair. As everyone knows, when you go to college, if you have any questions, don't ask them. Listen to what they say and just take it. Just take it as though it's, don't question anything. I think that's what Flat still work. Thank you. I don't know if that's true, but whatever. Aloha, Zach. Please show me your app, POP the Globe. You'll be all right. We are here to catch. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you can find me on there. I'm Some Nobodies on the Flat Earth app. I'm in Colorado. Learn about eclipses in the app under Eclipse button. So if I want to learn about eclipses, I'll have to find a button that says eclipses and hit on that, and that will teach me. Cool. I'm into that. Thanks, Dave. Great patience with normie. Yeah. Dude, I'm such a normie. Because I was like, and I told this to my daughter this morning. My daughter's like, "Oh my God, you have that conversation with." I was like, I honestly hope I leave here thinking the Earth's flat. I hope that would make my day. That would be the coolest thing to me, is if someone could actually change my mind instead of just being jerky. But whatever. If you want to learn, come to the Flat Oberfest in South Carolina. Yeah, I'm sure a bunch of South Carolinians can teach me something about actual science. Anything about ham radio in the app? Nope, nothing about ham radios. That works on flat radios. Earth is flat. Globe is impossible. I'll tell you, I'm going to give you 2 points for pun work on that one. That's pretty solid. You must first empty your cup. I think it's a spoon, right? You got to believe that there is no spoon. I think that's what you're trying to say. Because my cup is full of water, which I think is what space is made of now. Oh boy. The Selena line event destroys misguided concept of a spinning ball Earth being the cause of eclipses. I don't think the spinning ball Earth is what causes eclipses. I think it is the moon going in front of the sun, and sometimes on the other side. But no science can explain stationary level Earth. It requires intelligent design. I like the fact that they're like, look, teachers can't even teach this stuff, dude. You just have to hear somebody at a convention, drop $12 on their app, and believe them. If you're trying to believe somebody else, trust me, they're lying to you. And they want to take your money, although money's not real. So, that's a weird comment, and I don't know if I agree with that one. It isn't gravity; it's a density gradient. I am gradiently dense, and that's why I'm always here. I was here at Pearl Harbor. Hell yeah! That's a weird joke, really. I don't even get that one. It takes a lot of proof to accept it. But you have to be willing to watch and be open. Look, dude, I am open. I'm open. Once again, I watched all of his videos. I watched 4 different videos where they broke apart Dave himself. I watched a video where Dave and his people broke apart that video. I watched a video where Dave just got trashed by other people. And I came into this, honestly, trying to learn something. And I did learn something, and I'm not going to tell you what I learned. You're not ready for the truth. That's stupid. What a stupid thing to say. Everyone should be ready for the truth. So denser objects go down. But why? Because of gravity. That's why they go down, I think. You got a lot of research to do. That's true. I'm typing feverishly over here. I'm doing so much research that my fingers are bleeding now. Let's see. There are literally hundreds of proof the ball Earth is a lie. Is exactly that. Hundreds of proofs. Literally dozens of proofs if you need that. It's because they were dumb questions. No, what's a dumb question? Does gravity exist? What are tides? I don't really see how those are dumb questions, James Barlow. That's a dumb name. Let's get Napo to send us all an expense. Yeah, seriously, he owes me something. And I know that he told me this wasn't going to be fun. And I agree with him. It wasn't really that much fun. It started out fun. Hey, man, I caught the last 15, 20 minutes. You can't learn by not asking questions. It takes a lot to take in. I did ask questions. People told me that I was asking too many questions. Here's a question, Zach. Here's a secret. The Earth is flat. It's not a secret, dude. You literally just commented it on a YouTube thing. But I don't think it's flat. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Do you still believe in Jesus? Nope. Never did. I mean, there was probably a gentleman named Jesus somewhere, but no. Please go back and listen to yourself. Most of the comments were warranted. Okay. I'll do that. I will literally go watch this again. You can't trust a flat earther who has something to sell. Seriously, that was one of the things I was trying to say. Like, he was making a comment that, like, governments and people are hiding this for either monetary gain or power or electricity or something. But you're going to charge $12 for someone to get an app to watch your videos, which I can find. Only you can convince yourself of what the truth actually is. That sounds misguided and dangerous. You should actually find facts, I think, not just telling yourself something. Because God's word is ironically perfect, accurate on what we live in. And God said that the earth was flat, that the moon is something, that the sun is light, and stars don't exist, even though they're millions of years away. I don't know. I don't think it's a secret. It's being talked about. Seriously, I tried for the last 4 hours to figure this out. I don't think it's that much of a secret. Dave wants to sell his app. That's true. And I bought it. Get a P900 and test the lake. Yeah. You go get yourself a P900 and you test that friggin' lake. Science can disprove the globe. Science can also prove it, I think. All the ball earth lies. All the ball earth lie math is triple sixes, literally. And all the astronauts were Freemasons. Freemasons worship Lucifer, the light bringer. And isn't the sun the light bringer? So is the sun the devil? I don't know what you guys believe in. Lunar eclipse rhetoric, shot of a ball, Earth projected on the moon. What? Okay. I'm going to do research on that, trust me. Was Dave already on? Yeah, you missed the first 4 hours. I'm sorry. You can have gas pressure without a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Isn't that what the Earth is? It holds gas. Yeah, for a few hours. Yeah, he was on here for quite a while. And $3 app, he said... He said, don't do the $12. I'm going to set up a $12 service, but trust me, you don't want the $12 service. That one doesn't make any sense. There are now millions of flat earthers for a reason. We have all the evidence for flat earth, and there is zero for the globe. That's true. I could not find any proof whatsoever. Other than gravity. Like, why do people just not believe in gravity? Why is gravity of Dykes and Man on the show? What? Oh, yeah. Thought it was a joke about me somehow. Doesn't mean he doesn't really want you to subscribe. Oh, no. He definitely wants your money. Gravity? Helium balloon. I'm going to contemplate on that one for quite a while. I debated Dave before. His strategy is to monopolize it. Yeah, it is true. He does monopolize the conversation. He also tells you that you don't understand things that he's saying when he's purposely being vague. He also apologizes to you for not being able to make me understand, which shows you that that's a pretty crappy teacher right there. If I imagine a teacher in school being like, listen, I'm sorry, you just do not understand math. And I'm not going to teach it to you anymore because you just don't understand. You got to go back to art. Can gravity be both a cause and effect? Well, yeah. It causes me to fall down. Then I get bruises. That's the effect. Checking in. Hey-oh. I was where you are about 6... in Colorado. I was where you are about 6 months ago. You asked questions speaking a different language. Are you speaking heliocentrism? You asked questions speaking a different language. I spoke a different language, or my questions were about different languages? Probably. At Michael, who are you? Yeah, Michael, who are you? Who are you? For real. Density Moinsey. No gravity. And the Earth has a slight negative charge. Yeah. A lot of that negative charge is in the comments right now. $3 app. Well, it's a $12 version too. You don't have to get that. Yeah, link us to your debate, Michael. Yeah, where's that link, Michael? You turd. Not $12. It's a $3 big spender. There is a $12 version. And if you literally just open up your app store, I'm a Pixel person, but if you open up anything with apps in it and you type in Flat Earth Dave, you'll see there's a $12 version. Car was laying on the road that that was flat just last night. Discussed of Dykes and Man podcast. 1:30 p.m. Eastern today. Come hang. Carl was laying on the road that was flat just last night. These friggin' flat roaders. You got to watch out for them. Dave does not need the money, guys. He's offering a fortune for incredible evidence of the globe. Yeah, apps can be free, right? You do know that. He's charging. Shoot, I missed the show. That's okay. There's like a rewind button or something. Astronauts is pretty funny. No, 100%. That caught me off guard. I wasn't ready for that. Professor Brian Cox says the world is round, and I believe his reasoning is applied science and prove it. Yeah, I mean, most people go by applied sciences, math, just sort of normal ways of proving anything, except for when it's this. Because when it comes to flat Earth, then if you have a painted piece of half ball and a tissue paper, you can prove that shit does not work. They block all good videos now. His app is $3. I know. I said that many times. The debate was on Rose 777's channel, since deleted. Sounds like Globe Earth talk to me. Let's see, 3 Bitcoins for your proof. That's true. He said that. He'll give you 3 Bitcoins if you can prove that the Earth is not flat. What do you think you get your heliocentric books and education free of charge? I didn't. I paid for college, and I paid for the private school that I went to. So it wasn't free of charge. They still didn't teach me that. I owe you a good laugh. I had a couple earlier on. I don't need a back rub. I'm good. Also, somebody said I have like Ukraine colors. I forget where that comment was. A long time ago, somebody commented that I'm an asshole because I have Ukrainian colors behind me. And just to be clear, A, I'm pro-Ukraine. But B, this is a Mighty Ducks jersey. Like, this is from the movie Mighty Ducks. It's got nothing to do with Ukraine. So you guys are idiots. Remember, this is a child's room, man. Sea level parallel, horizontal lines flat. Honestly, you cannot get a better equation than that. Sea level plus parallel minus horizontal in parentheses lines equals flat. Yeah. Bring the empirical scientific evidence, results of experimentation within the science method to bring scientific credibility to your claim of science. Wow, how did you make the word science in that sentence 4 times while still not believing in science? Fun. Massage his forehead. Yeah. I do need that. Hi, all you flatties. Hey, Sandro. If you can't afford $3, if you can't afford $3, you gotta live on a fucking circle Earth. That's it. Can you afford $3? If you can, send it to me. Because if you can't afford $3, sir, then you got bigger problems. Laser test over any body of water and high altitude balloon footage without a fisheye lens both prove it. She be flat. This hussy of the Earth is flat. You live in fear, but the flatness will set you free. That's funny. That's what my girlfriend in high school said. Hi, Sandro. Yeah, for real. Hey, Sandro, how are you? Or the student is a dunce, like in this case. What a cool teacher to be like, actually, I'm doing the right thing. You're an idiot. So get out of here and go find your own answers. Yes, flat and proud of it, but used to be like you. Probably not that funny, but maybe. Can you teach us snail math? What? Me? Probably. I'm pretty good at math. You are denser than the air, but you can float in water. You're really trying to bring up some stuff here. Yeah, you float on water. Your body has air in it too. I mean, you can also sink. Even in Einstein's papers on relativity, it stated gravity is a fictitious force. Look up the definition of fictitious. I don't know many fictitious forces that have actual math equations to prove them, but I'll look it up. God says the earth has a foundation, sits upon pillars, has 4 corners. God stopped the sun in battle of Joshua, not the sun. Woo, okay. And I think at one point we actually thought that like the earth was a half dome and it was sitting on top of 3 turtles that were in some mud. I'm glad we stopped that. I was like, no, it's actually just flat and sitting still. Gravity. Gravity is a law. It's a law of gravity. I'm pretty sure I know that. Not his. Hey-oh. You can't flood a ball hurling at 66,600 miles per hour and 66,600 miles per hour. You can't flood a ball hurling. That's true. You definitely. But you can flood all of space because all of space is literally just water. Yeah, that is correct. That's fair. Oh, still correct. Hey-oh. The moon is a light as well. Not true. Well, or a plasma, and it gives off a cool light. which would be impossible if it were reflecting the sun. Name another cool light. So the moon does not produce light at all. The moon is similar to a mirror. It catches light and it throws it back over there. The app costs more than $3 per user to run. The app costs more than $3 per user to run. That's not true. There's no way that's true. He just said there's like billions of users, millions of users. So you're telling me that this thing costs more than $3 million to run this app when he's using Google's Earth? I doubt it. He is providing a service that costs him money. He doesn't need the money. He said that. The Tower of Babel makes no sense on a ball. Tower of Babel is not real. How could everyone see Jesus returning as the sky rolls back like a scroll on a ball? That's actually a very good question, and I haven't thought about this. I wish that I had brought up the fact that Jesus returning as the sky rolls back like a scroll. I should have brought that up, but I didn't. Where and when did you debate Dave? I think you're a liar. Globebusters. They're coming in. 8-inch per mile squared. Good math. Globers run. Ah! You gotta watch out for that. I genuinely would like to know if there are flat earthers that are atheists. I don't think so. I think if you're a flat earther, you have to believe in God. Because I think believing in God is one of the few things you'd be like, here's how I can prove I don't like science. I'm religious. How does gravity hold everything down? What? Force of gravity. Water to a spinning ball. That's G-forces. Us from flying off the spinning ball. That doesn't make any sense. But yet, S butterfly or bird flies no problem. Okay. All right, Mike. Here's why. Because we're on the Earth, dude. And it's been moving since we've always been on it. Now, if you get on, like, say, you get on top of a train, right? You're on this train. The train's going very fast. And you stand on top of that train, and then you jump. Are you just going to miss the whole train? No, you're going to land on the train. Okay. That's some solid math there. I like you guys believe in math sometimes, but not always. Monopolize the situation. Money has no value. So if money has no value, then why is it $3 for an app? Proof that he accepts. He accepts money and donations. If money has no value, I'll take any. Yeah, for real. If money doesn't mean anything, I'll give you my Cash App. You can just send it all to me, and I'll buy a lot of his apps. I'll buy lots of them. Not a law. It is. I mean, that could be like very Yoda-like. I'm not really sure. He skipped my comments. The moon cold. Where? I didn't see it. I'm sorry. There's a lot of comments up here. Who is this? Mike B. Let's see. You said that, which was dumb. You said this, whatever that means. You said this. I definitely put that up there. Where else? Oh, wait, here. Laser tests. Yep, definitely put that up there. Density and bouncy. Yeah, I did that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mike B? Talking about Roo-Rah. Yeah, see this? Dumb. This? Dumb. I don't know if that's true. Moon's Cold Light. No, you're thinking of Coors Cold Light. That is a beer. Let's see here. A law is a description of an observed natural phenomenon that happens in every instance. Gravity versus helium. Not the law. Yeah, gravity versus helium has gravity, dude. It's just okay. And they're calling Zach a dunce. Yeah, right. I mean, although I do like dunce caps, I think they're cool. Gravity's not a law; it's only a theory, and a bad theory at that. That's true. It's a bad theory. Why do I always think whenever I fall that whatever? Zach, have a good day. You'll be okay. I'll be at the beach. Aloha. Hey, I hope you have a great day at the beach. Make sure you look at the curvature while you're looking at the ocean. How come reflected moonlight is cold if it's reflecting sunlight? Okay, so if I were to turn my oven on, right, and my oven is a gas oven and it has fire, and I go into a different room and I hold a mirror up, I can look at that fire in the mirror. That's not hot. I can even probably cast an image of that fire onto something else. Not hot. So I think that's it. Has to pay people to host it and the traffic it generates. Are you not aware of how an app works? I am not aware of how an app works. I'm also not aware of how the earth works. So, and I'm a dunce. I think you guys are very clear about that. Globebusters, it's Rose's cousin. Remember that debate? Might have been the most dumb one ever. Stop the sun, not the earth. I fudged up that one. Okay. We all make mistakes. Some of you are flat earthers. Once you realize the intelligent design of the reality, then you realize the necessary antecedent of a designer. That's true. And I'm really glad that your God made the moon to look three-dimensional to fool me, so the governments around the world that they put in place, I guess, get to continue to con me. Who knows? The moon gives off measurable cool light. It is warmer in moon shade. It's warmer in moon shade than moonlight. So in the cold part of night, you're going to be warmer than if you are in the moonlight. I don't know if that's true at all, Chad. Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clapbacks. Yep, and I remember that clown. Oh, see, I think they're calling somebody a clown. Value is literally the only thing money has. That's friggin' deep, dude. I'm gonna make that my Facebook post. Law stands for lair. Okay, law stands for land, air, water, three dominions. You are presumed dead and lost at sea since the Sestuke Vi of 1666. You have 7 years to claim your minor estate. Oh, is this a thing like if I buy land in Scotland, I can be a lord? Is that what you're trying to say? Money's not real, as the only thing real about money is the agreement that it is real. Whew. Buzzy comedian. I could not have said it better myself. Test it yourself with laser thermometer. Moon does produce its own light and it's cold. No, it does not produce its own light, dude. Like, come on. That's why during a new moon, you can't see it. Why would the moon shut its own light off? Gosh. Okay, now remove the outside of the train. Speed the train up to 1,000 miles per hour and have it trot down a hill at a mile per minute and then jump. Okay, so the only way that would work is if you are speeding up at the time or a different motion, such as gravity, is pulling you in force. So I think you kind of proved me right there. UCC 1-308. That is the code to get the app for free. So go ahead and put that in there. Check out Anthony Bear for good levels of curved horizon and moonlight comparison videos. I'll do that as soon as I get off here. Right, no Dave. Well, I don't know what that means. Right on, Dave. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. Gravity's working fine on those chins. Carl, man, are you making a fat joke of me, my friend? Because that is something you probably do not want to start. I'm a Bud Light girl myself. Literally almost typed that earlier. You should have. I would have chuckled. Now I respect you, Zach, because I couldn't believe it earlier. But Jaron and the Globebusters know it's flat, but reject the creator. Crazy times. See? Helium is gas. Gas expands in all directions to fill the value of volume. The natural process of entropy trumps man-made theoretical concepts every time. That is not how that works, my friend. Certain people know the truth. If your idea of leading based on the government teaching you is you needing to wait, if your idea are leading base on the government teaching you need to empty your cup. Certain people know the truth. If your idea are leading based on the government teaching you need to empty your cup. All right. You got me dead to rights on that one, pal. Straw man again. We never said the moon wasn't a sphere. I asked if he thought the moon was a sphere, and he didn't say anything. And I looked up what the straw man theory was, because I wasn't sure. This is the first time I've ever seen this. But apparently straw man theory, not a law, a theory, says it holds that an individual has two personas, one of a flesh and blood and the other is a separate legal personality. The idea is that an individual's debts, liabilities, taxes, and legal representations belong to a straw man rather than the physical individual. Now, you're saying that I cannot believe in a flat earth because I have bills? Is that what a straw man theory says? I don't know. So the Flat Earth Society is dumb, but Dave isn't. Their group is even divided. That's true. I know Dave does not like the Flat Earth Society. I skipped my comment. What comment? Hold on. This one? Or the one where you messed up? The first one? I don't see another one. This one? I put that on there. How come the moonlight is reflected? How come the moonlight is cold if it's reflected sunlight? It's just a reflection of light, my friend. Just a reflection of light. It's not actual heat. All right, where are we? Where are we at here? Talk about that one. Certain people. Skip my comment. No, I did not. The inverse square law proves it. Yeah, that's probably not true, but whatever. What? Give my good thoughts. Yeah, I would love your good thoughts. I'll take them all day, every day. I never claimed what the moon is. No, you didn't. Because it's up there, maybe. It's either up there or not that up there, or it's just like it's a plasma ball that just seemingly looks the same and can also hold light sometimes. I do not reject the creator. Tell your lies somewhere else, Mike B, you turd. Glad I just found this. Thank you, Dr. Manhattan. I've been waiting my whole life to talk to you. Closed mind. Yeah. I'm not. Wait, it's flat? Dude, I'm trying to figure that out. I would love to know. I still don't really know. Maybe. Magnify the moonlight. Temperature gets colder, not hotter. If you magnify the light that is being reflected off of the moon, it'll be colder, not hotter. Yeah, because it's a reflection of light. It's not actual light. God works for the government. That's probably true. One of the gods. Yeah, Christy, you missed it all. Ha ha, you jerk. You, not at you, Zach. Oh, thank you. Because that's why I got a beard. Because I don't want anybody to see these chins. Damn, I was so dumb. I thought it was a lip shaped. No, I actually thought it was like, I was hoping that I could pull off a donut theory. He wasn't really seeming to be fun at all. So why is the moonlight cold then? It's not. It's nighttime that's cold. There is a creator, and it's Dr. Manhattan. He creates everything. Impossible for there not to be. That's true. Somebody created YouTube, and we're all here. Those are certainly words. I'll tell you, me and you, we're best friends right now. Condescending strongman arguments isn't proof of it. What condescending strong? What is my strongman argument? Like, what is the argument you think that I'm posing when I literally just said, "Hey, I would like to learn more." Matt Napo, is that your best globe proof? I think so. I don't think many people could chat with him for about 4 hours and still not be swayed. If you truly accept the one true and living God globe buster, then I truly apologize. I'm almost certain you said as much in show with Jerron, but Jerron was definitely the one very clear about it. I like reading Mike B's comments like it's some kind of like an after school drama thing in high school. This dude loves his ball. Probably a staunch atheist. I love balls. He likes his balls too. The moon is not a mirror. I didn't say it was a mirror. I just said it reflects light, and that's a fact. Does gas expand in all directions to fill the value of volume? Yes or no? Depending on forces outside of it, it would expand in all directions, yes. For someone not knowing what a strawman is, you sure did use them a lot, Zach. Did I? Like what? Hello? All right, not yet. I don't know what strawman... So, okay, let me read it again. The idea is that the individual's debts, liabilities, taxes, and legal responsibility belong to the strawman rather than a physical individual. I honestly do not know what you're talking about. Honestly. But I'm sure it's funny. Crow 777, stars being seen through the moon. Moon isn't an object to land on. That's so true, dude. That's so true. You cannot get on there. All right. So listen, guys, I got to get out of here. I was talking way too long. I was trying to get some of these comments up here. That was awesome. So bummed I had to leave. Yeah, dude, you were great. Why are you strong, man? I don't know. I guess I'm just, I'm sensitive. I'm a sensitive person, and that's it. Thanks for having Dave on your show. I hope your listeners keep looking. I will not stop looking to flat Earth. That is a fact. I'm going to keep doing it. I love balls too. I love the power holding them gives me. Once again, we are identical human beings. So much power comes in holding balls. Flat earthers are claiming the Earth is a flat sphere. The explanation is not presented correctly. I wish I could post that comment twice. Still going. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just talking. Moonlight is a cooling light. Sunlight is a heating light. Complete opposite properties. There is no moonlight. There is a reflection of the sunlight off of the moon. The moon does not make light. Yeah, just like Slender Man, he also doesn't believe in a globe, I'm pretty sure. You don't seem to get it, globe. It's literal insanity, you know? No, it's a creation, but reject the creator. That's the most unbelievable possibility yet. I do not think God created this planet. I do not think God created the solar system. Is there a creator of something? Maybe, but they created the Big Bang. That's it. And they did not create light out of a moon. Wizard of Oz is about the straw man, the Tin Man, tax. That's true. That is a big tax. It's not judging, but that's the type of response by the world. Nope, not true. Used to love learning about science and outer space. Now I'm a flat earther. See, that's what happens. Like, you know, people used to like learning. They used to like using their brain. They used to like doing math and solving problems. And they go, you know what? It's actually just easier if I buy this $12 app and say the world is flat. That does seem easier. And I'm sorry you stopped learning about science and space because it seems cool and you guys don't know anything. Literally every other comment you give is a straw man argument. Okay, I'm literally going to do this on air. Straw man argument, right? Let's see what this is. A straw man argument example. For example, if someone says, I think we should give better study guides to students, that is a person using straw man might reply by saying, I think that your idea is bad because we shouldn't give out easy A's to everyone. Now, based on what this is, it seems like Dave himself is using the straw man theory. It seems like I'm saying, hey, we kind of need to learn some more stuff and actually like use our brain. And he's saying, your idea is bad. Nobody gets it easy. Do the math yourself. That's stupid. That's not how you teach anyone. That's not how schools work. That's not how anything goes. So I'm sorry, FE Viking. I think it means iron, right? FE stands for iron. Iron Viking. That's pretty cute, actually. Oh, because like the iron place is outside of the ice walls. All right, maybe that's pretty clever. Maybe you're a pretty clever fella. I have no idea. I probably don't like you, though. Mike B. Jerron said he rejected your creator. You know, the tyrannical one. Jay said his creator would never be so small and petty. At one time, Barbara wore the wrong shade of lipstick in friggin' math class, and we all made fun of her, and F Barbara now. Lightning is physically matter of energy in the form of light. Lightning is physical matter of energy in the form of light. E equals mc squared. Yeah. Strawman fallacy. I think that you're just saying words so that I play your comments and I put your comments up here. And you got me. You got me because now I want to fight you verbally, not physically. I want you to be close to my backyard so I can scream at you from my upstairs window. See, I knew you rejected him too. You just proved it. It's sad to think being righteous is tyrannical. That just means you love lawlessness. Your sin too much. I don't think this is at me, but it could be. I have no idea. Presuppose that a glob is not proof. Now, I'm wondering if they're trying to say God and they said glob by accident, or if they're trying to say globe. Either way, you're an idiot, and I have no idea what you're saying.